I'm just learning to speak. I swore that I would make women crazy about me in this life. But I didn't expect to be the first to be conquered by my appearance. It's actually my mother. On this day, the mother asked the father to help take care of the baby. As a result, my father taught me how to wield a wooden stick and learn how to fight. So much so that every time the mother saw it, she's going to be angry. Because in their eyes, I'm a good boy who can't walk. Now, every week, would take me to the market on Asper Street. Because I love the magic items here. You can also see the magic of the splendor of it. Because my father was a magic warrior. My mother thought I wanted to be an explorer in the future. And that night was the first time I had escaped from a crib. It was still an hour before my mother came to see me again. While my mother was still in the kitchen, I was washing the dishes. I crept up to the study, gently pushed open the door, and peeked at it. Very good, Dad really got a study as a decoration. So this study, it has become a temple of knowledge that the king visits every night. I found out that the world is very backward. It's because the people here only worship magic. Although a year-old me, I can't read the words of this world yet. Thankfully, I can understand the patterns in the book. The average number of people in this world is 100. Only one person has magic. They're divided into two factional plaques. One is a sorcerer who is good at ranged. One is a magical warrior who excels in melee combat. So I started trying to imitate the movements in the book. Didn't expect to try for the first time. I sensed shards of magic in the air. This king is really a genius. But at that moment, a pair of big hands picked me up. I'm still trying to figure out what excuses to come up with. There is an inexplicable flow of heat at the buttocks. Damn, just sensing magic is too focused. I screamed a few times. The mother dispelled her doubts. After all, who would doubt an unweaned child? But over time, as time went by, I sneaked into the study. But it became a problem for her mother. He even wanted to leave the crib in the study. But when I think about it, I feel that I am too young. I'll talk about it later. 2 years have passed in a flash. My mother taught me simple literacy. I had fun during the day. It's just lying by the window and watching my father practice dance. My father's shoulders were thick, but he was always obsessed with self-confidence. Play handsome in front of me every day. I saw him push his hands in front of him. Say a cumbersome incantation. The next thing seems to be a magic that will be unleashed. I stared at him intently. Meanwhile, the stones in the grass trembled slightly. The stone door was pulled into the air by magic. I saw my father shouting. The next second, all the stones fell, and it was moved forward by a centimeter. It's simply the most rubbish magic I've ever seen. My father gave me a confident thumbs up. I felt ashamed and put my face aside. It's better to throw it away with your hands. That's when my mother came up to me. Look at your father with gentle eyes. My father immediately took a look at the light. And previously adjacent. Every punch seems to be doing its best. This kind of combo is endless. Sure enough, this is my father's real strength. I'm starting to get curious. Wait for the core of my mana to appear. What kind of cultivation route is suitable for me? Just as I was about to quietly get out of my chair, I was mentally mature, but I suddenly panicked. This king killed the enemy with a horse in his last life. How can there be a sudden fear of heights? The fear in my heart pushed me to be cautious. Just as I was out of my chair, was noticed by his sharp-eyed mother. He saw that my eyes were squinted. I thought I was sleepy and wanted to sleep. Immediately hugged me and walked to the bedroom. And when we passed by the study, I said 2 words of Mandarin mom. But my uncle and mother coaxed me to hurry. Sleeping, the king had no choice but to use the killer to cut me, pushing his mother's shoulders apart. At the age of 3, I folded my hands and prayed to my mother. Please, uncle. Mom had to be conquered by my 24K cute face. He held my heart and struggled with the demon for a while. In the end, I was allowed to go to the study for a while. I secretly rejoiced in my heart. Who made this king know how to use flexibly all weapons that can be utilized? See how much I love books. The mother was pleased. The average 3-year-old child can only think about it in his heart. That's when it happened. Suddenly, there was a loud noise in the courtyard. My mother told me to be honest. He will come when he goes. I immediately crossed my legs and started practicing. After 2.5 years of training, not only did I find tens of thousands of mana fragments in my body, and gathered them all to the chest, because the debris moves slowly. So most of the children will only grow up to generate mana cores, but now it looks like I'm going to succeed soon. It should only be necessary to fuse the last fragment. The mana core will be done. And the mother came to the yard to find out. It turned out that his father was handsome. Accidentally broke a tree. However, just as I fused to the last shard of mana, the whole house was suddenly lit up by firelight. The violent explosion roared like a beast. The exploding fish wave was extremely terrifying. Fortunately, my father caught my mother in time and withstood all the impact with the back. Wait until the explosion is over. They reacted. I have never forgotten my mother's eyes in my life. Asiasi is still in there. When my father heard the news, his face was as dead as ashes. He rushed desperately to the burning room. When he tried his best to break open the original study door, he suddenly snapped back a step. The next second, his legs went limp. Kneeling directly on the ground, he just smiled. The smile was mixed with incredible joy. That's right, I succeeded. I succeeded in condensing the mana core when I was 3 years old. And the biggest change with the mana core is, although I'm still in the study, but you can see the trees in the yard directly. And when I saw the mess of the house, I was furious with my Nima. Which turtle son blew up the king's house? I retract that sentence. Although the house was blown up, but it is 10 years ahead of other children. It has become someone else's doll in the mouth of the neighbor. So in the past 6 months, my mother taught me to read and write. My father was in charge of my physical training. I started that volume when I was 3 years old. Run 10 kilometers every morning. 100 sit-ups. 100 push-ups. That's what I eat 3 times a day. I am especially grateful for this experience, because in the near future, this will train my life. On my 3rd birthday, my father encouraged me to be a novice. Forge me a wooden sword. So I studied magic theory on my own in the morning. In the afternoon, he practiced swordsmanship with his father. Directly won at the starting line. He told me to swing the sword medicine and breathe consistently. Think of the sword as a part of your heart. I gave my father a blank look. Such a complex teaching. Is it really for a 4-year-old? So I decided to tease my father. In my last life, I was the king of a country. Swordsmanship is unparalleled in the world. Who made my father not regard me as an opponent at all? So I swung my sword desperately. Obviously, the young body couldn't shake anything. But with the experience of the previous life, my attacks grew denser. My father had to resist more quickly. I'm well aware. It won't do me any good if it goes down. So I closed my eyes and adjusted the rhythm of my breathing. Then focus. Think of the sword as a part of your body. Finally, find out the flaws exposed by my father. That's right. Now, the time is fleeting. At this moment, I went all out. As a result, my father's stick was chopped up by me. My sticks were picked up and flown back. My father was surprised by this. My son is an absolute genius. So I said goodbye to my father and went back to my room to meditate. Originally in this world, strength can be through mana and new colors to discern, whereas meditation removes impurities from the body. As a result, the mana core will also die, from the original black to red, orange-yellow, silver until the strongest is white. Each color is further divided into dark colors. There are 3 stages of long color and light color. The lighter the color, the stronger the core. Seeing that I was only 3 years old, I was already very talented. My parents also started to worry about my education, because my father thinks, His teaching was undoubtedly a waste of my talent. But the mother doesn't want the child to be too far away from home. So the pressure was all released on me. My father asked Yahi to my 4-year-old me, "Tell us what you think. You want to go to the big city to find more professional teachers to learn." I was stunned. What kind of strange family is this? It really makes a 4-year-old child to decide on such a big thing. So I made a suggestion. Why don't you go with my parents and me to see the teacher? The husband and wife looked at each other. I panicked instantly. Could it be that my tone is not like that of a child? Or is it wrong to say something? Mother was the first to laugh. How do we not think of this solution? Father slammed the table. We'll be on next week. But because of my parents' friends, the Teves warbands are also going to Sauros. So the time has been brought forward to tomorrow. After all, in this world, there are dangers in rushing. It is said that there are 2 sorcerers in this group, and 3 enhancers. Early the next morning, we arrived at the agreed place. It can be seen that these people are very good with their fathers. My father introduced me to everyone decently. "Yaya, please introduce yourself." At the age of 3, I naturally used it in the royal family. "Trancy, touch my head, little one. You are very polite." The next second, I was pulled by a pair of slender palms. Aunt Angela hugged me in her arms. Fortunately, I almost suffocated because of this. Followed by, I was hugged by a pair of large, steady hands. The man is almost 3 meters tall. He laid me safely on the ground. His hands were so wide that they were reassuring. It gives people a taste of honesty and honesty. At this time, there was a cold sister in the distance. Just stared at me coldly. He just nodded at me. And the last member of the organization. It was the archer, Helen Yard's sister. "Move the goods." We got on the dragon car, in the direction of Sauros. This is also the first time I have seen it. The vastness of the world. Although the sunset outside is full of red, but it also means the dangers of the night. It's approaching, but Teves is very strong. Almost all security work was contracted, deep in the mountains and jungles. A campfire is something I've never touched in my previous life. As a result, I was a little uncomfortable. Seeing that I can't lift it clean, Trancy stood up and said, "Yes, Yasi. Why don't you stretch with me before going to bed? I see that the ants are having a good time." Was picked up by Tracy. In a past life, it's hard for a 4-year-old like me to climb stairs. And in this world, it seems to be a common thing to fight with children. I loosened my arms and prepared for battle. Trancy asked, however, in an offensive stance, "Little genius, do you know how to strengthen weapons?" In the next second, a tiger-like figure was in Tran, emerged behind the west. Is it really necessary to bully children like this? All eyes were on them. I used my eyes to deliver a distress message to my father. But my dad shouted directly to cheer me on. Case. I had to give it my all. Gradually, I got my posture up, a firm look inherited from the previous life. Biga's courage and self-confidence are pumped from within me. I may not be able to finish this battle. This is one of the most rubbish grave checks. It can be driven by the law. The steel rods in the batch were not only intact, also blocked the right blow of the battle mage. However, only this wooden sword. The fight turned out to be a 3-year-old toddler who had just been weaned. Originally, it's because Yasi went out for the first time in his life. The whole person is not motivated and unadaptable. So Uncle Trancy proposed, soothe your body with combat sparring. That's where the opening scene begins. Gradually, Yasi put himself in a ready position, immediately followed by a sense of self-confidence that is brave and good at fighting. Burst out of him, even in the face of adult battle mages. He may not lose this battle. It is a taboo for soldiers to take a concubine before war. Therefore, Yashi chose to take the initiative to seize the opportunity. 3-year-old versus 23-year-old. In the eyes of outsiders, it is inevitable to lose. But Yashi still tried her best to attack. Trancy simply opted for a tentative defense. At the moment when the wooden sword stabbed the steel rod, the force that is transmitted from the steel rod. But Trancy was stunned. and Aki was only a few steps back by the reaction force. Damn, this body is still too weak. Aki once again condensed the decree into the fitness queen. Lash out at Tracy. Tracy dodged, and a backhand was also dodged. Neither of them took advantage. You can rely on the advantage of your size. Yasi kicked with all his might. He went straight to the Tracy feet through the steel rod. Followed by. He relied on inertia towards the bark of power in translate. And at this moment, the other party's side leg also arrived. Yasi relies on the super flexibility of the body. Contrary to the lower waist of the factory, just dodge. To attack and dodge. Instantly, Tracy also stood up. In the next second, the steel rod and the wooden sword collided at extreme speed. There was a loud roar. Affected by action and reaction forces, Clancy was shaken 5 meters and did not fall. But 3-year-old Yahi was miserable. It actually flew sideways to 8 meters away. The friction on the ground barely stopped. In terms of power, Yasi lost. But judging by the tricks, Yasi's intention is definitely above Transai. Transai was the most surprised. This fighting quality, how can it appear in a 3-year-old child? Even my father didn't know about it. I used to teach so well. Yasi had no choice but to make up a lie. I actually learned it from books. Only then did he barely get past everyone. After all, no one would suspect a 3-year-old. The next few days, everyone was on a very smooth journey. The whole trip was very enjoyable. But something was wrong with my mother, occasionally covering his mouth and retching on the road. But Mom didn't say anything. But at this moment, the dragon cart suddenly shook very violently. Hellenyard cried out loudly that there were robbers. Prepare for battle. Mother subconsciously protected Yasi in her arms. All the people of the Kve's war band, all ready for battle. Thankfully, Angela unleashed the sealing spell. Only then did he protect the carriage. In the blink of an eye, the robbers' archers surrounded the chariots. Apparently, they had already set up an ambush. A lewd, muscular man at this time walked out of the crowd. One of his great axes weighed 1,000 pounds. His face was full of obscenity. The voice was rough. This harvest is really not small. Brothers, don't hurt women and children. Otherwise, our goods will be devalued. A few days of ease. Let them ignore the dangers that are everywhere. 3-year-old Yasi's face was full of murderous intent. Mother thought Yasi was afraid, so instinctively hugged him tightly and comforted him. Don't be afraid. There's Mom here, and the situation outside is not optimistic. There are too many archers on the other side. Even if the defensive wall is raised with a spell, the other party still has a chance. Thankfully, Angela's windshield was just in time, and in order to empty the archers in the back row, the father rushed into the opposing position alone. Even if the father attacks again, there are only 2 hands. Even with Hellenyard's cover, my father was still stabbed. The bandit leader is overwhelmed. He let his soldiers hold off the rest of the Teves warband. He leaned on a huge handle himself, killed a bloody road. Yasi eagerly asked his mother to release the healing technique. Treat my father, but my mother was slow to cast her magic. It took many attempts to barely succeed. Father explained in a low voice, Yeah, you listen. Once Mom comes out for treatment, they will definitely attack him first. I'm going to stop the bandit leader. You take your mother and run away. Yasi said categorically. How could I have left you behind? I can fight too. Father smiled comfortingly. He touched Yasi's head. Yasi, come and know you're great for Daddy. That's why I entrust my mother to you. And protect your soon-to-be-born sister. The details along the way gradually emerged before Yasi's eyes. It turned out that the mother was pregnant. No wonder Mom vomits from time to time. The father looked at Yasi tenderly. Said, I was expecting Sauros to tell you again. But in the next second, Yasi grabbed his father's hand. Daddy, I promise you, I will definitely protect my mother and sister. The 3-year-old boy was trying to protect his pregnant mother. The knee pads dragged the robber down from a cliff of tens of thousands of meters. After falling off a cliff, the bandit's bones twisted and headless, and the 3-year-old boy miraculously survived. It turned out that the mother was unexpectedly pregnant during the trip. My father was mortally wounded trying to defend himself against the robbers. In order to save my father, the mother had to expose herself for treatment. The identity of the division. Therefore, he became the target of all bandits, and the only one who can fight with his hands free at the moment. Yahi, who is only 3 years old. Father will be mother, and the unborn sister entrusted to Aki. But he was discovered by the bandit leader in his eyes. He immediately ordered all the staff to strangle the therapist first. I grabbed her mother and ran with all her might. He turned his head and gave Dad a look. Daddy, we'll see you again alive. There is Uncle Tranch to help with the aftermath. I believe that I will be able to escape soon. What Aki didn't know was, they had been quietly locked by archers. At this time, Yasi only felt that his heart was leaking a row. He immediately turned and brandished the only wooden sword he had. Burst out all the mana and the magic sword history to compete and collide. Luckily, the wooden sword broke, but it changed the direction of sword history. The next second, the opposing archer is headshot by Angela. At this time, Yasi's heart was faintly uneasy. I seem to have missed someone. The other party obviously has 4 conjurers. And where the hell did one go? Then, the Kvi's war bands were all in a bitter battle. There is no way to support Yasi's mother and son anymore. At this moment, the bandit leader yelled at Daomyin. Plans have changed. Not a single one is left. Kill them all. Adon didn't make it well. Who is he talking to? The next second, the rich water element spreads around Yahi. A huge water bomb appeared out of thin air on the top of the mountain. Shoot directly at Aki's mother and son. At this moment, Yahi was very angry. I can dodge it with mana, but Mom can't. Suddenly, Aki stopped. He struggled internally for 1 second. He used his power to push his mother out of the range of attack. I'm sorry, Mom. You may get a little injured. Immediately afterwards, Yasi threw an opponent with all his might. He himself was wrapped in a water balloon, rushing towards the cliff and connected. The hand of the magic thread just tied the robber's knees. The impact of the water bomb was coupled with Yasi's pull. A bright choke. The conjurer was dragged down. The physical fitness of the sorcerer is not very good, and fate makes people. The rocks on the edge of the cliff suddenly shattered. There are no support points. Yasi dragged the robbers into a 10,000-meter cliff. It was too late for the mother and uncle to come to the rescue. Yasi smiled. Can protect his mother. He dies without regrets. But he's a man in 2 lives. I've always wanted to have a sister. Just when he wanted to say goodbye to the world. The tingling pain all over his body suddenly made him open his eyes. He turned his head to look. The robbers who came down together. The bones of the whole body are twisted and the head is gone. The death was extremely tragic. A wave of nausea welled up in Yasi's heart. It took him a whole moment to recover. It's been 3 days and nights since I fell off the cliff. At the moment, he was hungry and found out. Not far away, there was an extra bag of wild fruits. He held up his small body, crawling towards the food with difficulty. Even if the fruit is bitter and astringent. But the good thing is that there is a hydration bag next to it. Wait for Aki to wake up again. I don't know if it's a few days later. He drives the power of the mana core. Barely stood up. Pull back your dagger from the strong to the body. He looked out over the forest. Only then did I know that I had really survived. He had to figure out what this place was. He was 3 years old. Can you really make it out of the forest alive? That's when it happened. Yasi's brain. Suddenly a voice that didn't belong to him appeared. Ah, you're awake. Yasi immediately hid behind a tree vigilantly. It's hard to be a corpse. Yasi took a stick and poked the robber's body. At this point, the voice resurfaced. Don't worry. Corpses can't speak. Yasi breathed a sigh of relief when he recalled the other person's voice. But I felt a little tender, but without losing the sense of majesty. Who you are, it is difficult that you saved me. The voice resurfaced. You'll know who I am when you get to the cave. But it was indeed I who saved you. Yasi asked very vigilantly. Why should I trust you? The gentle voice sounded again. Because I'm the only one who can help you get home. Behind the beam erection wall. Yasi blushed and asked, then how am I going to find you? The next second, a terrifying aura of magic drilled into his eyes. The sharp stinging pain blurred his vision. With the movement of the gaze, he saw the route to the cave. That's right, this is it. While it's still dark, I advise you to do it now. A 3-year-old boy fell into a 10,000-meter cliff. Not only did he not die, I also learned mobile meditation from the demon. A powerful magic force drilled into the boy's eyes. The sharp stinging pain blurred his vision. With the induction of magic, he felt the call from the cave. Find me, and I'll teleport you home. To protect mothers with unplanned pregnancies. The boy dragged the robbers down the cliff with them. But why did this voice save me and not him? The more curious the boy became, the faster he can go. When he was hungry, he picked the fruit of the tree and sweated profusely. So he went to the brook and took a dip. When you're thirsty, drink some bath water and get closer to night. Yasi arrived at the entrance of the cave. He didn't know what was in danger inside. But to go home, he walked warily towards the cave. Unexpectedly, it was just the first ray of progress, and the stones under his feet collapsed. And there's actually a hole in it that goes straight down. He fell for a full 5 minutes. I can only faintly see the ground. Just when he thought he was going to be smashed into a meatloaf. The voice in his head saved him again. Yasi patted the dust off his body. Only then did I see what I was looking for. Suddenly he fell backwards. There was intense fear on his face. Is what it is. There is a dark stone statue in the middle of the dark cave. Only the facial features were flashing red. The voice of the statue could not distinguish between man and woman. Little one, we finally met. The statue stood up and approached Yasi. Yasi's meiosis is somewhat stressful. The stone statue said, as if coaxing a child, if you keep your mouth open, you will get worms. Yasi hurriedly closed his mouth. The stone statue told him, it will take some time to build a space-time tunnel. It's close. Yasi saw it clearly. There was actually a wound on the stone statue that was being roguelike. The stone statue began to introduce Yasi. There are wild fruits of practical value in this stone wall. Yasi found a fruit and held it in the palm of his hand. Look at the reflective fruit. His longing gradually moved. If only Mom and Dad weren't in danger. I'm going to have a sister soon. At this moment, the stone statue behind him suddenly opened its mouth. Scared Yasi. Actually, he just wanted to remind Yasi. The fruit on top is even tastier. Gradually, RC calmed down. Perhaps just to please this one. He was able to get out earlier. Many questions germinated in Yasi's brain. He asked, you say you're a woman. What am I going to call you, please? The statue replied, my name is Eater's Billa. It turned out that this was King Oslino, a small lot between the country and the monster zone. Yasi was the first human to come here. Calculated in human time. Time must have been here alone for 27 years. Because of what I have, let a lot of enemies pin. In order to get rid of the enemy, I was seriously wounded. As for why save you, maybe it's your courage, and moved by the spirit of sacrifice. Or maybe it's just loneliness. After the 10 branches of Bia walked away lonely, I seemed to understand why he felt lonely. 10 Bia suddenly turned his head, said softly, I almost forgot. I have no way of knowing where your parents are. But I know. Your family and friends are safe. At this moment, the subdepartment felt a deep sense of comfort in his heart. It's great that they're all safe. Thank you for eating Bia. The days that followed, Ahi stayed with him in the cave. In the leisure time of Eater Bia, to build a space-time tunnel. They would often talk for hours. Day after day, the two grew closer. Ahi is on the body of Eater Bia. I realized that people should not be disfigured. He is scary on the outside, but warm on the inside. He was kind to Aki. It always reminds him of his mother. Whenever Ahi thinks of the abominable robber, he will show a heart of misfortune. But Bia will always wake him up with a brain meltdown. Yeah, you shouldn't have that kind of thought. That's why I only saved you in the first place. Hatred and misfortune wrap around your heart. It will only make you sadder. Sometimes Shinobia is like a teacher. I always like to talk to me about some big things. Afterwards, he would blame himself and comfort me for a while. Though he looks evil, he has a deep understanding of morality and life. By chance, I discovered the way he used his mana. While moving, he can actually meditate. Ai is very studious about this. Learning this means purify the efficiency of the core of the law. It's more than twice as fast as usual. When Bia prompted, human beings always think too one-sidedly about the law. You try to empty your mind. Start with small gestures. For example, only the fist is covered. After 3 months of hard work, Yasi finally learned to meditate on the move. This way of meditating, albeit in battle, it also lasts. Just Yasi. When you are complacent about the results of your practice. When Bia arrived, her old injuries recurred and she collapsed from exhaustion. Yai began to think crankily. It's hard to be when the space-time tunnel is built. It was the day of Bia's death. The demon took off his disguise before dying. He grew holy wings and pure white hair. In the stunned gaze of a 3-year-old boy, he used his last strength, remove the body parts that are attached to the body. In the end, it shows its original appearance. The time is necessary to help Yasi build a space-time tunnel to a human city. He stood up to save the wounded. During the month of Yasi's practice of mobile meditation, he endured excruciating pain. Only half of the tunnel construction was completed, and this brought his life to an end together. Yasi threw herself into his arms. For the first time, I cried to the children's class for a long time. 10 is necessary, but let RC not blame himself. Cherish these last moments. How could Yasi not blame himself? 10 bias help him unconditionally. The price is to overdraw lives. But the 10 biases said, actually, you're helping me escape from the cave. He explained to himself. My name really doesn't match what I look like. With that, he stripped off the disguise on the surface of his body. Soon, a cluster of white wings burst out of the stone statue. This was followed by white hairs full of holiness. A dazzling golden light with warmth soothed Yasi's heart, one with a golden pattern and noble white wyvern, almost filling the entire cavern. It turns out that this is what the 10 essentials really look like. Yasi was sluggish. He didn't expect that. 10 Bia will actually be a dragon. And once the 10 Bia faded their disguise, it also means that his position has been exposed to the enemy. But now they don't have time. It must be before the enemy arrives. Complete the final construction of the time tunnel. Not for a while. The tunnel emits a dazzling rainbow of divine light. Bia held her body and instructed Yasi to go before leaving. I want to entrust him to you. A colorful egg with the same light as the tunnel appeared in front of Yasi. The strange thing is that this strange egg is obviously not very heavy. It's especially laborious just to hold it. In the next second, 10 Bia pulled the hair off their bodies. It was handed to Aki. Use it to mask the scent of this egg, just as Aki wanted to ask what it was. But he was hit by 10 more Bia in the body, immediately followed by the golden lines on the 10 Bia's bodies, transferred to Aki's arm. Aki's pupils at this moment. It turned purple. The pupils of the 10 arms faded to purple. It turned gray. The light on him dimmed as a result. Oops, I'm going to open the tunnel right now. Although it is not possible to send you directly to your family, but it can get you somewhere there are people. It was a sudden shaking of the cave. Countless rubble fell. a demon that is the same as before the 10 armed. Suddenly, Lady Eater surrender. Hand over the stuff. Maybe that one will help you heal your wounds. Yassi wrote down the appearance of the demon. Who knows the next second? Eater Bias suddenly unleashed his mana. Freeze time in this area. Yaya, we really don't have much time. Wait until you know what happened. I don't expect you to forgive me, but I have a selfish request. Can you call me Grandma? 4 months of getting along day and night. Every detail is magnified in Yassi's mind. He originally looked like a demon. It's so meticulous again. In Yassi's heart. In fact, Bia has long been his relative. He tugged at the wings of Shopia. I don't know how you made time stop, though. But we can go together now. Eater Bia burst into tears. You know, I can't go with you. Goodbye, Yassi. Bang! Yassi's nuclear bomb was thrown straight into the tunnel. Yassi was also in tears. Moments before the tunnel closes, Yassi shouted out to Grandma, "Eat by Arden." Lived, but the next moment he smiled from the bottom of his heart. This moment was his most beautiful memory before he lost it. The sound disappears. The tunnel is closed. Look at the tree fruit full of memories in the cave and close it. You sighed, "Thank you, my baby." This dragon before he died. Give yourself the mana of your life as a birthday present, all sealed into the little boy's body. On the occasion of separation, the dragon will hide the dragon egg in its belly. It was handed to Yahi, who was only 4 years old. Afterwards, he pulled off his feathers, helped to cover up the aura of the dragon egg. Eventually, he burst into tears. Kick Yassi and the dragon egg into the space-time tunnel. Teleport out. Shenlong smiled from the bottom of his heart, because he will pass away with the most beautiful memories. And Yassi and the dragon egg is teleported to a certain forest. The 4-year-old let out a roar of grief. Remorse and loneliness filled his heart. At that moment, Yassi's heart was beating wildly. He faintly heard the voice of 10 necessary. A ringing in the ears followed. The voice said excitedly, "Very good, the connection was successful. Yassi is the food of my food. If you can hear me now, it means that you have already seen my divine dragon form. I know you're depressed right now, but your strength is too far from the truth. You're only 4 years old now, even though your mana core has turned red, but it's still not strong enough. As a birthday present, I infuse mana into your body. Can you become a mage? It's up to you to use this power well." Yassi caressed the warmth of his heart. Who wants her gift? The 10 Bia seemed to be able to sense Yassi's mood. Yassi, don't forget that you still have family. I hope you enjoy your childhood. Become a man who stands up to the sky. Wait until your mana core turns white. You can hear me again. I will explain everything about me to you then. I wish you everything. Smoothly, in the sword pavilion, His Highness Ray. Yassi was momentarily stunned. "Eat Bia. When did you know that I am a regenerate?" Yassi was curious, though. But now it's important to get out of the forest. Make use of paraphrases. Yassi's mana will become more persistent. After nonstop exploration, what he could be sure of was, he is now in the depths of the Elsha forest. But the implementation of Bia said before, even if it doesn't teleport to the town, at the very least, it will teleport to a place where there are people. And at this very moment, a commotion caught Aki's attention. He was holding on to luck. Maybe you'll meet good people. It seems like these people are watching something. When Arcee got closer to observe, but I saw a scene of anger. The other party asked the boss in an obscene voice, "The woman of the new neighbor, is it possible to sell it for a good price?" Yassi, who was not far away, was furious when he heard this. He is a partner with his parents. It was because of being surrounded and suppressed by slaves. It's only now that we've come to this point. These guys really give a damn it. I don't know, though. How did these people get here? But Yassi wanted to save people from the bandits. All of these slave traders must be killed first. And 1 enemy and 4 are tantamount to giving their lives in vain. Yassi had no choice but to gather strength first, and then wait for them to take it lightly. Give him the fatal blow. Late at night, Yassi threw a tree near the camp. Let the puller get lost and make a noise. He attached the water mana to his right hand. Form a sharp hand knife. Then he burst out at the fastest speed. Rushed towards the enemy, who was feeding. When the man turned his head and saw that it was a child, Yassi had appeared in front of him. He just touched the other person's neck lightly. As a result, the enemy did not even make a sound. It's already on the ground. After getting the loot from the opponent, Yassi disappeared from the darkness again. Another kidnapper came drunk and made a wish. I said, "Ice cream. Are you editing?" The next second, a small black shadow suddenly scurried to the fat man's head. The kidnappers sobered up instantly, but their mouths were covered. The result was a stab. The man completely lost his breath and solved the sublineage of the two kidnappers. The body is already feeling tired. That's when it happened. There was a sharp cry for help from the carriage. "Help me!" Yassi's posterior molars were all bitten off. "Is this a pig teammate?" The two kidnappers who were still alive hurried over. At this moment, a dark shadow launched another surprise attack, but was found by the bald head of the eye. The clash of swords and daggers emitted a dazzling blue light. Before the other party could react, in an instant, Yassi drilled through the enemy's crotch. At the same time, cut off the opponent's fencing. The kidnapper's boss heard the commotion and rushed to the scene. The bald head didn't die right away. Rather, it reminded Denton to be careful. This kid is a mage. Denton saw Yassi as just a child. He conceitedly threw away the sword in his hand. "Don't die, little one. Maybe you're better than that little elven girl. Worth just a breath." Denton walked around Yassi's back. Thankfully, Yassi is petite. Only then did he reluctantly avoid it. It can be seen that this boss is very strong. But Denton didn't give Yassi time to breathe. Rush straight again. In Yassi, it is a clever borrowing of the other party's cheeks. A bouncing force distanced himself from Denton. Denton wondered if the kid looked big. How can the strength be so great? In the blink of an eye, a Salister blessed with mana rushed to Denton, but he intercepted it easily. Only then did Yassi realize the huge gap in strength. Then Denton was like an eagle catching a chicken. Began to tease Yassi. He did not give Yassi a fatal attack. Rather, they wanted to incapacitate him. In the end, you can sell it for a good price, no matter how strong Yassi is. He also appeared to be a 4-year-old child, and taking advantage of the opponent's mentality to underestimate the enemy will have a turnaround. Supreme Hour. Yassi understood the use of the fire element. He was in front of the kidnappers. Bursts of fire elemental condensed in the arm. I thought it was just a spark, and I wasn't afraid of it. Who knows the next second? There was a loud bang. Denton's left hand was directly charred by the fire. It was accompanied by a burst of meaty aroma. In the smoke, Yassi is pulling out the boogers. When Denton was in severe pain, one ended the other person's life. Now RC is also covered in bruises. He walked towards the kidnappers who had been cut off from fencing. Facing the kidnappers' pleadings, Yassi's eyes turned blue. "That's what the little girl begged you to beg you just now." After a while, a bright light entered the cage. The girl cowered in the corner, not daring to move. Yassi held out his hand. "Look at the girl with a sunny face. You are safe now." The little girl held back the grievances in her heart. Immediately turned into tears. "Thanks. Thank you for surviving in the jungle with children of the opposite sex. When you are sleepy, you sleep together. When you are hungry, catch a rabbit and roast it and eat it. The result is all in front of a big tree. Accidentally discover the gateway to the Elven Kingdom. However, as soon as you enter the door, Yassi was deeply shocked by what he saw. In the blink of an eye, they were surrounded by a group of elven guards. Congratulations to the princess on her safe return. Yassi was confused about whom. The princess girl smiled discouragedly, nodding. Then a magnificent carriage arrived. The king and princess rushed briskly. An old man also got out of the carriage. He gave his granddaughter a rare smile. Yassi Council pushed Twitter on the shoulder. Tesha ran briskly towards her parents, then hugged them tightly. Watch this scene of warm reunion. Yassi secretly said in her heart, maybe my parents saw me. That's how it reacts. The king was the first to stand up, but no. Thank you, good-looking kids. Thank you for escorting Tessia back. I would like to invite you to my house for a seat. Tell me what happened. Yassi was clever enough to use royal etiquette. Who knew that the next second he was dragged by Tessia? The princess's move. Immediately, it will be rectified by the king and the people. Look at Tessia's angelic smile. Ahi's heart melted. Tehia took him to several secret bases. Eventually, he took Aki home. The princess asked the servant to take Aki to rest. Ahi refused before the break. I'd like to start by explaining to you what happened. Soon the crowd was in the living room. Yassi introduced himself with royal etiquette. My name is Yassi, from a small mountain village in the Sabine kingdom. Yassi was well aware that this self-introduction was exaggerated. If you don't, they can be hard to believe. What I'm going to say next, a self-introduction. Yassi was recognized by the people. Thereupon, when Yassi recounted the tragic situation of Tesha's abduction, the king slammed the table angrily. Scolding these humans really doesn't have a long memory. Yassi's mouth was slightly open, although it was rude. I'm going to explain the slave anyway. Merchant is a profession of human beings. Not for all of us. Grandpa immediately held down the angry soldier. So when you see Tesha being tied up, you're going to negotiate with them, or knelt down and beg them. Yassi said categorically, I'm killing them all. The chief guard drew his sword. Immediately wanted to kill Yassi, who was pretending to be forced. Who knows the eyes of a brother in Grandpa? But let the chief of the guard soften on the spot. Yassi, of course, was mentally prepared. After all, who would believe a 4-year-old? Able to kill adult kidnappers in 1 pick and 4 hits. So Yassi came to a conclusion. You don't believe me. But isn't the princess back safely now? If only Arcee had told me how he had come back from his journey. I guess these elves have to kill him. Although nothing happened. But I slept with the elf princess for 7 nights. It really smells of disrespect to the royal family. So Aki said firmly. And now I just want to go home and tell my parents that I'm safe. When Tehia heard that Ahi was leaving, I immediately became nervous. Yai had to find an excuse. After all, humans have been in the elven country for too long. Not in line with the etiquette, and my parents definitely very worried about my safety. At this time, the king was in a bit of a dilemma. Although our country has historically forbidden human access, Elven Kingdom, but you have ruined my daughter by all your hard work. We should compensate you accordingly. But it's a pity. A sliding door to the kingdom of Sabine. It only opens once every 7 years. I'll have to wait another 5 years next time. But I can get the guards to escort you back as soon as possible. You should have a good rest today. Come to the guest room. Yassi was deeply impressed by the decor, compared to the previous life's own castle. It reminds us that the rooms are like heaven on earth. Rush early. Yassi's mana core emitted another sharp pain, ever since being infused with mana by Eater, the core of his mana. Every day, I feel an inexplicable dull ache, and it hurts worse every time. After taking a bath, Aki sighed, holding the dragon egg. I really don't know what to do in the future. Ipia, if only you could be there for me to help me. There was a knock on the door. Just open the door. And Tehia threw himself into Ahi's arms. You fool. Forget it if you are indifferent to my family. Why do you have to leave when you first arrive? Yahi explained. Your parents are kings and princesses. And why didn't you say earlier that you were a princess? Tehia turned her head domineeringly. I don't care. I don't want you to leave. Only then did Yassi understand. In the month of the rush, his relationship with Tesha gradually closes. He has become Tessia's best friend. Yassi tugged at Tesha's shoulder. Said the crying bag princess. Show me around your castle. The two children arrived in the castle garden. This is Tessia's favorite place. In spring, it is full of flowers. Just in Tessia holding a firefly. When you are ready to hand it to Yassi. Suddenly, a dinner knife was aimed at Tesha. Yassi's first instinct was to tear apart Tesha, then grab the knife that came at a gallop. Finally, it flew in the direction of the dinner knife. Swing it over. When RC saw the comber, only to find out that the sneak attacker was Tesha's grandfather. He looked at the rubber knife in his hand. Only then did Yassi realize that he had been deceived. Grandpa praised one of the few. Your response is fast. I seem to know. How did you kill those slaves and hurt people? Kasia hurriedly came out to help Grandpa Yassi. You don't want to fight Yassi anymore. Who knew that Grandpa's eyes looked serious? Do you know why I'm here? Yashi's face instantly turned pale. Could it be that my secret has been discovered? Grandpa looked at Yassi seriously. I haven't seen it for a long time. Someone who can make me interested. Grandpa took out a wooden scissors. Little one, let me see your full strength. The old man still gave the boy a wooden sword. Let him quickly hack himself to death. In the next second, the wooden sword passed through his neck. But the old man was like a man who was fine. Keep standing still. You're a terrible kid. So the wife was dispersed. The water mana immediately switched to a bursting spark. Wait for him to hit desperately, only to find that only the old man's clothes were left in the same place. I thought the temptation would end here. Who knows the critical moment? Yassi blocked the side of the wooden sword crossing. Critical blow. Faced the incoming fist. Yassi's jumping skillfully resolved. Happened to fall into the hands of the old man. Wooden sword and Yassi were knocked away by the old man's elbow. Yassi didn't give up. The water element is attached to the feet for acceleration. The fire elemental is attached to the wooden sword and used for attacks. But no matter how significant the ice shape is, the attack speed still can't keep up with the old man. And then the situation is becoming more and more passive. The moment when several batches of sub-chi failed. Here's your chance. He was deliberately hit by the old man's whip leg. Let the other person let their guard down. Then you can support the ground with your hands. The whole person rotates 5 times in the air to strengthen the centrifugal force. The fallen wooden sword was also in his ingenious calculations. And then he rotated for 10 weeks. But 2 breaths of time, he just accomplished such a close right blow. The old man didn't have time to resist and was beaten back by Yassi by 5 meters. Yassi couldn't control his body and fell and rolled. This is the real end of the temptation. The old man paid the price for his pride. But the granddaughter Tesha was angry. He pinched his grandfather hard. Please stop bullying Yassi. Grandpa said with a smile, if I want my subordinates to be merciful. I was the one who was beaten. Aki humbly said that I am honored. I can give such a high evaluation to you. Grandpa's face was full of seriousness. A chill hits your face, and you're honored. In that case, how about you as my apprentice? But Yahi is human. Long time in the elven kingdom of the unruly. But Grandpa is the king of money. He is also a textbook-level character in the elf kingdom. And the spells of the elves are called the best in the world. It is beyond the reach of all sorcerers. But Yahi hurriedly refused, because he had to go home as soon as possible to report to his parents that he was safe. Grandpa looked confident. What if I could let you talk to your parents remotely? But it's all the little things. When fighting, I noticed a constant stinging pain coming from your mana core. And it's getting worse. Aki asked with doubts in her heart. How do you know? Grandpa asked flatly, do you know the mana of the divine beast? The divine beasts in the world are divided into 7 levels. The strongest is the 4S level. Like the antlered hound is the lowest level. There are only A-level or higher divine beasts. The law can be transferred to your children, or the contractor. This knowledge was unheard of in Ahi. Grandpa, it is possible that you also have the mana of the divine beast. Grandpa crouched down and admitted yes. I'm the so-called animal trainer. If one day you can domesticate the divine beast law in your body, you can also earn this title. But in your current state, it is better to come home than to worship me as a soldier. You're a little body. I can't withstand the ravages of this kind of manner at all. If you don't learn to control, the only thing that awaits you is destruction. And you want to talk to your parents remotely. You must first go to the depths of the elven kingdom to find someone. When you're on the road, Tessia fell asleep leaning on Yassi's shoulder. Grandpa gently stroked Tessia's face. The freshman told Aki about his childhood. As a princess of the kingdom, he has a lot of friends but is lonely because the friends who approached him were all hypocritical. So he got hurt a lot. From then on, he stayed away from the people around him. Shut yourself in the world. Although you have known each other for a short time, but I found that Tessia became a laugher. So really thank you, Yahi. After a while, the carriage stopped in front of an ordinary house. This room is very unremarkable, but very clean. It's in Asia. I wonder what film and television masters live here. But he kicked on the door frame. The old woman hurried to open the door before she died. This is an 80-year-old woman. Fiercely walked out. Dead old man? Are you crazy? I'm not deaf yet. Grandpa introduced. This is my old friend of many years, Linnea. He is there to help you. Aki, the mutant, bowed to him. It's a pleasure to meet you, Elder Linnea. Linnea pointed to the paper house, not happy. Come on in. Soon Linnea brought a basin of water. He stared at Aki curiously. Xiaoyashi. Actually, I'm a goddess. In layman's terms, my eyes, fragments of your past and future, can be seen. But you don't need that help. Let's talk about it. He began to unleash the turquoise magic of little Yahi. You just have to be in your heart. Paint a portrayal of your parents. If the water could surface your parents, then you can talk to them. Wait for a Heimer to read out the characteristics of his parents' appearances. He slowly opened his eyes. His eyes widened instantly. That's amazing, isn't it? This is a basin of water in ordinary water. But there is a deep longing buried inside, when water is enchanted. But it has become a pot of tools that can be used for remote communication. It turned out that Yahi was 3 years old. In order to protect the pregnant mother from the kidnappers, he voluntarily fell into a 10,000-meter cliff. For the next year, there was no English news. So much so that the husband and wife were haggard day and night. The desperation of this moment can only be understood by themselves. The mother cut her wrist several times on the way to no avail. My father was decadent and couldn't vibrate for a long time. They have never been able to cross the path of losing their son. The father who used to be in turmoil. At this moment, his expression was more stiff. The mother who used to have a gentle face. At this moment, there is more melancholy on his face. Maybe the only one to keep them alive. Or the unborn fetus in Duzhong. However, it has been 1 year. The voice that had been thinking about it all day and night finally appeared. Mom and Dad, I'm Yaya. Aren't you scared by my voice? But I want to tell you that I'm alive now. It's also peaceful. Although I fell off a cliff, but I survived strongly. It's not easy, though. It's not easy. I'm here in the Elven Kingdom. Keep it a secret from me. Mom and Dad, you've been working hard during this time. Although I also feel tired from time to time. But I don't care when I see that you are safe. I hope you don't blame yourselves. Even if it goes back to that day, I would still choose to do so. Even if you sweat profusely. I especially want to come back to you now. But I have to heal in the Elven Kingdom. It's not serious. It just takes time. I want to heal him before I go home. I'll be in touch with you next time. I don't know when. I'm not going to be lazy. I will definitely work hard to learn mana and martial arts. If we meet next time, Dad, don't lose to me. Finally, I hope, Dad, you can protect your mom and your soon-to-be-born sister. At this moment, the husband and wife are like a resurrection. A short, wordless letter to the family. It seems to soothe the wounds in their hearts. Mom and Dad, before I go back, You must take care of yourself. Aki in front of the basin had already cried into tears. He then looked towards Grandpa Billion. At this moment, his eyes became more and more determined. Grandpa, I'm ready. Please take me as an apprentice. Time flies like a white horse. Billion to Yassi. It tells about knowledge that civilians have little access to. It turns out that in this world, there are 4 basic elements of water. I'm windy. Earth. Their corresponding advanced forms are ice. Lightning sounds as well as gravity. As long as you have complete control over the basics of the French style, in order to control the corresponding advanced form. We call them the debaters. But like a dwarf race, they are inherently pure to the earth and fire elements. The elves are against fire. The 3 elements of wind and earth are pure. Human beings, on the other hand, are pure of all 4 elements. So, there are many kinds of French forms that can be derived from human beings. And in order to lay the foundation for controlling the mana of the divine beast, it took Yassi 3 years to get the bones. Muscle organs and mana fused together. Today is the time to break the mana seal. Whether Yassi can become a beast master depends on now. The process will be a little painful. Go ahead. Grandpa Billion infuses mana into Yassi's body. He was preparing to awaken the core of Yassi's mana. Who knows the next second? A woman drilled her heart in severe pain and burst in Yashi Dantian. All the meridians in his body glowed with dazzling golden light. In the blink of an eye, a red golden halo instantly illuminates the entire garden, and only a white expanse remained in sight. Grandpa and Tesha were shocked by the energy and flew out. Billion was confused. This shouldn't be. It's just that the activation core has so much motivation. At this time, the golden light dissipated. The grandfather and grandson hurried over to check on Yassi's situation. Grandpa said in a cold sweat, I know you must be struggling, so I want to ask you again, where is the divine beast that transfers mana to you? Yassi did not say the name of Shizibia. He's a dragon. Grandpa froze in place for 10 minutes and didn't dare to move. How can it be? Dragon trainer. By the time Yassi opened his eyes, it was already 3 days later. But I saw Grandpa Billion sitting next to him, watching the tiger. It took 3 days for Billion to calm down completely. Ashy smiled and waited for me to leave the Elven Kingdom. Grandpa must be able to keep a secret from me. Grandpa Chensheng is here, you can rest assured. Speaking of leaving, originally, you could have left in 2 days. But now it's going to be postponed to 4 months from now, because the 3 kingdoms are going to hold a youth competition. So when the game starts, it also opens Salrose's portal. I'll talk about it over there. You can rest in peace today. Past few years, you're all through Elder Linnea and your parents. Remote contact. Soon you will be able to meet them in person. Grandpa Billion left the dragon for 3 years. The egg suddenly made a noise. Take a closer look. 10 dragon eggs that must be sent. There was a crack on its own. What it's like for an 8-year-old boy to be a father. After Yassi refines the mana of the divine dragon, the colorful dragon egg given by Bia. Cracks appear suddenly. It seems to hatch on its own, just as Yassi quietly approached. Through the cracks, a tree tube creeps out. The little one found that there was no danger outside, so the eggshell shattered faster and faster. Not for a while. A little guy as black as coal burst out of his shell. He let out a long yawn, slept directly in front of Yassi. Yassi picked up the little black dragon and held it up for a while. The little guy's appearance made Yassi let down his guard, but I didn't expect him to pay attention. Was bitten by the little black dragon. Black lines are visible on the bite marks. Immediately after that, the pattern begins to be engraved automatically. It seems that he will not give up until he gets into the bone marrow. After having this tattoo, Yassi seemed to be able to understand the little black dragon's call. But the little black dragon called him mother. Yassi gently pinched his forehead, said I was a man. You got to call me daddy, since your mother's name is Stone Bia. Your name will be Shibi in the future. The little black dragon immediately made a pleasant sound. With a tattoo, Yasi could even feel Shibi's emotions. It seems that this bite mark is not simple, and there are stone walls. Any woman you meet may be able to win it in one fell swoop. The next day, Yasi was on top of the stone wall. Go to Grandpa Billion to practice. A few days ago, the awakening of how to train your dragon was out of time. I've been scaring my grandfather stupid for 3 days. Who knew that as soon as he came today, he had a dragon boy on his head? Grandpa's reaction was not at all sluggish. Yellow ketones, young dragon wings. Grandpa was stunned for a moment. Where did this little guy on your head come from? Grandpa had a heart attack. Isi had no choice but to confess to Grandpa Billion. Tell every detail of his fall off the cliff. Eventually, Grandpa affirmed. It's because after refining the mana of Eater, the conditions for the dragon egg to hatch were triggered. But the stone wall is too conspicuous and easy to be jealous. So Aki had no choice but to disguise him as one, a rare mythical beast. Grandpa admonished. Previously absorbed the mana of the divine beast. Tell me to put you on hold to strengthen your mana core. But now you've officially become a dragon trainer. You flat. In addition to domesticating the mana of this little black dragon, you'll also have to strengthen your mana core at the same time. Then the grandfather threw out the wooden sword. Say that what you lack now is actual combat. It's also time for you to take a look at taming animals. The real power of the division. I saw a black leopard soul. Wrap Grandpa in an instant. After a hurricane, the storm spirit actually fused perfectly with Grandpa Billion. Grandpa is in addition to the physical appearance. The other characteristics are exactly the same as those of a leopard. It turns out that there are 3 stages of taming animals. The first stage is to learn to use it, the mana of the divine beast in the body. And the cultivation reaches the second stage. The beast trainer can borrow the divine beast, mana to bless itself, just like Grandpa Billion is now. After fusing the beast soul, he has the agility to detonate. Grandpa reminded conceitedly, I'll sneak up on you from behind in a moment. Aki was a little unimpressed, you told me in advance. Is this still called a sneak attack? But in the next moment, Aki knew she was wrong. A pair of inky right hands. It was just on his shoulder. Wait for him to turn his head to look. The shadow was gone. Could it be the speed of the black shadow? Faster than his line of sight. Reborn into this world. This is the first time for Yai. Feels such a horrible sense of oppression. He directly raised his hands and surrendered to his grandfather. I'm at this stage now. It's definitely not going to keep up with your old speed. And I want you to do this. There's a psychological shadow. Grandpa gradually faded away from the possession of the beast's soul and said too, after all, I can drastically reduce my presence. But I also have weaknesses. After all, the fusion phase is still very strenuous. At this time, the grandfather picked up the wooden sword. Hand him to Yasihi. I've bullied you enough. Now let's start the formal training. In the 4 months before leaving, Billion was handed over to a sea, a way to hide the mana of the beast. He's smart. Also learned to use the first stage of dragon mana. In the afternoon, there is meditation to strengthen the core of mana. In your spare time, Yasi and Grandpa will fight each other. During breaks, Yasi will also be like a normal child. Go and enjoy your childhood. If nothing else, tomorrow Yasi will say goodbye to the Elven Kingdom for the time being. Over the past few years, Yasi and Tesha are almost inseparable. The day before leaving, Tesha was hit hard. Yasi comforted him for a long time. However, 10 of the feathers left by Bia, just to hide the smell of the stone wall tattoo. Just as Aki was about to get into the car, Grandpa gave him a pocket watch to show the way. Teshia stood behind her dejectedly. Yai said goodbye to Tihia, and we'll see you again. Hope for the next time we meet, you're going to be better than me. Tihia nodded reluctantly. Yasi pounced directly. gave him a comforting hug. Kerja blushed slightly. In a few moments, tears wet Yassi's collar. He leaned on Yassi's shoulder and cried for a long time. I think about you every day. Farewell to the Elven Kingdom family. Yassi got into the departing carriage. At the moment of entering the portal, the surrounding space suddenly distorts. When he opened his eyes, he found out. I turned out to be instantaneous, and then teleported to Sauros. Look at the city lying in the air. Yassi was very emotional, and it had been 4 years. He was finally able to see his parents. By the way, he still has a 3-year-old sister. The little boy has been wandering for 4 years. His parents thought he was dead. The two of them washed their faces with tears all day long. Outcome: the boy learns a skill in the Elven Kingdom. When he knocked on the door, only to find out, my 8-year-old self has a 3-year-old sister. The door hasn't opened yet. Laughter of the same age could be heard in the room. As a result, he came to open the door to Aki. But it's an old mother in her 60s. Aki bowed to him and said, "Hello. I'm Yashalivi. I heard that my parents live here." At this moment, a little girl poked her head out curiously. Immediately after that, a woman skillfully carried lunch. Hurried over. Belo came to say it all. Even if you come with a guest, you don't have to give it. Halfway through the conversation, the whole person froze in place. The rice then fell. Time freezes in this moment. Yassi said to himself that he loved Rolavi. My sister. Tears poured down Yassi's cheeks without realizing it. For years of grievances. At the moment of seeing my mother, it was all released. The mother also did not hide her emotions. Let her spread in the air. At this moment, their mother and son are finally reunited. Ah! My sister was coaxed as usual. Coaxed her mother in distress. Mom doesn't cry. It was the sound of boots galloping in the distance. Every movement seemed so shattering. Father's sad cheeks. But he couldn't hide the joy in his heart. His father just hugged Aki and his mother together. Yahi couldn't hold back any longer. There's nothing like a family reunion. It's even more lucky. In the last life, Ahi was the residence of a nation. There is no half of the relatives around. In this life, he deeply understood what family affection is. He is a haven of digestive pain. He is meticulous and caring. We're thinking about you all the time. Afterwards, Yassi talked to his family about the experience of the past 4 years. The father suddenly asked Yaya with high emotions, "What is the stage of your manicore now?" Dad pointed to the badge on his arm. In the 4 years that Yassi was away, my father became the captain of the security guard of the auction house. And he's the core of mana. It was promoted to dark yellow as early as 2 years ago. Yassi said weakly to Dad, "My mana core is already bright red." Also bright red. What bright red? Dad's eyes were about to be scared out. Mom immediately smiled murderously. I said that if you press it, you can't convert a little. Don't teach bad children. Dad pointed to the backyard. I can't wait to fight with Yassi. At this time, the owner of the house returned. It turned out to be the house of the auction housekeeper. The president took in the family. As long as Dad is still working in the auction house, you can live there forever. As soon as he heard that the father and son were going to fight, suddenly came interested. The president is an ordinary person, though, but he has a dream of mana awakening. Under his arrangement, contempt officially began. Father and son were ready to drive. This is the first time for Yassi. Show your strength in front of everyone. I saw that his whole body was surrounded by electric light, apparently using the abilities of mutants. Dad is a fortifier, though. When the mana core is promoted to orange, I happen to touch the door of the fire elemental skill. In this world, once a person awakens the core of mana, it will have different affinities for the elements. And the rich family even spend a lot of money. Ask an expert to test your child for elemental affinity. The affinity for the elements has an innate advantage, known as a sorcerer, and the enhancer. Generally, It is necessary to wait for the mana to reach a certain stage. They will slowly show their affinity for the elements. Just like Daddy, when you advance, you will gradually realize what is best for you. Intimate elemental forms. And the lightning mana that Aki is now casting. It was taught by Grandpa Billion. Yassi's speed was not as fast as lightning. But there are also 1/70,000, but also up to a rather horrible kilometer per second. My father's strength is also good, but in the face of Yassi, he suffered again and again. A powder that only has passive defense. Every time they collide, the two of them will do their best. My father finally moved back to the city. I thought it was a fist-to-flesh attack. Still none of them directly hit Yassi. It's just scratched and dotted. In this last encounter, attacks from both sides came to an abrupt halt before they hit. In the end, it was a tie. It's not just the father who smiles from ear to ear. The audience was even more surprised. This is really an 8-year-old. Should it be strong? Actually, this battle. Yassi didn't play all of his cards. Just used a thunderbolt mana. He almost beat his father. Because he is in the kingdom of the elves. There is more than one element of learning. Dinner, of course, was a celebration of Yassi's return. The drunken governor boasted of high cow. Tomorrow I will have the principal of Salrose College here. Let him come over and test Yassi specifically. Let's see if it's possible to accept Yassi as a closed disciple. The boy was only 8 years old, but he has mastered the elemental magic of 5 attributes. He relied on his extraordinary courage and talent, highly recognized by the principal of magic. But Yahi had to delay enrollment for 3 years. He also made a request to the principal for one side of the island. As a result, the principal not only agreed unconditionally, even promised Aki's unequal conditions. It's just that the talent shown by Aki is too terrifying. So much so that Vincent, the head of the auction house, personally came forward. He used his business connections, summoned the principal of magic from Salrose Academy. I hope Yashi can be recognized by the Star Asian principal. Early admission. Then the crowd came. A proving ground prepared in advance. Yassi turned back in 3 steps and looked back carelessly. Zinjia also thought that Yassi was not confident. In fact, Yassi just didn't eat and was too hungry. This time, the venue Vincent deliberately paved with stone bricks. Avoid a sea setting fire with lightning. Steria asks if you need to use a weapon. Yassi, however, noticed the magic on Star's waist. Stick, since you don't mean to use weapons, headmaster. Then I won't take advantage of you either. The corners of the principal's mouth turned up slightly, boy. Don't cry later. Yassi the last life. Cultivating is water and living attribute chi. In this new world, it is to replace the gas with the elements. Bang! The 5 elements collapsed violently on the surface of Yassi's body. The floor was smashed out of a crater like papier-mâché. Splashing stones. Seems to become a part of Yassi's body. In the eyes of the people in astonishment, Yassi will be 3 stone blocks in a row, draped in the direction of the headmaster. The headmaster didn't need to chant at all. The spell is cast directly. The wind attribute formed a barrier in front of him. All the stones bounced back to him. Yassi is no longer pretending. The hands began to extract the wind element from the air. With the help of the explosion of the earth element, he rushed towards the headmaster's wind shield at great speed. Although they are all wind elements, but the difference in density between the two is just too great. So much so that Yassi didn't even touch it. Star Asia was blown out by the other party with a hurricane. Of course, the moment he flew out, Yassi thought of a countermeasure. He traded for rocks in the air as petals. Hold your body steady. Although under the training of Billion, Yassi can do it with both fire and water. But at the same time, it is a bit difficult to work on the wind and the earth. The next second, he burst out again, from start to finish. Zinjia didn't move a single step. The opponent only cast spells with one hand, to summon a powerful tornado. This difference between several realms. It's not something that can be crossed by being highly talented. This is the beginning of the chanting of Sinjia. In the blink of an eye, there were 4 more tornadoes around him. At this moment, Yasi wanted to make a dangerous move, since there is no way to avoid it. Then he tried to rely on the wind attribute mana to change the tornado's trajectory. After giving it a try, the 4 tornadoes were really cleverly removed by him. This is a testament to Yasi's courage and wisdom. Zinjia praised. It seems that your magic and combat are excellent. The last test is simple. I saw Xingjia pointing out of thin air towards Yasi. Suddenly, the deafening Ingbua headed towards Yasi's skull. Swept. It turns out that this is sound magic. Principal Xingjia turned out to be a mutant too. Zinjia smiled with satisfaction. Daddy Yai, you gave birth to an excellent child. The father was confused. Aki, don't you use fire and lightning? What did you learn to control the earth and the wind? Vincent sat down on the ground. At the age of 8, master the 4 elements. How is this possible? Zinjia broke out in a cold sweat. This little guy is a genius. But Ahi stretched out his right hand. The water element is also released. To be precise, I have an affinity for all 5 elements. The 4 elements have gone against the sky. The 5 elements are definitely the wizards of the wizards. What a potential. Daddy Yai, it seems that your son is on track to become the best in the world. Afterwards, Ai told his family about Billion, the elder's story, followed by. Yasi gave Principal Sinjio a look. The next second, a noise barrier was abruptly released by him. Boy, what do you have to say to me? Yasi negotiated. Principal, the reason why I let you see my potential. It's for your rights and influence. If you can protect my parents for 3 years, I would like to go to Sauros with you to study. Be your loyal follower. Sinjia bitter filial piety. Even if it's Sar, King of Rus. They don't dare to ask me for this kind of side island. Yasi knew exactly what he had. I have faith in you. In just one sentence, there are a lot of words. And there is, I hope you will let me go back to school a few years later. Sinjia gave him an inquiring look. Yahi smiled. Because I promised others to enjoy life to the fullest. If you can go to school with your peers, I think I'll be happier. Sinjia covered her mouth. Then you have to wait at least 3 years. So what are you going to do in the past 3 years? Aki closed her eyes and recalled her childhood dreams. I haven't told my family yet. I was determined to become an adventurer. He's obviously just a kid, but he has an imperial aura. To prepare for a 3-year expedition, I knocked on Vincent's study with chips. Naturally, Yahi took a sip of her coffee. Vincent fidgeted like an enemy. Here's what's going on. Why this 8-year-old? It will give me a sense of imperial oppression. He's obviously not like this in front of his family. Vincent just wanted to speak. Ahi interrupted him. Suddenly visited today. I want you to help me buy something. Vincent subconsciously replied like a servant. Please say I'm going to wear a hat and a protective cloak. I must get a sword that fits my size. Most importantly, I want a mask that changes my voice. The first 2 are not difficult for Vincent, but he subconsciously agreed to Yasi's request. It's a bit tricky. You'll have to find a magician who can make a sound. Yahi told Vincent frankly. I don't have the money to pay it back. Vincent is rich. I don't care about the money at all. Because of Ahi's father, the rate of theft at his auction house has dropped to an all-time high. Lokuyashi didn't want to owe this favor. He brought it this time. The chips are, help Vincent's daughter Lillian awaken. Manacor, it can even be sent to Sauros to study. To know Vincent and his wife. There's no French blood at all. Naturally, Lillian won't either. But Ahi boasted that he could. How could this not surprise Vincent's family? Mom was discouraged by Aki. Aki says she's serious. And don't do things that you don't know you are sure of. Since it is necessary to awaken, it's better to bring your sister Arrow with you. So Aki, accompanied by her family, began. He whispered, now you breathe the way I say. Only the beat is correct. To capture the mana in the air. Look out of the ordinary way. Vincent was starting to look forward to it. The mothers are dignified and thoughtful. But Yero said I could have breathed. Ero is only 3 years old and probably can't understand it. So Yahi expressed it in a different way. If Sol learns, it's going to be as powerful as my brother. I don't know the role of obsession. Or is it that Ero has a talent for French? Less than 10 minutes. Ero sensed a white spot in the air. But Lillian didn't feel it. Taste evasion. Don't worry. Your parents weren't mages. You continue to take a deep breath. Then divide into 15 portions and spit out evenly. After another 3 minutes of experimentation, Lillian actually really felt the presence of the white dot. At the same time, Ero also saw it. But he's easily distracted. The feeling came and broke immediately. So did Lillian. As soon as the breathing is disturbed, the white spots disappear again. The two mothers looked anxious. Yasi, can you explain what you're doing? Yasi explained unhurriedly. Because I awakened the mana core when I was 3 years old. Mostly because I have a relatively high affinity for the elements. And the perception of cultivation. It's all in my head. I'll have to try it first. Yasi reminded. You two will have a fever later. Don't stop breathing. The dragon core in Yasi's body began to bloom quietly. Bit by bit input towards the two girls. This is the killer base of Yasi. This time Lillian and Yero were too. It didn't take long for a white point of light to be seen in the air. And so, Yasi changed the metaphor of Ero. These points of light are good friends. You just let them play with it. An hour passed. Yasi was exhausted. It only consumed 0.01% of the divine beast origin. Yasi said, just practice in this way for a few months. They will be able to cultivate on their own. The next second, Yasi was tightly covered by Hedis. Thank you so much, Nyasi. I've always dreamed of Lillian having mana. Lillian looked at her tearful old father. It's also very helpless. But that's also. It's all about Lillian's inner obsession. In the days that followed, Yasi cultivated on his own every morning. In the afternoon, he helped Lillian and Ero awaken. Yasi's use of the water element, from the original spellcaster level, infinitely close to mutants, while working hard to become stronger. In these 2 months, Yasi is doing his best. Spend time with everyone. Because another month, he's going out to be an adventurer. In the past 2 months, the stone wall has also become larger, and the most anticipated at the moment. It is the 10th anniversary auction of Hasty Auction House. This time, the security of the father alone is definitely not enough. So the father introduced Vincent to acquaintances. That's right, it's the Teves warband. After 4 years, they finally reunited. Angela's familiar taste. Dirt is familiar with his honesty. Tracy is familiar with Sundara. And Casman's less familiar tenderness. After a while, they were ready to go. The defense of the Hesti auction house. Leave the task to us. Set off on this king's interpretation. Go to the auction house and spend freely. Only 1,000 gold was spent. Take down several A-rank weapons, together with the A-rank divine beast core. He pocketed it at the price of cabbage. You know, 1 gold coin is enough for a commoner to spend enough for a year. However, there are only lots that the king does not want. Only the commoners and aristocrats dared to raise their cards to compete. But at this moment, a stone wall that has always been well-behaved and obedient, but suddenly disappeared. The well-behaved stone wall when the previous king cleared 0. Because it's too conspicuous. The king had a good impression of him, and the mage next to the king is even more exaggerated. His jealous look in his eyes Yasi will never forget in his life. You're saying that you're on an equal footing with the mana divine beast. The mage wanted to roll up Aki's sleeves. Let's see what kind of contract they have signed. It's bound to be an A-class divine beast. But he was stopped by the king. Stop me. We're not here to study other people's pets. Although the king relieved the siege for Ahi. But it was clear that this mage would never give up. It turns out that as long as it is a magic beast above level A, not just put it. His mana is given to the person who has made a contract. Becoming an animal trainer is just around the corner, and the first Earth-level mana beast to be tamed. Peculiar makes use of his endless labor. It can bring infinite wealth to the master. What's more, it's an A-level divine beast. Soon Yasi noticed the princess's face. In his previous life, he was also the king of a country. It's just that he didn't take a wife. In this life, at the age of 8, he has not even reached puberty. And the women that Ahi met, they are about the same age as when he died in his previous life. Because it's my mother's generation, so he couldn't get interested. Not to mention the little imps like Teshia. Feelings are such a thing. Let's wait until I grow up. Vincent's special book tells Yahi. Anyway, this is his auction house. Aki can do whatever she wants. Raising money is not a problem. But as long as Aki has a little fancy to it. All of them were taken by the king. Although the core of the A-level divine beast is precious. But is there any divine beast mana in it? That's only known if you've absorbed it. Just as Yasi complained about why there was no halftime. The stone wall, which had always been well-behaved and obedient, was gone. Yasi hurriedly searched for a long time. I didn't see any stone walls. At this time, a sudden fear was felt in his heart. The stone wall not far away was trembling. He was cornered by the mage beside the king. The mage's face was extreme. Didn't hide his greed at all. Staring at the stone wall ornaments, touching and chopping. Yasi a call. Stone wall. It's like finding a haven and escaping the past. This little look doesn't mention how aggrieved it is. The mage whispered to a hillbilly like you. How can you be worthy of staying with a divine beast of this level? Yasi asked in a deep voice, what are you talking about? I said I'm going to condemn this beast. There was extreme contempt and caressing in the mage's eyes. Yasi clenched his fists. It seems like it's going to happen in the next second. In his previous life, he killed countless enemies. No one ever dared to challenge his majesty. The endless breath of killing at the moment flooded the entire lounge. Try it again. Meanwhile, Ben immersed in the joy of the harvest of the people. At this moment, I suddenly felt a chill in my back. This murderous aura is not directed at anyone else, but it made others depressed and breathless. Queen and bodyguard immediately stepped forward to protect the woman and Xiaohan. After the Korean War, the king involuntarily drew his weapon. He shouted around him, how dare he murder the royal family? Your Excellency. The one who feared him the most was the mage. Yasi himself didn't expect it. But a glance was not captured. But it caused so much trouble for Dad. And luckily, soon the guards came to inform. The thief was caught by his father. Yasi didn't expect that. There happened to be a killer hiding upstairs in the VIP room. After all, it was he who carried everything for Yasi. Wait for the murderous aura to dissipate. The mage came to his senses, only to find that he seemed to have amnesia. But Yasi, this hillbilly, why can you still sit so calmly? This is the finale of the auction, and the lot has finally appeared. It immediately caused a sensation in the audience. Red does not open. Moment. A young Kuan corpse roared in terror. The host introduced him as a young Chinkuan master. When he grows up, he can become a B-rank mana divine beast. But this bloodline is special. Cultivate well. I might be able to evolve to an A rank in the future. An A rank means that you can become an animal trainer. The starting price is 500 gold coins. It won't be dry in a while. Country Juveniles was bombarded by everyone to a high price of 800 gold coins. After all, larvae are priceless. However, no matter how rich they are, they cannot match their power. In the end, the king was sold for a whopping 1,000 gold coins. Took down this finale Chinkuan division. Vincent curry favor with the king. I'll just charge you a platinum coin. If you prepare, how to arrange this royal pet. The king looked at his son Curtis with a smile. It's up to you. Soon the nobles of the auction house were sent away. Vincent is preparing to take the king to protect Chu Kai. Then, The mage beside the king suddenly came to the king's ear. I don't know what I muttered in a whisper. Aki looked into the mage's eyes. I felt a vague sense of unease. The reason why the king of a foreign country kidnapped an 8-year-old child morally. It's just because the protector of the country likes the god's pets. Faced with the king's demands, civilian parents were too frightened to resist. Parents leave the decision in the hands of their children. Just when the people agreed that Ahi would be God, when the beast stone wall is handed over. But Yahi asked rhetorically, "Excuse me, King Brian Gray, would you sell or give away your children?" It turned out to be in the beginning. The protector planned everything. If only the king could be persuaded to speak, he'll be able to swallow this A. What Yasi didn't know was that he was a divine beast. Danger loomed in on him. Before he uncle to Vincent gave it to him. We have prepared 3 essential items for adventurers. It's all now. Paige's mother helped Yassi carry her things. Let him go over and look at the lots. The king first drew closer to his sea. Yassi, are you going to learn swordsmanship too? My son loved it too. Next time, you'll see 2 tricks. Yassi naturally headed towards the king. Use royal etiquette. Thank you, Your Majesty. I'm definitely inferior to the prince. His dad happened to be passing by. This became the key to the king's conversation with Ahi. The king did not compliment. I heard that you caught the intruder. Vincent really found a good helper. Dad is just a commoner and a little humble. I just did what I did, seeing that the timing is about the same. The king poured out for the right purpose. Liahai is your son. With that, he began to introduce the protector mage beside him. This is Seabass. He was a great performer. I'm going to reward him. But he's only interested in your son's beast. As soon as this remark came out, Ahidan eats noodles like ashes. The king asked his father as he came to the doctor, "For the sake of the country's security, will you be willing to put the stone wall?" Transferred to the protectorate. Father picked up Aki. He had never seen Aki look so angry. So my father explained the little fear. At this point, the king directly interrupted him. "I'm happy to compensate Yahi." The father bowed his head to the king again. Small trepidation. The mythical beast was found by the child himself. It's our parents who can't do it. The Lord's mother couldn't help but be a little worried. The king immediately turned his painting to Ahi. "What do you think, Yahi? In the previous life, Ahi was also a king. He didn't want to regret it at all. He just looked at the king with a slightly murderous look. Seabass next to him couldn't hold back the kid. Didn't your parents teach you not to appoint elders?" But the king asked in a childish tone. "Kids, you've just been... I guess I heard my conversation with your father. The sword you want. The royal treasury definitely has." Yassi shook his head. "Calm down. After all, this is not his kingdom. Thank you, king, for your kindness. I'm afraid the little ones won't be able to accept this proposal. Seabass is going to be in a hurry." The king asked again. "It's better to use the Chinko insure I just bought to pay it back. Would you like to?" Yassi said through gritted teeth. "The small ones have shown their attitude. I'm not going to sell or trade my contract." Beastly. The king's patience was almost at its limit. "Yasilevi, I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to give up your divine beast?" This time, the questioning was mixed with anger. Yassi released the drilling fist of His Majesty the King. "I have a question for you too." "Excuse me, Your Majesty. Will you sell your child?" "I didn't mean anything else. Just wanted to give you a feel. What a shock your proposal had on me. So don't come to the king. How much money are you willing to ask in exchange for your children?" As soon as this remark came out, the crowd froze in place. Their fears were soon fulfilled. The royal guard beside him wielded a heavy sword. "Slash it over." The king did not hinder him. The guard shouted that the grass people dared to insult the royal family. Yassi stared unhurriedly at Jianfeng. A little guard dared to swing his sword in front of me." Yassi tried to judge the guard's sword-wielding foot, then used mana to push away the opponent's blade. Immediately after that, he raised the element of wind from the air. Take advantage of your opponent's loss of balance. Use the power of the other party's turn, combined with Yassi's own strength. The combination of the two finally strikes hard. RC will be all angry. It's all used in this punch. At this point, Seabass decided to take matters into his own hands. I saw only a cluster. Rose-red flames condensed at the tip of the staff. Aki's punch was only in the fish. So much so that my parents reacted. The guards are already lying on their stomachs. Just as Seabass prepares to unleash his magic, time in this room suddenly paused. It's like it was implemented before. Bia's skills are the same. In addition to Yassi and Sebastian active, the rest of them were frozen in place. That's right, it's really the skill of implementing Bia. But it was Yassi who did it. Don't waste your efforts. The perimeter has been fixed by my law. At this time, Yassi's pupils glowed blue. There is a sacred line on the side of the eye bag. That's right. Yassi has become an official animal trainer. No. How to be precise, the dragon and lion. Time in the blink of an eye. Yassi stood beside Bases. You shouldn't be greedy with 10 arms. Bang! Base's calf twisted 90 arms in reverse. He let out a roar of pain, but no one could hear it. Yassi came to his side. I don't want to say it a second time. In the next second, a slight pressure of the divine dragon came to his face. Listen to me, if you dare to have a trace of greed again. This throne is not enough. A look from an 8-year-old boy. You can make the time around you stop suddenly. Just for a moment. Lass's calf is bent 270 degrees. Although the other party screamed desperately. Although the other party is in pain, life is worse than death. The boy's face never changed. He said as if an emperor had descended. If you dare to give birth to a trace of greed, it's not a king. Wait for the time suspension to be lifted. The boy returned to the moment when the concubine was guarded. The king looked at him with horror on his face. He's just a little boy. Why the emperor on him? The momentum is stronger than me. Just when the king wondered where Bases had gone, Lillian's eyes shrieked in horror. He hurriedly hugged Arrow so as not to scare him. Everyone on the field was also full of doubts. Because of Bartha's legs. I don't know when it suddenly broke. He was still in front of the king in the last second. The next second, it was like being tortured. The king stared at him with dark lines. Because Barth's was right next to him. The guards rushed over to carry the patient away. Yassi, on the other hand, fell into a coma. Thankfully, his heart was still beating. Otherwise, Dad won't forgive himself. Mom burst into tears and released her healing magic. He thought he was going to lose RC again. By the time Yassi woke up, it was early in the morning. His last memories, still stuck in the look of Barth's fear. The time used during the day by Yassi is suspended. Apparently the ability of the animal tamer. It's actually a skill that comes with Bia's mana. Void space. The principle is to harness the power of space. Pull yourself out of time for a while. Even though a C had been in penance for a year, it can only last for a few seconds. And this time, Yassi also entered with Bases. This led to mental collapse. He couldn't help but feel lucky. Thankfully, there were no after effects this time. At this time, Shirbai and his mother hurriedly stood outside the door. As soon as he entered the door, he found that Yassi had really woken up. Yassi was left to her mother's arms. Mother told herself, "The doctor said you would wake up in a while." But this meeting obviously passed 8 hours. Yahi told her mother not to worry. "I'm fine." I learned from my mother. Dad is also downstairs to negotiate with the royal family to compensate Yahi. Let Mom rest early. Then he volunteered to go down together to understand the situation. Before leaving, Aki smiled angelically at her mother. "Happy Mother's Day." Shibi chirped and reconsidered a few times. To the living room, Ahi heard his father's quarrel. The royal family is not sincere. Just took a bag of gold coins as moral compensation. From Jace's mouth, attacked the guards of Yassi, has been removed from the king's cabinet. Bases became insane. He said that it was a sea who maimed him. Adults certainly don't believe this kind of nonsense. Yassi escaped. Dad threw the gold coins to Yassi. Think of it as money for your adventures. Okay, let's go upstairs and rest. Before leaving, his father praised Yassi. That punch was beautiful. Yassi blushed. Swing your fist at Daddy and thank you, Daddy. Next, Yassi disassembles Vincent's special conveying equipment. A cloak made of the fur of a nightmare fox. And from Sauros, transformation masks from the hands of top craftsmen. And with the mask, on the adventurous road, Yassi will have a lot less to worry about. At the moment, Yassi lacked a weapon to take advantage of. So Vincent, Uncle Tay, took Yassi to the treasure vault again to choose. Weapons are time-consuming, though. But take your time. I'm going to take care of something first. Look at the endless treasure trove. For the first time, Yassi felt what it was like to be rich. Thousands of square meters are full of treasures. Yassi's eyes lit up. It would be nice to have a storage ring. But it took a long time. Yassi didn't find a weapon to take advantage of. Because in this world, a lot of fighters are fortified, so most of the swords are oversized. Just when Yassi didn't know where to start, the stone wall suddenly burrowed under the table. I don't know what I'm messing with. Not for a while. A pure black wooden stick was dragged out by him. It can be seen that Shibi is particularly excited. Yassi picked up the stick and held it for a moment. That's when you can see that he's a weight. Extremely high cocoon. But it doesn't matter how hard he tries. I just can't draw my sword out of its sheath. He tried to inject mana into fitness. It hasn't changed in the slightest. Still can't pull it out. It is difficult to specify the elemental mana. Thunder. The water system has tried all over the 5 properties. Still hasn't made any progress. Just when he was about to give up, he saw the feathers of the 10 arms on his arm. No way. Could it be that this sword can only be opened in the beast taming style? So he took a deep breath. The moment you open your eyes, he wielded the mana of the 10 arms. Bang bang. A small half of the blue transparent fitness comes into view. Engraved on it is a line of small characters Dawn Ballad W. K40. This is a peerless sword made with pride. But he was thrown under the table as a stirring stick. It's strange. The senior appraisers agreed. It's a scrap metal. But after he was injected with the mana of the divine dragon by Yassi, the sword miraculously unsealed. He has a turquoise blue color all over. Fitness is weirdly transparent. Just waving it can drape the air, leave a sword shadow in the air. Silky perfection. There is also a line of small letters engraved on the sword. Ballad of the Dawn W. Kin 4. And his only drawback is that the hilt is too heavy. Not suitable for this 8-year-old boy. In the moment of Yassi's hesitation, the hilt of the sword actually took the initiative to bite Yassi. His blood dripped onto the hilt of his sword. When a sea picks him up again, the weight of the sword can only be described as comfortable. Yassi couldn't wait to swing his sword again. He knew it for the first time. What is called a sword dancing with your heart. Unparalleled arrogance. And the hilt was also adjusted to fit Yassi's size. Yassi couldn't wait to drape one over the barrel. You know, he didn't bless with mana at all. The incision is as if it were born with a barrel. The slightest blemish. Yassi finally gave a satisfied look. It turns out that there is a kind of craftsman in this world. They can craft weapons that are loyal to their masters. But Yassi had never heard of it. Loyal to only one master's sword. WCAN40, who the hell is it? At this time, Uncle Vincent and his father came to find Yassi. It's getting dark all day. Let's go home. So Yassi took it casually. A sword that was relatively handy before. Dad picked up the dagger and waited for a moment. Vincent's special books don't matter. The sword has been slashed a few times. But no one cared. Dad drew his sword and swung it a few times. The evaluation said that although I use the center of gravity is unstable, but it should be just right for Yassi's figure. At this time, the father of the eye block found out. Yassi had an extra iron rod around his waist. Yassi was going to hate him to death. But it's not good to take it secretly. So he explained in a whole sentence. He was going to use the iron rod as a refining knife. Yassi's flesh hurts. The Ballad of Dawn was handed to Vincent. The secretary next to him explained. It was a crazy old man with a sword. He didn't say it was a peerless sword. No one is worthy of him. Then we looked for a few connoisseurs. They agreed that it was a piece of scrap metal. But there's nothing that can't be solved by selling cuteness. Vincent looked at Yassi and Shibi's expressions. My heart is melting. He directly handed the iron rod to Yassi. It's all dust. Take it if you want. Turning his head, Yassi walked out of the steps that the 6 relatives did not recognize. He clutched the iron rod in his arms. I'm afraid that I will be robbed again. The next day, all the family members were celebrating for Yahi, because today is his 9th birthday. Mom and Dad were very emotional. Babies who fart a little bit before that. It's grown so big in the blink of an eye. Today, it was the most relaxed day for Aki in recent years. Everyone chatted about their past deaths. Dinner together with a smile. Next is the much-anticipated gift-giving session. Because Yahi is going out on an adventure tomorrow. So my parents took out the gift box they had prepared earlier. This is a tertiary healing glove. The gloves are Daddy's hunting for bison. The 3 rough stones on top inflicted the mother's healing spell 3 times. Yassi hugged his parents with emotion. It speaks of gratitude. Next up is Uncle Vincent's gift. He knelt down on one knee towards Yassi to uncover the box. It contains 2 magic rings. His wife snapped on the back of his head. It's not a shape. Uncle Vincent looked at him with an aggrieved expression. And then, he handed the rings to Yassi and his mother. Aunt Alice Hydas explained. As long as Yassi's mana falls. When there is danger, the gems on the ring will light up. Mom hugged Hydas excitedly and thanked her. And this ring also has drawbacks. Although it can make people worry less. But it will keep my mother on the gemstones. Teve's warbands are thinking the same way as Uncle Vincent. They sent a scroll that could convey sound. You can have a hyper-remote conversation once. Just inject the law into the reel after the recording. Mom doesn't just get the recording. You can also reply once. The scrolls run out and turn to ashes. That means Yassi has received a paperclip. Dad patted Yassi on the shoulder. Tell the adventurers who come to tomorrow not to be nervous about the assessment. Mom reluctantly hugged Yassi. Promise your mother to pay attention to safety when she goes out. I don't care how high your laws are or how rich you are. I just want you to be safe. That's enough. A sleepless night made Yassi firm in his heart. Be strong to protect your family. In order not to worry them, do you have to know how to shelter from the wind? The next day, Yassi packed his luggage. Put on your cloak and go downstairs. Enro cried and grabbed Yassi's mother. Let your brother stay. Yassi clutched her sister's hands tightly. Enro, you've grown up. Brother has something to ask you. When I was away, can you protect Mom and Dad? Enro hugged his brother tightly. The 4-year-old cried. I train with little spots every day. I can take good care of my mom and dad. Enro's sensibility made Aki feel a little distressed. He didn't want Enro to wake up early. And I missed a lot of time in my sister's life. In order to better protect everyone, he had to travel far and wide. He put on the ring. Hug your mother. Say goodbye to Dad. Until he went out the door. Both parents kept smiling all the time. Go Yassi. Mom and Dad will always have your back. Wait for Yassi to leave. Mom couldn't hold back anymore. Outside, Kazman prepared his carriage early and waited at the door. Yassi wears a mask that can change his voice. He was on his way to Adventurers' Journeys. And the first stop on his journey is to go to the Adventurers Guild. Evaluate the level of adventurer he can achieve. The murderous aura unleashed by this 9-year-old boy. But let the 30-year-old examiner stand without a fight. It turned out that Yassi was before going out on an adventure. First, you need to do an adventurer level evaluation. So Casman took him to the Adventurers Guild. It will be disguised as a lizard, not to attract attention. A lot of people in the Union are looking for teammates to do tasks. Yasi involuntarily began to look forward to it. When the district chief heard that Casman had brought it, the little test that was supposed to be needed was green-lit all the way. As a result, they were all waived. The district chief asked Miss Casman respectfully, "How have you been lately? I also met your father some time ago." Yahi didn't ask much. After all, everyone has their own secrets. And he is now. All you need to do is a one-on-one mock duel. Hart looked at Yassi's gear. "You should be an enhancer. How do I call you, please?" Yassi lied about himself. "It's called not." In the moment of shaking hands, a strong mana came tentatively. Yassi was equally unwilling. Hart's impression of Yassi was not only a few points higher. He asked his subordinates to take care of Yassi and despise him in the past. Before leaving, Yassi unconsciously glanced back. It just happened to collide with Hart's gaze. Soon Yassi was on the battlefield. Because there are a few people in line in front, when you get the name, you can get started. The first guard to take the stage is a hairy girl. As soon as he opened, he fell and ate. The crowd scoffed. "Isn't that the bottoms that only grandmothers wear?" At this time, a white-haired mage complained impatiently. "What a waste of time." Yassi's gaze swept over at once. There is a faint flow of elements on the white hair. This white hair is definitely a master. This is where the first trial begins. Diane awkwardly introduced herself as soon as she took the stage. Now it was Yassi's turn to be surprised. At the age of 18, the mana core is bright orange. Dad is only living in yellow. And he's also a spell master who specializes in water. And Diane's examiner. He is a sorcerer who specializes in earth attributes. Thereupon, Diane first vigilantly unleashed the elemental water shield. Compared to the enhancer, spellcasters are not good at strengthening the flesh. Under a burst of chanting, the examiner makes the wind howl in the unearthed elemental skill. He makes clever use of the water shield, turns sand into a swamp. But it was reluctant to release and disperse, and then the mud exploded. Then he chanted the treasure. Transform into a torrent of water with the power of the water god. The examiner's face does not change. This spell was a little immature to him. The next second the torrent was changed to pumping. It turns into a mist to obscure the examiner's vision. In the blink of an eye, a large amount of water and nitrogen condensed behind Diane. Shoot at a large area covered in the water mist. Wait for the mist to dissipate before reacting. The examiner had already used the earth element to dig a hole to escape. The next second suddenly appeared behind Diane. The trial is over. Diane's spell control and release speed. The examiner was quite satisfied, but he was too confident. The final evaluation is a C-class adventurer, and being able to become a C level at the age of 18 is already considered a genius. The examiner towards the audience sparsely arrived at the second night. Knight, however, had just stood up, was called by the examiners to stop the knights. The examiner directly announces that your grade has come out. Is a B-rank adventurer. The people of this oolong manuscript looked confused. Why didn't this person even take the test? Directly determine the cheats. Could it be that the background is strong? After glancing at Knight, Yassi dispelled this doubt in an instant. The look in the eyes has spoken for itself. In the third game, Kawaii stood up proudly. Asked the examiner, "Little sister, can you just give me an A grade without fighting?" The examiner was angry. But I still read his personal information. It's the Bright Pony Emperor again, and it's still 11 years old. Seeing that Kawaii looked out of tune, the examiner decides, be sure to teach him a lesson later. Just appeared. Kawaii unleashed the mana of the living rat with all his might. Come out, my guardian. Immediately followed by a 5-meter-tall flame giant. Help behind him. The examiners were raving about it. He is truly a sorcerer of the Vi family. Examiner ping filial piety sometimes. People also have to learn to keep a low profile. In the next second, the ground burst out countless times. Surround the giant of fire. This defensive spell is called the Emperor's Officer. By cutting off oxygen from the outside, achieve the purpose of internal flame retardant. Kawaii smiled. His staff glowed brightly, and the examiner surrounding. I don't know when it was filled with fireballs. If it is detonated, Kawaii will be the first to seriously injure an examiner. It's a pity that he is too arrogant. A series of explosions resembled firecrackers, although it made the venue very messy. But it did not cause substantial harm to the examiner. A second before the explosion, all fireballs have been blocked by clods of dirt. Kawaii immersed in the joy of victory. But he didn't realize that the examiner had come behind him. At the moment when the examiner caught him, he wounded 1,000 enemies and 800 himself. You also have to release the fireball technique and drag the examiner into the water together. The results were all defended by the examiner in a moment's time. The examiner announces the end of the trial. Hawaii slammed into the ground in embarrassment, just as the examiner was about to announce the results of the trial. Kawaii can't afford to suddenly sneak up on him with a sand move. At this time, the sound of drawing a sword and brushing sounded. The Knight Examiner is like a battle-hardened veteran. Just the right thing to stop all of this. Accidents, even if Kawaii is arrogant. The Knight Examiner was in awe of the forces behind him. And there were no seizures. Instead, Emily was asked to announce the results of the exam as soon as possible. In the end, Kawaii was rated as a B-class adventurer. He reluctantly returned to his seat and waited for death. Go back and let my dad clean you up. And the fourth to play is Yasi, because Yasi signed up for the reinforcement assessment. Naturally, examiners are also reinforcers. Just in the rescue. He could see that this Knight Examiner had been on the battlefield for a long time. However, there are some holes in the defense. I didn't see your message. I guess you're special. Then start falling out of love. Can be in the next moment. The man's eyes actually revealed everything. His heart was racing. The head went blank in an instant. It seems that the child who was standing in front of himself at the moment. Decades of combat experience. Murderous. It's really intimidating. Then, a voice interrupted the trial district leader from taking off his coat. George, you step aside. This lovelorn is going to test this candidate personally. George excused. I hesitated just because I wanted to adjust the intensity. Hart patted him on the shoulder. I didn't question your strength. Rather, it is a cheer for this candidate. If it's mine, I'll know each other. I like to test it out for myself. Hart then turned to Yassi and asked Mr. Knott. You probably won't mind. The boy introduced a lightning spell into his body. Not only was he not killed, on the contrary, it strengthens the body and nerves. Just as he struck his opponent with all his might, the unexpected happened. It turned out to be a Sunway-level examiner, a trial against a 9-year-old boy. The boy just stood still and narrated. The killing intent that burst out of the body. It's like a king coming. It's as if he's been fighting for decades. A book that the examiner knows just as well. This moment begins. The battle is no longer a simple trial. Even if Yassi is now facing a great enemy. But under the mask, he felt extremely excited. But he turned him into the world. For the first time, he met a fierce opponent in Kendo. The two gestured slightly. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. The next second, Hart disappeared in place. The first move is a contest of strength. Apparently, because of physical development, Yassi lost in strength. However, the advantage of his body was taken advantage of by him to the extreme. A quick roll allowed Yassi to seize his chance. As a result, the batch was a wisp of afterimage. By this time, Hart had circled behind him. Just when everyone thought the battle was over, Yassi jumped suddenly, sideways, not only dodged the attack. He also borrowed the other party's vision to bounce himself several meters away. Distanced itself from it. Such an extreme operation. It couldn't help but make Hart get serious. The second showdown. The distance between the two sides was shortened by the sprint. The moment fitness meets, a violent roar erupted. Each swing of Yasi is only 1 point away. The situation is gradually passive, until the back of the ear was scratched by Heart. Yasi was stunned for a moment. Heart was so fast that the afterimage appeared again. He stabbed Yasi with the hilt of his sword. This is followed by a narrative in situ. The moment Yasi was knocked into the air, the narrative has followed. The more intense the fight, the more obvious Yasi's shortcomings are. He is compared to the heyday of his previous life. He was 30 centimeters shorter. At the age of 9, his muscles are not yet fully developed. These are his shortcomings. It is difficult to make up for this curse. Yasi's temporary advantage is flexibility. It's flexible, and it doesn't work every time. In just a few seconds, the two collided with dozens of moves. But when it comes to swordsmanship, Yasi doesn't necessarily lose. But the other party activated his mana at this time. Heart took off his previous disdain. Said that I underestimated it before. Now I'm going to be serious. This moment sells throughout Yasi's body. They all seem to let out a mournful sigh. There is only one instruction for him, and the more you endure it, the better. An invisible wind bomb exploded at Yasi's feet. Although Yasi was unable to see the entity that sealed the bomb, but it can predict the trajectory of the block bomb. Heart complimented Miss Tasman and said that you are a genius. It seems to be true. Yasi has a little more chance of winning if he closes the distance. Just when he relied on constant prediction and approval of the sealing bomb. The distance between the two. It is approaching at a speed visible to the naked eye. To just the right distance. Yasi will have living attributes in the body. Fatigue outbursts are all attached to fitness. That's right, Heart was within his attack range. Heart then realizes that Yasi is not a fortifier. It's a fire speller. Feudal fire. The fire realm seals dangerous goods. The Kijin Proving Ground was completely covered in scorching heat. An unprecedented heat wave erupted at the end. Yasi's eyes were extremely focused at the moment. Heart, on the other hand, looked a bit of a loser. It's not that he's tired. Instead, he felt a strong sense of crisis. As a AA level adventurer, I panicked. The next second, he increased his magic output. Rely on cultivation to make Yai fly. Followed him and condensed the wind element narrative in the same place. Yahi hasn't landed yet. Heart couldn't wait to attack. This means he couldn't tell what Yahi was going to do next. The moment it landed, Yasi used the fire element to create a buzz under his feet. And with the help of Heart's Way, he soared into the air. Slash with free fall combined with your own spells. It's a pity that he is too short. There was still a distance of 30 centimeters when it landed. Heart teased that it was awesome. Try my trick. The next moment, there was an extra wind bomb in front of Yasi's eyes. He could only be forced to change the direction of his body with the fire element. Didn't expect the other party to take the opportunity to approach. It's not a broken love anymore. It's about fighting to the death. Thankfully, Yasi breathed fire with both feet at the last minute. Avoided him. Hold your body steady. The flames on the soles of your feet are like ejectors. The momentum that burst out was fast and fierce. As a result, the strength has more than tripled. Aki clasped her right hand with her left hand, and the power doubled again. The flamethrower power on the soles of the feet is turned on to the maximum. Under this indomitable offensive, even a AA Heart, I also felt like I was going to lose, but he didn't want to admit it, and it relies on the strong mana cultivated in the past 20 years. Blasting the subgas out. Face a 9-year-old sorcerer. He actually used the mana level of mutant. Even if Yasi loses this battle, he is still defeated. Even if Heart wins, he won't be able to win. Yasi had no intention of stopping. Yasi, of course, has a whole card that hasn't been opened. He still has 4 elements useless. He still has the magic power of the divine beast, but it's useless. Only the lightning spell can help him right now. Without leaving a trace, use lightning in your own body. It has a strong attack on strengthening the body and nerves. I saw a cloud of lightning there. Yassi's mana core exploded, filled with all the harm of his limbs. At this speed of reaction, Yassi was confident that he would be able to avoid all of Heart's attacks. At this critical moment, Heart finishes reasserting his sword. Sorry, I went a little too far trying to test you. See that you haven't done your best. It is estimated that I do not want a high grade, so I awarded you the honor of B-rank adventurer. Heart, who was off the field, suddenly turned his head and asked, I'm convinced. Yassi nodded reluctantly. Actually, Heart knew it very well. In fact, the loser of this battle guessed correctly. He's obviously a AA level adventurer, but in a trial exam, lost to a 9-year-old boy. As a result, the boy was rated B by him. The hearty battle with the examiner Heart. Aki finally realizes her inadequacy. After being born again into this world, Aki relied too much on the magic of this world. He gradually gave up the swordsmanship he used to be good at. Before he was reborn, his swordsmanship was unparalleled in the world. He began to wonder, is it really the right way to specialize in magic right now? Heart was not angry after losing the battle. It's more and more impossible to see through Aki under the mask. This kid's swordsmanship is definitely above him. But sometimes the movements are uncoordinated. It's as if he hasn't adapted to his body yet. At this time, the two examiners hurriedly ran into the office. They carefully closed the door. The district chief was designated as a B-rated person for the day today. That's more than in the last 6 months. And the 11-year-old Liang Juhuang. It's terrifying, isn't it? Heart told them to steady. Half a year ago, Sauros College. After a friendly match with 3 races. We, the adventurers, were notified a few weeks ago. From now on, whether it is the elves or the dwarfs, can all become adventurers in the Sabine Kingdom. Let's talk about it. Hart pulled out a list of races and flipped through it. Kawaii is a pretend elf, but he is a Vi family and an elf. Children born of slaves. His cultivation is likely to be a tile one. The family beast core holy water is piled up. They probably want to break through the bottleneck by actual combat. That's what makes an adventurer. And Knight, who became a cheat without an assessment. It was sent by the dwarfs to be a representative. He had only been awakened for a few months. The core of mana is dark red, and his background is scary. It's hard for me to refuse a request. As for the spell swordsman who fought against me today, wearing a mask, I don't know his identity. But it was sent by Kazmivos. I don't think he belongs to the dwarfs, nor does it belong to the elves. Listen to Kazman. The two examiners went for a while. They are the Voss family, but he has cultivated the strongest fire spell magician. This masked spell swordsman. No wonder it's also a living attribute. The Elven Kingdom. Kasia stood on the balcony and looked out for a long time. He sighed, not knowing what he was bothering about. He would go to trouble Elder Lena every week, using the Elder's crystal ball to secretly pay attention to Yassi. Every bit of Yassi was in his gaze. 11-year-old Teshia. I don't know. Why is he so willing to pay attention to him? But every time I see Aki being gentle with other girls, he was inexplicably a little angry. It's like your favorite thing. It's like being robbed. On this day, he was angry and lay on the bed, vowed never to peek at the crystal ball again. But he quietly took it out and glanced at it twice. Grandpa Billion suddenly pushed open the boudoir door, frightened the weak-hearted Tesha. I'm peeking again, although I agree with Yassi to be my grandson-in-law. But are you in too much of a hurry? Kasia's face flushed. Then he turned his head angrily and ignored his grandfather. Good news for you. You're going to school with Yassi in the future. Kasia changed his face faster than he could turn a book. Really, Grandpa, you didn't lie to me. At this time, my parents also walked in. Don't get excited, Zizia. Your grandfather is familiar with the headmaster of Sauros. The last time I sent Yassi back. We are the Elven Kingdom. Didn't you send someone to a friendly match? After that friendly match, the 3 of us have reached humanity. Educational fairy tale policy. Although Aki was going to go out on an adventure for 3 years, to be able to come back to school. But if you enter the school first, you will be his senior sister at that time. So you have to study hard with Grandpa. Because in the near future, a new era, maybe it's because of you, these excellent representatives of the race. And turn on the other end, Yasi retrieved the B-class adventurer's credentials. He looked at what had been achieved so hard. Gradually, he fell into contemplation. With the fake identity of Noder, he would be able to free himself from the bondage of being Yasi. In heart's contempt, he also benefited a lot. I want to get in touch with this new world. That means more time to invest. But now Yasi is confused. What to do next? In order to maximize the benefits of this new identity. So Casman, take him to the portal to the monster zone. They showed the guards the adventurer certificate. Under the escort of the guards, they walked into the instant portal. If the continents have axes of symmetry, the monster zone is on the symmetrical side of the Sabine Kingdom. The waypoint is located in the monster zone. Safe foothills. This is generally the best place for newcomers to train. It's like a monster experience. It will be used as a holy water material. Thus there are simple adventure missions. This is the stone wall on the shoulders of Yasi. But he was attracted by a monster fox not far away. Yasi was startled by the new life coming from the stone wall. Daddy is a perfect fit for me here. I have to eat them all to grow. Aki nodded at him. No matter how far it is, he can also telepathically connect with the stone wall. Let's let him grow on his own first. For the first time, Aki felt like sending the child on. The feeling of learning, he turned back 3 times at a time. Fragments of memories play back and forth in the brain. Yasi was to follow Kazmi. Go to a specific training point to practice. Father and son can only be temporarily separated by 10 arms. I wish you all the best. Dad, you too. The girl was born into a family at the pinnacle of fire magic. But at the age of 9, he awakened the magic of sealing in advance. He was highly expected by his family. But after a few years of careful education, it was discovered. Girls don't have the slightest living attribute at all. So the family decided to cultivate her as a waste. Because the Voss family has won many battles in Sauros, has always dominated the living attribute faction. They believe that the fire elemental is the strongest in the world. Listen to the story told by Kazmi. Yasi was annoyed that these people were frogs at the bottom of the well. Although there is a disparity in power at the core of mana, in water, fire, earth, there is no absolute hostility among the 4 elements of bees. There is no element of waste in this world. Only the mage of waste. See Yasi's attitude. Kazman scoffed. I didn't expect you to be so exaggerated when you started a fire. Yasi empathizes. It's because Shangi is the deed police he cultivates. The total amount is far inferior to others. So he worked out hard. In the end, he got his wish and became king. And in this world, Aki became a so-called genius. But he couldn't figure it out. Why Kazman's family looks down on them. At the age of 24, the Mana Core reached the tower of the Secret Emperor. Just when Yasi wanted to fight for Kazman, Kazman shook her head. I am fundamentally different from them. Disagreement is certain. If only they had been a little nicer to me. Maybe I won't meet so many friends. Only then did Ahi understand. Kazman just looks cold. After dinner, Kazman confided to Yahi that I was thinking. I took the initiative to ask for a baby. When you were a guardian for 3 years, isn't it a bit sloppy? I'm not very cheerful, nor is the most knowledgeable. Looking back, I should have asked you what you thought first. Yasi looked up at the starry sky. Speaking from the heart, I'm very happy that you are willing to accompany me. Because you've always pointed out my mistakes directly. Isn't that the kind of partner I need? He looked at Yasi gently. Kazman didn't believe it. I'm talking to a 9-year-old. The next day, Yasi woke up, only to find a pig sitting on its belly. After driving it away, I smelled the smell of grilled fish. Kazman woke up early. Yasi shyly touched his head and apologized. I love sleeping too much. Yasi closed his eyes and looked at the stone wall and waited for 10 coins. Would you like to come and have breakfast together? 10 coins have already been eaten. I didn't bother to answer at all. Yasi was speechless. Follow the 10-coin recipe. What the hell will he grow up to become? After eating and drinking, Kazman began teaching Yasi's first lesson in adventure. Because from yesterday's battle with Heart, Yasi's body was found to be uncoordinated. It's like knowing what to do for a while, but the body can't keep up. Yasi also needs time to digest and perceive. Just as he was thinking about how to solve it, Kazman drew his short blade. Said before officially going to the dungeon mission, I want to determine the limits of your body. Just as Aki was about to reach for his sword, but he was taught by Kazman. No, it's not this sword. He was stunned. It's all been discovered. After all, Kazman is not a fool. You are such a pragmatic person. How can you take a stick and run around? So Yasi took up the Ballad of Dawn and drew his sword. In an instant, Kazman was frightened. He had never seen anything more common with this material. Yasi takes a fighting stance. He hasn't had it for a long time. Fight without using mana. Holding the Ballad of the Dawn. Suddenly he had it in his heart. A kind of self-confidence that is fascinating. It was okay to start the confrontation. After receiving Kazman's 3 moves, he was amazed to find own body's reaction. I can't keep up with my brain anymore. A killer move that could have been easily resisted. But because of the extreme incoordination of the body, there is no way to react in time, whether it's speed or power, without the blessing of mana. The Jincheng County Index was degraded. At the time of the 4th collision, it had already fallen downwind. Yasi also wanted to resist. But you can imagine, how much strength can a 9-year-old child have? Even if Yasi has been strengthened by 10 bia. But there is no magic blessing. Even the swordsmanship that is unparalleled in the world. At the moment, it has become a burden. Yasi realized it at this time. What is most lacking in yourself? Now he relied too much on magic. It's like being stuck in a quagmire. Can't help yourself. The presence of magic belies his inadequacies and flaws. In this battle with Kazman, he lost. Kazman was the one who was most shocked, although the movements are uncoordinated. But there is no doubt that Yasi has superb swordsmanship. At this moment, Yasi made up her mind. Now, he is only 9 years old. Cultivating the core of mana doesn't need to be rushed. Next time, he's going to spend it on swordsmanship. Tasman was a knife away. You don't use mana to enter the dungeon? And the most powerful swordsman. It will take at least a few decades to achieve something. No, I only need 2 years. Yasi's expression was full of determination for me. 2 years is enough. An 11-year-old boy comes to the tavern to pick up a takeaway, but he cut off 4 of the 5 fingers of others. Recently, there has been a rumor of a Cayman swordsman. Said that he didn't use mana alone. Alone solved the dungeon crisis. It's magical. He got AB grade on his first adventure review. 2 years later, I was admitted to the A level. There are also rumors. Cayman swordsman is Kazman's apprentice. For these unsubstantiated rumors, some people are suspicious. Someone is convinced. There are also those who hold their noses at this. Dolman even spoke falsely. If the Cayman swordsman dares to appear in front of him, I'm sure I'll clean him up right away. The reason why they don't believe it is simple. Some people stay at the C level for the rest of their lives. Some people stay in the B class for 10 years and never make the cut. At this point, the tavern door was pushed open. Everyone looked towards the door. I saw one wearing a mask. The young man of small stature walked in. He had a long stick and a long sword hanging from his waist. An adventurer who avoids it. But he couldn't wait to draw his sword. Speak of the devil. This teenager. Isn't it the masked swordsman they are writing about? Dual Airman teased in a playful tone. Where's your lovely guardian? Yasi ignored him and walked towards the front desk. Bremen was arrogant by nature. Gave face in front of so many people. How could he hold back from exploding? He covered his face and laughed maniacally. The giant sword in his hand was already ready to go. I saw that he was aiming at the bark of Yasmin. It was bound to divide him in two. Wait for the smoke to clear. The man's attack was not only missed. Instead, the murderous aura released by the boy. Frightened, he stood without a fight. He knew that Yassi didn't take him as a rival at all. Dulaman was annoyed. Let the wind magic bloom in place, even though he swung dozens of arrows with all his might. As a result, he couldn't even touch a single hair of Yassi. He angrily scolded the waste. That's all you can do? However, it was only a time to make eye contact. Only one of Durman's 5 fingers remained. The remaining 4 fell in an orderly manner. Dulman paid the price for his arrogance. Endless killing intent burst out from Yassi's body in an instant. Anyone who looks at it will feel a pang in their hearts. Dulman only felt. The one standing in front of him is not called a masked swordsman. It was the Grim Reaper, and the passerby hurriedly shouted to bring the soldiers. It is possible to have the releaser healed. Second, Nishi seemed to have done something very ordinary. I asked the counter for the rice I had ordered. Then he left without saying a word. Kazman asked how he had been there for so long. Yassi said, as a matter of course, "Help the tavern clean up the garbage." Kazman said yes. "But you seem to have bloodstains on your mask." Yassi took off his mask and really had it. "I guess I'll be able to clean it." 2 years. Yassi's face was less immature. The whole body is filled with a youthful atmosphere. And in the 2 years that I went out, Yassi would write home every once in a while. He sighed in his heart. "Hurt, Lillian has awakened the core of her mana. I still can't believe it. Uncle Vincent must have been very happy. He should be enrolling Lillian in a lot of cram schools. But I hope he's going to study in Salros before he goes to study, able to practice at their own pace. The thought that Lillian would be my senior sister. I feel uncomfortable. And then there's the fact that Kazman and I are doing well. Last time, my dad was pestering me to wrestle my wrists. Or did I win Dad? But I'm stronger now than I was before. My mana core has reached the bright giant emperor. Sister Kazman will train me in wind magic. Occasionally, he taught me some swordsmanship. Remember to greet Mom and Dad for me. Wait for me to come back." Yassi put away the letters he had written. Later, just drop by and hand it to Uncle Ma's uncle. As for the stone walls, he's a lot smarter. It's better that he's not showing up like this now. After a while, the two came to the intersection of the dungeon. The rest of the team has all arrived, summoned with a hammer. Baseland attribute A-level dark yellow enhancer. The fellow is Kawaii, magma magic expert. A-rank dark yellow sorcerer. Maisie's A-class water attribute enhancer, commonly known as Meat Shield, and an A-class earth attribute dark orange spellcaster. Knight is a Class A healing dull yellow healer. Hanbei is commonly known as a wet nurse. There's also an A called Sasha, rank water attribute sorcerer. However, he has a soft spot for the Cayman swordsman sublineage. And the yellow hair in front of him. It's the squad leader of this dungeon raider. His name is Langton. He's one of the few double aces. Tier fire attribute enhancer. And now Kazmi. It is already a double A-level bright yellow wind attribute enhancer. Weapons, dual swords. Popularly known as the assassin. Just in the blue shield side. There's also a double A history in the team. This is Yassi's self-introduction island. My name is Not. A-level quantifier fire attribute enhancer. Sasha Wonder Island. I've never heard of a mask having elemental attributes. Yassi explained that for personal reasons. Didn't use magic some time ago. After putting away your luggage with the space ring. A team of 9 people travels together. All of them march towards the cursed dungeon. It is known as the gloomy underground cemetery. No one knows who will die in the next second, but there are 9 A grades. Even AA adventurers are willing to join a group, just to be able to liberate this cemetery perfectly. But they don't know. Death is creeping upon them. The squad leader looked up. As a result, there are hundreds of skeletal bats. Each is poised on the wall. Blue Shield yelled at the team members don't panic yet. Stay in formation. Kazmine is in charge of protective treatment. Maishi set up mutual assistance and defended in one direction. Hair, healing magic. All resistances are increased. With such an orderly lineup, even hundreds of skeleton bats are besieging at the same time. The crowd also had little mana consumption. And yet at this moment, the surroundings were suddenly lit up by firelight. Kawaii did not listen to orders. Unleash large spells without authorization. Please take recess. A huge whirlwind of flames swept up 100-foot skeletons. Wipe it to ashes. The captain thought it was the stupidest move. It's all said, don't waste the decree. Do you know what's next? Hawaii didn't just feel right. I also feel that I am saving effort for my teammates. It turns out that this dungeon is notorious. It's because the monsters here are immortal. The adventurers also aptly named him. An underground graveyard called Vocal Range. After many explorations in Langton, he discovers a secret entrance. That's exactly what he called for the 9 A's. The reason why adventurers go together. Because no one knows what's hidden beneath this cave. Or a treasure. Or maybe it's dangerous. People always like to explore the unknown. The closer you get to the cave, the higher the temperature inside. Asi pulls out the bone spurs embedded in the stone wall. But surprised by the senses, there was actually a heavy divine beast aura left on the bone spurs. When everyone heard the news, they felt a chill behind them. Once there are divine beasts in such a place, high probability of the other party. It's only going to be stronger than you think. But that didn't shake their thirst for the unknown. But the deeper they go, the temperature coming from inside became even more terrifying. Even a fire sorcerer, nor can it withstand the heat. Wait until they get to the end, only to discover the source of this scorching heat. It turned out to be the aura of a divine beast. The countless craters in the cave were glowing red with high temperatures. At this moment, the ground suddenly erupted with a violent roar. I saw a mouth full of fangs. Dark red diamond carapace. The body length is 30 meters. The caterpillars on the left and right suddenly burst out. Maisie slammed the shield into the ground. In the blink of an eye, a giant water shield rose from the ground. Just when everyone thought that the divine beast was preparing to attack. But he crossed the direction of the water shield, drilled into the ground at the other end. The divine beast didn't seem to be targeting him. The healers in our ranks began to pretend to be forced. Come on, Sasha, go. Take you away. We're here to find treasure. It's not about watching bugs burrow. The captain told everyone to wait where they were. Observe the situation first. But the treatment is that Hanberry ignores it. Walk straight towards the next cave entrance. At this time, the eyes of Yassi found out. The edge of the hole that the beast has just drilled out. There's an unknown liquid. Aki seemed to realize something. He shouted in terror, "Hurry!" Kawaii releases a barrier of heat. Aki quickly pulled the captain back. It's almost too late. Barriers. Kawaii unhurriedly will be the heat barrier. Unleashed. Directly intercept the therapist's defense. Just as Aki reminded the defender to open the barrier. It's a pity it's too late. The burst of fire enveloped the sweaty back. Violent explosions raged throughout the cave. Even a mutant-level heat barrier. Now it is also full of holes. After Sasha releases the water elemental barrier. But it's much better. Under the superposition of 2 barriers. They perfectly stopped the bombardment of the divine beasts. This should have been happy. You can wait for the water wood to disperse. Langton had a grim face. Sasha hugged her head in pain. And Kawa has always wanted to pounce. Because the last second was still alive. In the next second, it turned into a white body. Ahi was sad. He picks up the gem from Hank's magic wand. Then he threw it to Sasha, who was the worst equipped. Set him into your staff. This gemstone is of better quality. We don't have time to be sad. Let's go first, Langton said calmly. We have to get out before the next fire breathing. Just as everyone sprinted towards the exit with all their might. Originally, the export was full of resources. But another beast with a mouth full of fangs came out. The captain fought desperately in front, but his teammates were desperately enjoying it behind him. Just as everyone sprinted towards the exit with all their might. The original exit of all the silence. But a mythical beast with a mouth full of fangs came out. In order to escape the cave before the next explosion, they are pressed for time. At this moment, the role of the captain is revealed. Sasha, you and Nike use magic to paralyze him. After a while, the water element in the air surged into the realm. The name of the god of water is transformed into water fibroids. The strong impact temporarily dragged the attack of the divine beast. Then night erupted with a violent earth element. Imprisoned the body of a divine beast with a boulder-shattering hand. Casman and Langton then attacked. Leki Yangong. Captain Langton covered his entire body with fruit elementals. We have to create opportunities for Kawaii and Yahi. With the attack of the captain and Casman. The beast had been in a state of stiffness, and Leki was already behind him. He aimed at the beast's head and fired a timely blow. There rang 3 times. Watch your teammates desperately wear down their opponents. Kawaii stood still, not daring to move. That kind of fear that comes from the heart. Let him help to be like a fool in place. Look at Yahi. It is to cover the sword with a firearm spell. Judging by the attack of the blue shield just now, ordinary flames couldn't hurt him at all. The only way to condense the fire is to the extreme. Aki's fingers ran across the blade. The Ballad of Dawn is blue, gradually occupied by the scorching heat. Yassi as a sorcerer, but he used the tricks of the enhancer. A sword blessed with spells. With just one sword chi, he cut off the tentacles of the divine beast. Even in the hard shell of the mythical beast, left with a fire scar, Cass had tacitly prepared the wind magic early in the morning. The 2 daggers resemble drill bits. It seems to expand the wound of the divine beast infinitely. The intense pain drove the beast crazy. Just when the captain blamed Kawhi. Why hide behind when watching the play? The beast actually burrowed into the ground and fled. This battle is almost consumed by everyone. I thought that this divine beast would stop for a while. But the explosion in the cavern is about to start again. Only then did Yassi understand. The divine beast was stalling for time, just now. Nate was protected by Maisie. Leki can also protect himself. Langton desperately rushed toward Sasha, just as Yassi prepares to hide in Casman's windshield, only to notice that Kawaii was so frightened that he sat down at the bottom. Yassi did not hesitate. He chanted fire magic at the same time, stood by Kawaii's side, 1 second before being consumed by the explosion. Yassi completes the flame guard. This saved Kawaii's life, but he told Yassi to get out of the way. Langton, on the other hand, was not so lucky. In desperation, he used the shield in his left hand to protect Sasha, but he forgot his right hand, so much so that the entire arm was crumbled by the high pressure of the flames. Afterwards, everyone came to the next passage to practice. Maisie, with a red-hot iron sword, stopped the bleeding from Langton's severed arm. Listen to Langton's grief-stricken roar. Aki sighed deeply. Maishi handed Yashi a piece of Saming security taste. Only when you are full can you have the strength to fight. Maishi said proudly. This sandwich is my fiancé's secret ingredient. Aki roasted the cheese with the element of fire. Smelling the fragrance, Aki's mood seemed to be much better. They couldn't wait to taste it. Yahi praised the craftsmanship for being really good. Mai, remember to thank him for me when you go back. Maishi forced a smile. Okay, I will. At this time, the sound of an argument was heard not far away. Langton and Cavue, for what just happened, blame each other. Yassi unleashed an icy, murderous aura towards the 2. Chief, you're almost there. Kawai was angry with his savior. What's wrong? You're a bright Jew, Huangping. What is pointing? Yassi took a few steps closer in annoyance. Even if you're silver, you're just an eyesore in my eyes. Stuff. Kawai remembered the cowardice he had just had. I had to swallow my anger. But the seeds of revenge are planted at this moment. Ahi asked Captain Langton. Before moving on to the adventure, you have to make a decision. Although there were teammates who were burned by the explosion. But it can be treated, and you're going to move on with us. Langton's eyes were as firm as ever. Although I don't have a hand. Anyway, I'm also a Pisces-level adventurer. I won't hold you back. And this captain, I decided to let Yasi come. Wait for him to calm down. Have leadership qualities. Everyone nodded slightly. Thereupon, Yasi decided to rest in place for an hour before setting off. But when they came to the entrance of the second cave, I found that this place was resisted by a strange material. Lecky decided to bear the brunt of it. He attached earth spikes to the hammer. I thought it would be a final word. The result was only a hammer-sized imprint. This is a blow to his rights. Casman condenses the element of razor-sharp wind, then bless it on Lecky's drapery. Strength paired with sharpness. After the combination of the two, it burst out with extreme penetrating power. In the blink of an eye, a bright light illuminated the entire cavern. When the crowd opened their eyes again, only to find out, in front of him, a colorful divine light appeared, wrapped in a temple of the forest. This is a vine that likes to eat people. He is not afraid of low 1,000 degrees and high temperatures. Even if it's 100 chops a minute. I didn't finish it for an hour. Even if it's to control the surface downline. He can also miraculously grow insanely. Thereupon, Asi asked Sasha to drain all the water from the vines. The vines are like conscious. It will extract water from the air and grow on its own. When Aki turned around, only to find that their eyes were filled with fear. Aki followed her teammate's gaze and looked back. The scene in front of him was unforgettable for his life. I saw the vines converging into a 100-meter divine beast. Originally, it's a textbook S. No one had ever seen him from the beginning to the end. Because of the people who have seen El Point, without exception, all of them became the nourishment of his evolution. The fog he emitted, it not only has a strong displacement effect, it can also wear down the opponent's will to fight, hence teammate Massey. In the mist, I saw my fiancé, who died as a child. He was called into the fog. It never came out again. As a result, it has now become the nourishment of Elka Point. Yahi was clear. Even if all the adventurers present are above A, even if everyone is dying and fighting back, it is impossible to lose both with S-class divine beasts. Liji was the first to go crazy. He bombed all the magic cores in his body. Take this vigorously, to extract the hardest stone on the surface. Eventually, it is attached to the surface of the body to form armor. But Elka Point will not give him a chance to accumulate strength. Ahi asked Knight to resist with an earthen wall. The strange thing is that this earthen wall is hard and a little unusual. This could be Knight's secret, but the opponent is Elka Point, even if Knight is special. And because of this, it paid the price of blood. At this time, Casman suddenly dragged Yahi away. Let him flee quickly. Don't get mixed up. Knight, on the verge of reaching his limit. Instead, Yahi tells Casman that she must stay. Casman said anxiously, "But I promised your family. I want to take care of you. At least this time, I'm going to take you out." At this moment, Knight's Tutin is blown apart by Elka Point. But luckily for Lecky's strongest spell was completed. The earth elemental turned into his armor. Lecky desperately fended off the Elka Point. Bought a little time for everyone. At this time, Yassi covered Casman's hand. "I promise to go with you. But I can't leave them behind." Casman breathed a sigh of relief. In the battle between Lecky and Elka Point, it soon went into a white heat. All anyone else can do now is evacuate as soon as possible. Egypt and Dusky are separated by a chasm in power. Just 1 minute. Lecky had already suffered defeat. Yassi told Kawai to hurry. Burn the vines that wrap around Lecky's body. But then the accident happened. Kawai's staff wasn't aimed at Elka. It was Yasi who didn't wait for Yasi to speak. He was blasted away by the violently surging fire elemental. Kawai was born into a noble wife family. He also had to go home to inherit the property. So he came up with the idea of running away. Just let these untouchables. All were killed by Elta Point. No one would have seen his embarrassment. So he shot at Yasi. Because just settle him. These people will not be able to turn the tables. Defenseless, Yasi was badly burned. Kazman didn't expect that. It will be his teammates who will put Yasi at risk. Just as he hurried towards Yasi. Kawai's second round of magic. But it fell to Kazman. He was already exhausted. Where can withstand the bombardment of power from the flames? Thankfully, Knight grabbed him with his earthen shield. Knight rode the tiger hard. Had to maintain 10 walls. Otherwise, there would be no hope for life for the people behind them. But Kawai's magic wand was already aimed at him. Knight, if you don't want to die, just be honest with me. Knight roared. What the hell do you want to do? Kawai has been crazy for a long time. I have such a noble blood. Isn't it possible to sacrifice for you civilians? Let's talk about it. Kawai uses a magic blast overhead. Blasting down gravel is used to block the escape exit. And the next second, Elkadot let out a high-pitched roar. He wrapped his right hand around Lecky. Smash through Knight's defenses. Just before the end of Knight's life. At the moment Captain Langton erupted, he burned his life in a way that burned his life. Ignited the magic in the body. At the moment when the mana core is drained, Batch cut out a brilliant flame lamp. Although Elka Point was split in half. But in an instant, it was reborn and healed. Despair and fear were written on Blue Shield's face. His heart froze in place. It was still up to Elka Point to turn him into nourishment and devour him. At this time, Yasi woke up from a coma, watching the badly injured Knight crawl in, and the icy, unconscious Kazmi, and the unscathed Elka Point. His eyes turned completely purple, and the arm is also covered with the lines of Tenbiya. In an instant, he turned white. That's right. Yasi has reached the second stage of the Dragon Trainer fusion, possessed by a divine beast. Before dying, the boy introduced the Thunder spell into his body. Not only did he not die, he annihilated the S-rank divine beast with one punch. Just because the boy used the second stage of Dragon Awakening. Originally, it would take at least a few decades to cultivate the awakening of the dragon. But he was gifted. It was completed ahead of schedule in just 2.5 years. Because his current mana core is not strong enough. Caused him to use it every time he used it. Will fall into a coma. Possible 9 companions. 5 have been killed by S-class divine beasts. All 3 people, including him, were seriously injured. He held onto his body and decided not to hide it anymore. I saw that Yasi's pupils suddenly turned purple. The surface of the body is crawling with sacred scriptures. In the blink of an eye, his hair is from red, suddenly turned pure white. At this time, the 7 covenant beasts and 10 arms that lived with him were symbiotic, suddenly sensing Yasi's emotions. 2 years of separation from the contract beast. The stone wall relies on devouring demonic beasts. From the original cute pet little black dragon, quickly grew into an A-rank dragon. The size of the body is multiplied. Feel the urgent call of the stone wall. But RC told him not to come. If something happens to me, you have to take care of my family and friends for me. But Shibi insisted on helping Yasi. Yasi clutched his chest fiercely. This was the first time he had been angry with the stone wall. Shibi is obedient, feeling Yasi's intense mood swings. Shibi gradually calmed down, because Yasi had long been prepared to take a desperate gamble. Come on, Elka Point. Let's play hard. Elka points from Yasi. Feel fear like never before. He could do it. It seems that all the vines are protected in front of you. In the state of the dragon's awakening, Yasi will go berserk at any moment, until all mana and life force are exhausted. So he's going to do it quickly. only use a large area of freezing magic once. Yassi nearly lost all sensation in his left hand, although the tentacles of the vines of Elka Point are invulnerable. But it can't resist the frozen progress. Yassi was dodging at the same time. Freeze the vines of Elka Point as much as possible. Before he lost sensation in his left hand, must successfully break through to the front of the Elka Point. However, the opportunity was fleeting. There are no other tentacles to support. In an instant, Yassi closed the distance between the two. The next second, his left hand was full of water-mutated magic, until the body of Elka Point is completely frozen. But the counterattack of the S-Class Divine Beast should not be underestimated. Just at the last 3 tentacles of Elka Point, the moment of galloping. At this time, Yassi's body was unexpectedly slower. But thankfully, absolute 0 degrees just happened to work in this instant. Meanwhile, Yassi's left hand was completely unconscious. Come on, Elka Point. Next year, today is your chance. Say yes. Yassi will be fire. All 3 elements of lightning are injected into the body. In the next second, black thunder raged all around Yassi. The right hand is the most profound source. A wave of destruction erupted around Yassi. Bang! Elka's skull exploded. The attacking fish wave instantly wiped out 10,000 tentacles out of thin air. Destroy Yassi's 7 orifices and kneel on the ground. At this moment, he didn't exhaust all his strength. In the endless blue ocean, he was alone. The induction ring on his right hand. Delicate cracks quietly emerged. Meanwhile, the ring at Salrose's end. Suddenly a red light alert sounds. The parents stared blankly at the ring. I couldn't come back to my senses for a long time. This ring is broken. I don't know how long. Yassi was awakened by the stinging pain in his limbs. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Tears of pain flowed. That's great, Not. You're finally awake. Yassi said incoherently. Crush the rough stone from my glove. Knight carefully took out the rough stone. Pinch and crush at the same time. The Primogem unleashed a healing spell. Immediately afterwards, Yassi's body crackled. The misaligned bone is realigned. The frostbitten left hand gradually regained sensation. At the moment, there is only hatred in his heart. If it weren't for Kawai's escape. Slander him with magic. It can't end up like this now. But he quickly remembered before he fell unconscious. Casman's appearance. He turned to Knight and asked where Casman was. Where's Casman? Knight gestured not far away. Casman was unprotected, caught by Kawai's spell. I've treated his burns, but I don't know if there are internal injuries. Consumed 1 healing primordial again. Casman's complexion was finally much better. Sleep a few more hours and you'll probably be fine. At this time, the corners of Yassi's mouth showed a happy smile. Fortunately, this time there is a cure primitiveness given by my mother. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. The last time Aki was so uncomfortable. It was when he fell off a 10,000-meter cliff at the age of 4. This time, though, he was seriously injured. Yahi's biggest takeaway. It's not like you've killed an S-Class beast alone. Instead, I got to know Nidak, a good friend. Thank you for saving me and Kazmi. My real name is not. My name is Yassi, and Asi may come to thee, and I may call me Yaya. He is the last dragon in the history of the otherworld. But it was the boy's eternal companion. Even an A-class divine beast saw him, said to step aside with his tail between his legs. After Yassi and Casman recovered from their injuries, I thought I had killed Elka Point. It will drop the S-rank divine beast core, but it has gone through the previous battle. The dungeon was in shambles. There's no way to go around. Knight, who is good at earth attributes. Enjoy the earth force sense. Under his chanting, he had a panoramic view of the surface within 2 kilometers. Although the core has not been found, but he sensed that there were still teammates alive here. When Knight broke open the stone wall, he found out. Sasha was not only seriously injured and unconscious. Even his legs were pierced by vines. just as Knight was about to take care of his wounds, but was stopped by Yassi. He explained that the vines were now like splints. If ripped off now, Sasha's injuries are bound to worsen, and he had a good pulse and breathing. Just some fever. This is already a blessing in misfortune. Hasman hugged Sasha. Let's go back now. Yassi was a little disappointed. It's all messed up here. The core of Elka's point is probably buried. And yet at this moment, there was a slight tremor on the surface. Could it be that Elka Point is not dead yet? But Yassi told everyone not to be nervous. I saw that the ice pile was blown apart by a strange force. Wait for everyone to regain their sight. Only to find in front of me, there is actually an extra flying dragon with a body size of nearly 10 meters. Look at this stock price this head. Yahi didn't feel a sigh of emotion. It seems that it is correct to let you go to cultivation. The real arm licked Yahi's dad hard. I miss you so much. But the well-informed Knight is not calm. He didn't speak well. Ask him not to be a flying dragon. He actually had 4 legs. Could it really be a dragon? But Yassi is as calm as you can see. He was indeed a dragon. His name is Shibi. It's a contract beast that I have made. Hear Yassi admit. Knight asked excitedly. But didn't the dragon perish a few years ago? Yassi looked trusting, so. You're going to help me keep it a secret. Kasman knew it before. The stone wall is also facing Kasman. Say hello cordially. And with the help of stone walls, it's much easier to get out of the dungeon, no matter what kind of monster it is. As long as you see the stone wall, you will subconsciously hide away. That fear that comes from the bones. It's like blood suppression. As long as the stone wall is in the place, no monster dared to come near. At this time, the rustling in Arcee's bosom awoke, and they put him down to rest on the ground, looking at Yassi without a mask. Sasha smiled. The masked swordsman without the mask is much more handsome. Yassi's worried face made Sasha admire first. But Sasha told everyone to wait. He gently lifted the rag over his chest. Originally, Yassi's mask and the core of Elta Point. I've always been well protected by Sasha. Yassi took the mask and said with a smile, "Thank you so much." Sasha Yassi said actively, "Back we sold the core. Let's divide the money together." Kasman shook her head and said, "I don't. You have to take it. Knight likewise rejects what you deserve." Sasha placed the core in Yassi's palm. "Without you, we're all going to die here. And it's the Elka Point that you alone defeat. You should take it." Yassi is not the kind of person who shirks. This moment begins. These people are his best country. Then I will accept everyone's wishes. Tasmany and Knight. Go to the Union Hall for support. Shibi and I stayed here to protect Sasha. Before leaving, Knight took it out of the storage ring. Yassi's luggage. Maybe you will. We'll go back as soon as we go. Yassi took the scroll out of his bag. Thankfully, he regained some mana. It's enough to report safety to my parents. Write a good message. Set the scroll on fire with mana. Do these well. Yassi's hanging heart finally let go. Yassi asked, heading towards the stone wall. You've eaten a lot during this time. Can you still transform? Shibi Abba screamed a few times. The massive body gradually melted, reverted back to the appearance of the lizard before. Yassi hit the channel sure enough. You're still a little bit more cute. At this time, Yassi's internal injuries suddenly erupted again. But Kasman and they won't be back for a few hours. It's better to absorb some of the energy of the mana core now. Yassi thought of Elka Point. I always think of Kawaii's ugly face. The Y family is notorious for its corruption. In order to become stronger and scrupulous means. If it weren't for him, Blue Shield will not die. We won't get seriously hurt. Yassi knows. You have to be more careful when you get out alive from here. After all, the gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. The boy was honored as a noble gentleman. Instead, it is a shame to sacrifice honorably. Even think that the birth of lowly teammates. He should be sacrificed for the sake of the noble. He passed on in order not to let his timid image pass. Get out. He chose to attack his companion who was already seriously injured. Eventually, he sealed the exit, put them to death without a life to come, cut off their desire to survive. As a result, Yassi relied on his own strength, killed the S-class divine beast in seconds alone. Mismatched. He also got the S of Elka points. Divine Beast Core. At this moment, Yahi's impression of the Vi family is only hatred. Since then, his form must be more careful. Thankfully, Aki was wearing a mask throughout. The name Not is also fake. He had to hide himself better. After all, it is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years. After 3 hours, the rescue team called by Kasman arrived just in time. Yassi and his party were taken to the hospital. Sasha's surgery was a success, but Captain Langton couldn't save it. They will be kawaii betrayal of things. Word for word, all reported to the Adventurers Guild. And at this very moment, the captain's office was pushed open by the guards. Under the puzzled gaze of everyone, Kawaii is like a no-brainer. Happily walked in. Brother Yu is still alive. Kasman and Knight take up their battle positions. 1,000 cuts can't solve the hatred in their hearts. Yassi Baisho motioned for them to step aside. But Kawaii looked cheap. I'm so scared. Don't sword your teammates. The district chief lowered his head and stole a glance at Yassi. Yassi didn't pick Kawaii at all. It's one thing to provoke. But Yassi became more calm, the more Kawaii fails to provoke him. So he was a traitor. Blood in the stool spurted from the mouth. How did you get from? Alka's eyes slipped away. It can't be that I'm looking for a substitute ghost. The district chief couldn't listen anymore. And Kawaii is still aggressive. I heard that the killer was injured in the leg. Could it be that your scapegoat is Langton's fool? He scoffed at the same time. A long sword slashed past his ear, slammed it into the door behind it. The guard exclaimed, "Young master, your ears." Saw. He had an extra 3 centimeters incision in his ear. His hands were covered in blood. The timid side of Kawaii, and in the eyes of all. Yassi slowly stood up, walked towards Kawaii. The murderous aura unleashed by Yassi. Leave the guards breathless, so that none of the soldiers dared to stop it. He even took the initiative to make way for Yassi. Kawaii yelled angrily, "What are you doing in a daze? Give me the fuck." Facing 4 critical boosters, Yassi didn't have to use alkali at all. Just holding a scabbard can teach them how to behave. District Mayor Hart reminded, "Stop talking nonsense before the trial." But it was too late. Yassi's hand was already stretched out. But what he grabbed was the sword he had thrown out. "Sorry my hand slipped. I just want to get back what I lost. Didn't scare you to death. Little fudge." The mayor instructed the secretary to take Kawaii to the duty room. After closing the door, the district chief breathed a sigh of relief. "Lot, I understand you, but you can't provoke Kawaii like you just did." Yassi was furious. "I'd like to pinch him to death. There's no way he's going to get out of this today." Hart warned, "Don't you know his background?" Yassi leaned over to Hart and asked, "So what about Mayor Hart? Do you think you can stop me?" Look at the pent-up anger in Yassi's eyes. The double-A district chief was too frightened to move. "I'm not threatening you. It's for your sake. Even if you kill Kawaii, you can run away. But what about your family? What to do if your friend didn't? They will definitely kill at any cost. So, you are in a situation where you are not able to protect the people around you. You can't do it lightly against Kawaii. Moreover, the Vi family has a large system in Sauros. I want to move him alone. You have to have the power to move his whole family." Yassi interrupted Hart. "I hope you could do me a favor tomorrow." Yassi naturally sat down in his chair. "District Chief, you're so smart. You should know what I've asked you to help with." The corners of Hart's mouth twitched. This kid really can't see through him, since he will sit and negotiate. There must be some whole cards that have not been opened. Of course. We at the Adventurers Guild will do everything possible. Assist you in negotiating with Heart. The next day ushered in the day of the trial. Hawaii and Yahi, brought to court by the Adventurers Guild. The judge pronounced the sentence to Kauai. Deliberately obstructing teammates when attacking dungeons. Intentionally harming a teammate is deprived for life. Adventurers compromise. Yassi was right. Backed by the Y family. Kauai was spared from prison. But the judge's verdict is not over yet. The judge pronounced the verdict again. Thanks to not the enhancer. Right? The Kauai and the Y family have shown obvious enemies. I make the following judgment. While attending Sauros College in Kauai. No to the enhancer. Do not set foot in the kingdom of Sauros again. Until Kauai graduates. The Yassi project is like an anti-national highway. Judge the Lord. I'm just giving him a little punishment. Why should I be punished? Kauai was smiling the whole time. The judge directly rejected Yassi's argument. None of us have canceled your adventure. I hope you don't have to make an inch. I declare that this is the end of the trial. Kauai's face instantly pulled down the judge. I have meaning. I haven't even figured out who Notor is. What if he takes off his mask and does something to me? The judge explained that after the trial, we will truthfully register his real identity and keep the information confidential. And the regional head of the major adventurers unions. He will be supervised at the same time. So the questioning is invalid. After the conclusion of this trial, the presiding judge took Aki to his study. Are you still satisfied with the play you just played? Aki smiled knowingly. Thanks to the Adventurers Guild for their help. The president instructed as he opened the secret door. Hopefully one day, when the union needs your help, you can help you in your diligence today. Before leaving, Aki turned around and said, "Don't worry. I will keep my word." Looking at the departing figure of Aki, the president's heart is dark. It is worthy of being a person who can kill S-class divine beasts. Hart was right. This kid's strength is really not to be underestimated. This little boy adventures outside for 2.5 years. His parents thought he was dead. As a result, the boy not only killed the S-class divine beast alone, they also became adventurers. A masked swordsman who relates about it. By the time he came home at the age of 11, I found my sister, who was once 3 years old. It already has the appearance of a little adult. Brother, you're finally back. Arrow, can't you let me go first? Arrow, beautiful begging. I'm afraid you'll be gone again as soon as I let go. Look at Arrow's clingy appearance. Yassi couldn't help but sigh. I really don't know. How much time did I miss my sister again? But Yassi thought about it. In the future, Yarrow will find him a brother-in-law. He felt his scalp tingle instantly, thinking of Arrow's clingy appearance after that. His partner is absolutely strict. To Yahi's relief, Mom and Dad are still healthy. The stinky boy has grown a lot taller. Ahi teased Daddy, "You have a long beard. It's hard to be a bandit." Mom rubbed Aki's hair angrily. It's getting bigger and smaller. This is what family harmony looks like in Aki's eyes. Mom's eyes were still gentle. Her hug was still as warm as ever. It really scared the hell out of me this time. Thankfully, you came back safely. In the previous life, Aki was an orphan. There is no half of the relatives around. I have never felt the thoughts of my parents. Never felt the relaxation of coming home. They exchanged pleasantries with Uncle Vincent for a while. Night passes the letter written by Casman to Yahi. Casman and Teves go on a mission. The letter reads, "Dear Yassi, I was very happy during this time. Thank you for your loving few." Kasimi's father with a heart. You could see that Yassi was a little lost. After all, 2.5 years of getting along. Before leaving, Yassi hadn't been able to say goodbye properly. He noticed that there was nothing missing in the house, except for Casmi. I haven't seen Lillian from beginning to end. Speaking of Vincent's baby daughter, Mom and Dad. The two were a little excited. You, Lillian Senpai. Of course, I'm waiting for you at Sauros Academy. Aki didn't expect to do a small favor at the beginning. We'll make Vincent's family happy for so long. Let ordinary people become mages. Sounds ridiculous. But Yassi relied on his own perception. +10 of Bia's divine beast mana. And it did. I can make my daughter a mage. Vincent felt that even if he was bankrupt, he's worth it. Come, Yassi, say your wishes. Yassi wanted to refuse. But at this stage, he really has two needs. Didn't wait for Yassi to speak. But he was distracted by his father's curiosity. Tell me about your adventures over the past 2 years. In the description of Yassi Symphonics, Arrow became a little yearning. Mom and Dad were a little shocked when they heard this. Get icebergs down one's back. Especially the story that night adds. Vincent and his wife as ordinary people. It was even more shocking. Oh my God, go out and take a risk. Sounds scarier than the taxes I pay in a year. S-Class Divine Beast Elka Point. It's all used by the elderly to scare children. He was defeated by Yassi. Yassi wondered his father. How have you practiced law in the past 2 years? Dad self-harmed and bribed away. He was still the same dark orange. I just can't find a breakthrough. The next second in Dad's hands. There is one more turquoise Divine Beast Core. This is the Divine Beast Core of Elka Point. I used a little bit to heal. The rest is enough to help you improve. Dad didn't know how valuable this core was. But he knew. This is a war demon that the child exchanged for his life. Uncle Vincent runs an auction house, and the core costs almost 1,000 gold. But even if the S-Class Divine Beast Core has 10 million gold coins, it's priceless. For the sake of the old father, the subsystem online drop method is used. Daddy, how could you catch up with me without him? It's hard to say that you're going to throw in the towel. Dad glared. Then the snake is difficult for you to be. Yassi grinned. A piece of silver tooth was exposed. My mana core is already bright and yellow. Night came out of the shower. Yassi had already returned from talking to Vincent. Uncle Arquido Vincent helped with something. By the way, I got one for Night to go to Sauros. Places in the academy. After all, Yassi will also go to school in half a year. I lay on the bed and sighed with Yassi. I can't believe I can go to the highest university. You should be able to learn a lot at Sauros College. Yassi didn't pretend to be easy. Our level is already above year 1. It is estimated that there will be more boredom than studying. But there is also time to change. Get rid of some of the little bugs that unleash magic. Yassi's control of lightning magic. It's not detailed enough. Although he has the mana bestowed by the dragon. But he still couldn't fully control the ice attributes. The point is that Kawhi will also go to school then. Yassi took off his mask, and he couldn't tell who was who. Yassi, we must strive for this limited time to grow. Gain enough strength to rival the Tile family. Early the next morning, Uncle Vincent found Yassi. I got you in touch with the inventor you were looking for last night. His name is Gidwin. He is the top inventor of Sauros and Jigong. But why do you suddenly have this thought? Yahi sighed as she looked out the window. The people of this world rely too much on magic. As a result, technology is too backward. It's also time to use the knowledge of my past life. It's a study where no dog stays. But it has become a paradise for genius inventors who forget to sleep and eat. You don't understand what you said. Don't you see the guests? Vincent, why are you bothering me again? The royal family is looking for someone to give orders every day. I had to figure out how to cross the ocean. At this time, Yassi suddenly became intense. Isn't there something unknown overseas? Gidwin stopped and pointed to Yassi. You brought it. What kind of trouble is a little fart? Yassi took a credit. Introduce myself. My name is Yassi. Come for my father's son. Gidwin immediately whined at Vincent. There's no way I'm going to take disciples. From where to go back and forth. As a result, Yassi used the memories of his past life. Gave Gidwin a plan to cross the sea. Aren't you wondering how to cross the sea? I saw Yassi pick up a pen and paper. Writing and drawing at the desk. Yassi was only 11 years old. Gidwin must have looked down on him. But when he saw Yassi's paintings, suddenly he panicked. because he held back the inspiration for 2 years. All at once. He looked a little stupid, but the face revealed more madness. No mana. Rather, water vapor is produced through external substances. Engine. Genius. You are an absolute genius. But Gidwin soon realized that something was wrong. Why, all the key things are missing. Yassi suddenly snatched the drawing. I deliberately didn't write all the key points of the steam engine. It's up to us to see how we negotiate later. When the time comes, then decide if you want to give you the idea in its entirety. Gidwin thinks he knows a lot about the sublineage. He snapped his fingers. So he asked the butler to bring a fist-sized diamond. Inside, can store more than 5 times his mana. Yassi shook his head, not satisfied. Thereupon, Gidwin reluctantly asked the butler to come up with bigger chips. It's all my high-end stuff here. I'm never giving it to someone else. For example, this mirror can fit 5 times as much. Before Gidwin could finish, Yassi smiled and expressed his displeasure. Even if Gidwin showed all the treasures, none of them could find chips that Yassi was happy with. You little one, don't be scared later. Go and bring me the hammerstone, see, man. The housekeeper was a little hesitant, but I was so anxious that I couldn't control it so much. The steam engine was for him. It's so important. After a while, the butler brought 2 exquisite gift boxes. It is depicted with the pattern of the royal family. This is a protective weapon made for the royal family. There are only 2 of them in the world. Critical moments can be kept confidential in order to match the royal family. I hired the best craftsman to build it. Yassi picked up the hammer and pointed it towards him for a moment. In the case of mana infusement, there was actually a phoenix looming inside. You redid this with Phoenix. Gidwin smirked for a moment. That's right. He is more valuable than the S-level Divine Beast core. There are some differences in Yahi. It's hard to make it happen. The abilities of the Phoenix worm are combined with the hammer pose. It turns out that when the Phoenix insect is in crisis, triggers an extremely strong protective ability. Now the ability is blessed to the hammer type. It means it coats the human body with a protective film. Once the protective film is shattered, stored in hammer-style mana, will stay overnight. The Lord teleports to the space he thinks is safest. It's a pity that a pendant can be used up to 2 times. If you give this to Mom and Enro, Yahi certainly would. It can be seen that Gidwin wants to understand the steam engine. I made a lot of determination. Aki asked warily. But this is for the royal family. Is it really okay to give it to me? Gidwin only did it to curry favor with the royal family. This is not a conflict. But he became suspicious of Yassi. Why are you in this world? Tell me about the steam engine. What exactly is your purpose? Yassi smiled harmlessly. I just wanted to pick out a birthday present for my sister. But I have one request. You have to tell me the true purpose of crossing the sea. Yassi said with a scheming alarm. I don't want to hear what we'll tell the world later. I just want to hear the truth. You can't hide it from me. Gidwin's expression was a little embarrassed. Tell your words. Is it possible to return Yassi's previous life? It was the king who negotiated for him. It's as normal as eating and drinking. Uncle Gidwin, I'm not that easy to coax. I saw Yassi smiling and not speaking. The right hand was quietly lit with fire magic. Pose as if you were going to eat Gidwin. Gidwin certainly didn't have a good face. He didn't know how many years he had cursed Yassi. Vincent said confidently, I promise that RC will keep his word. Case. Gidwin wasn't going to dwell on it either. After all, shipbuilding is urgent. He was out just last year. We were opposite Daikaden. Traces of the new world were discovered. It shouldn't be more certain. Opposite Daikaden. There must be an unknown new continent. Don't look at this genius inventor Lalarada, but with the droppings of a strange bird. It is inferred to be on the opposite shore of the distant sea. There must be an unknown new continent. Even the king was ready to make a big splash soon. It turned out that not so long ago, a head appeared on the continent of Daikaden, a monster in the form of a bird. He and the abilities within him It has never been seen on this continent. This bird is not only camouflaged like a chameleon, it also blends in with its surroundings. The more you tell, the more Gidwin got excited. It's indistinguishable with the naked eye. It was pure shit luck to be able to catch him. I was shocked the moment I got him. His structure was a pleasant surprise. I fumbled for a whole year. I just found out he actually has the function of storing moving pictures. This is the evidence that I judge that there is a new world. Ahi listened to these descriptions, but retorted why. It can't be done by another mechanic in Dekatan. Is this a silent Vincent spoke? Yasi reintroduces you. In front of you. But the strongest inventor in the continent of Daikaten. He is also the strongest mechanic. Yasi scoffed, but he didn't know how to look at the steam engine. Yasi is not only not slow. Gidwin angrily pointed at him, stinky boy. You still don't get it. This means that continent. It is likely to be more developed than we have here. Do you know what the future holds? Yasi pushed Gidwin away. He picked up the brush. Case. I'm going to write you about the principle of the steam engine right now. Can it be manufactured? It depends on the level of your strongest skills. Uncle Vincent. It was also the first time I had seen Gidwin so crazy. Yahi was clear. The people of this world once only pursued magic. There will be great disasters in the future. Yahi was equally grateful to Vincent. After all, he got so many things he just needed. The discovery of the new world is for the continent of Daikaten. Not necessarily a bad thing. Aki is equally curious about the unknown. Looks like the best is yet to come. Then, Knight and Stonewall come over to meet them after shopping. Just a few days ago when I left the courtroom. In order to avoid suspicion, Yasi transforms the stone wall into another shape. Admission to Salros College is not required. It is seen that Dwani. Listen tonight. Today the kings of the three countries are talking about reunification. The development conference will be held in the next 2 days. Just as Yasi was puzzled, the time when the trilateral talks will announce the new world. In the distance, there was the sound of beating and scolding. Knight's face was the most ugly. I saw a dwarf being beaten by the royal family on the street. There is no justification for only racial discrimination. I told you not to use mana barriers on the streets. Don't you know that magic is forbidden outside of school? See that the dwarfs do not lift the barrier. The aristocracy decided to give him a blow to the head. Was abruptly disrupted by Knight. It's okay for him to pick up his people. Can you still stand up? Then he turned to the nobleman and asked, What the hell are you going to do? The aristocracy rushed up in anger. He slapped Knight in the face. You're old. Do you dare to stand in my way now? Vincent's special secretary prepares to go to the guards, but was stopped by Yasi. I can't just watch. Before Uncle Vincent could finish, he was so frightened by the murderous aura that he didn't dare to move. The four nobles had not yet realized the seriousness of the matter. Knight didn't dare to resist. It's about unleashing magic. It's easy to get in trouble with Ahi and Uncle Vincent. The nobility of the eye block. Notice the embroidery pattern on Knight's body. Turns out you're a dwarf too. The aristocrat tugged at Knight's hair and enjoyed it. Makes you stronger. Why don't you go to the hospital with him? There was a click in the distance. A broom suddenly broke. The boy picked up the stick and was silent. The nobleman looked at Yasi with a look of disgruntled. Another one looking for death. Yasi replied coldly, I'd love to accompany you. Yasi stared at the nobles with the eyes of the dead. I'd love to have fun with you. Meanwhile, a noble dragon car, about to pass by the alley where Yasi is located. The prince of the kingdom of Salros on the dragon cart complains about the island. Younger sister, it's normal for us to go to Dad's press conference. Why do you have to be so low-key when you go to the north? I didn't even bring a green bit. Caitlin has a beautiful airway. Brother, if you weren't released by your girlfriend, I'm not going to get on this dragon car. This is the prince pretending to be forced. The Kuan corpse that my father bought from me last time. Now it's bigger than this carriage. If it weren't for my father's refusal to let me move out. 66. But my sister's eyes were always on the window. It turned out that he had seen the subsystem. This bat can't be wrong. It must be him. The little boy was racially discriminated against and beaten in the street by aristocrats. But there was no one around who wanted to help. Passers-by just looked closer. As a result, he was slapped hard by the nobles. It turned out that Uncle Vincent was going to ask the guards for help, but was stopped by Yassi. Before Vincent could finish speaking, he was already murderous by Yassi. Shocked and afraid to move. "Come on, nobles. Just let me play with you." Uncle Vincent meets Yassi for the first time, showing such a cruel look. "Hurry up and stop it, you aristocratic little fools. Disaster is coming." But the noble's admonition to Vincent. But he didn't think so. If you find a stupid uncle to support you, you want to be prestigious. It's hilarious. Vincent's back molars were about to shatter. "They're yours. Don't cry and call for mom later." Yassi shouted with all his body. "Uncle Vincent." Vincent looked humbled for a moment. "The small ones are not right." I smiled murderously at Yassi. "Excuse me to let him go north." Vincent only felt a tingling in his scalp. He made a gesture of inviting in. The only thing he could do now was pray silently. "Hope people are okay." The green-haired nobleman volunteered to return to Yassi. The moment he raised the iron bar, Yassi had already finished pumping his stick. Then it was taken in an instant. The nobles were dumbfounded. Among them was a yellow-haired nobleman. But he lied to himself. "It's just a sneak attack. It's just a grass people. It can also turn the sky upside down." In the blink of an eye, the speed of the yellow hair was so fast that it conjured 4 afterimages. This is their family tradition of 1,000 steps. But Yahi's heart was like water. Like this speed? In his eyes, he was just a snail. The nobles constantly waved their weapons to distract Yassi. Attention moves quickly, and the inertia stacks. In the end, he was surprised and attacked Yassi with all his might. When the stick is 0.01 centimeters away from Yassi, suddenly misses and loses the target. The nobleman only felt a gust of wind blowing in his ears. Smack! The next second his ass bloomed. Yassi complained that there was no mana blessing. The sticks are too easy to break. Other words, Yassi from beginning to end. It's all pure physical strength. Not far from the last. The boss of an aristocracy was not only afraid. He also curled a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. Because he remembered what his father had said. The family heirloom of 3 prongs and a few punches. It is possible to ignore all human weapons. So the nobleman chose to throw away the steel rod in his hand. He took a punch stance toward the subdepartment. But in the next second, fear suddenly erupted from within him. Why did the civilian show his eyes? It's stronger than Dad. But the arrow had to be fired. He clenched his fists and blasted Yassi head-on. This is the most rubbish physical technique Yassi has ever seen. He punched the nobleman to the ground. Maybe his father forgot to tell him. It's not a fist that is not a human weapon. Rather, it is the gems and gold in the fist. Just as Yassi was about to turn away, the aristocratic boy snapped into his eyes. It doesn't matter so much. With his chanting, the water element in the right hand is becoming more and more abundant. Die, lowly frequency. Just at the moment when the skill is about to hit Yassi, was strongly resisted by a sudden soldier. Yassi and Knight look back. A cigarette that does not eat the world. The faces of fire appeared in front of the two of them. Yes, he was Caitlin, the daughter of King Sauros. From the day of the last auction. Yahi. The figure was deeply imprinted in his memory. In the beginning, Caitlin thought he was a normal boy too. Will also be annoyed like a childish brother. But don't know why. Whenever Caitlin's eyes were on him, he always smiled so brightly. Gradually, his curious gaze could no longer take his eyes off him. Facing the oppression of his father, he had no fear. I won't force myself to compromise. In the face of danger, he will choose to do his best. It always gives people an inexplicable sense of security. Hazy feelings seemed to be planted in Caitlyn's heart. So when he saw that Yassi was in danger, his body was always disobedient. Without hesitation, I just wanted to save him. What are you doing here? Prince Curtis asked angrily. All the nobles knelt down before him. Small trepidation. It was these savage civilians who beat me for no reason. The nobleman said shamelessly, "Ask the prince and princess to make the decisions for us." Caitlyn stood silently behind her. If it's a nobleman, beaten, why did this dwarf get hurt so badly? And Kedis was startled like a faint king. That's true. Just because. The patronage of the nobility to the king exceeded 8 figures. He's living like he's plugged in. Indiscriminate beatings towards civilians. As a result, the prince not only did not dare to punish him, also let everyone accompany him to play stupid. In the end, he was stopped by an 11-year-old boy with a punch. As a civilian, Yassi didn't want to get used to him. Yassi immediately disdained and said indiscriminately, "Prince, you're hilarious." The nobles laughed evilly and dared to mock the prince. "This kid is dead." The guard pressed Yassi's shoulder and threatened. Prince Sabine dared to speak like that. Aki unceremoniously broke the other party's dirty hands and looked at each other murderously. "I advise you not to be too loud. I get excited when I hear dogs barking," the guard said secretly in his heart. "Is this really an 11-year-old child?" Uncle Vincent hurried out to be a peacemaker. "I'm sorry my nephew said the wrong thing. He just wanted to say. The kids of the nobility are lying. Vincent will tell what happened. Tell Curtis about them. See the dwarf's injuries clearly." Curtis just thought, Vincent's words are a pity. At this time, the nobles began to report their homes. "I am Zamir, the eldest son of the Terai. Hear about the Terai's house." Curtis's face suddenly became embarrassed. The Terai family is donated annually to the kingdom. And the amount of the academy. It's a full 8-digit figure. I am afraid that his punishment will affect the development of the kingdom. Just as his sister Caitlyn was about to announce the result of the punishment, was stopped by Curtis. Fortunately, no one was slandered. If everyone agrees, let's just don't see it. Zamir lowered his head. But in my heart, I was ecstatic that my father gave so much money to the kingdom. I don't think you dare do anything to me. At this time, Yassi asked Vincent to take out the communication scroll. The next second, Sal appeared on the other side of the scroll. "Vincent, the president of Ross College. I said don't contact me suddenly. Don't you understand? Star Asian principal. Long time no see. I'm Yassilevi." In the next second, the principal's tone suddenly changed 720 degrees. "It's Yaya. It's been a long time. When are you going to school?" Yassi turned the camera on the crowd and began to complain. Sauros College is called the students of Zamir's group, bullying civilians with magic in urban areas. It is hoped that the principal will withdraw from the school in accordance with the school rules. Dealing with the aristocracy. Everyone was suddenly shocked. How did this kid catch up? Principal Sinjia was visibly hesitant. If Zamir drops out a little. Zamir secretly rejoiced in his heart. A grass folk also wanted to fire me. I don't even want to think about how much money my family has contributed to the college. Aslan said if you don't agree, then I won't go to school. At this time, the principal did not hesitate to say that he knew. You're all going to drop out of school today. 1 minute later, Zamir's mother called Zamir with a scroll. What's wrong with you again? Just now, the college came to say that you're going to drop out. Come back and see if I don't smoke you. After seeing Aki's methods, Prince Curtis sincerely apologizes to Yahi. Just now I was wrong. Being a prince makes you laugh. Yahi also politely apologized. Just now, I was out of proportion when I spoke. Curtis shook his head. I understand you. Although they are nobles have contribution. But he deceives people too much and should be punished. After getting into the dragon car, Curtis said to his sister, "This Yassi is really no ordinary man. When I first met him, you know he's different." But he didn't know that his sister's soul was lost now. There was only one person in his eyes. He suddenly stood up excitedly and said, "Please stay." Caitlin covers her hair from the wind. "That's right, Yahi. Let's have a cup of tea together if you have time." It's good that Aki was silent for a moment. Caitlin was a little nervous in her hands. "Then we'll see you at the academy." Aki bowed respectfully. Then he watched the carriage leave. This scene almost scared Curtis to death. "So cold, sister. Just now, I was actually inviting the boy to tea." Caitlin also watched Asi leave. He was really different from other boys. Afterwards, Yasi and his family converged. The square was filled early. I saw it not far away. The two mages threw the 4 magic weapons into the sky. Immediately after that, a huge screen came out of thin air. Apparently, the 3 kingdoms are ready. Today, I want to tell the world the news of the new world. The continent of Daikaten will usher in a new era today. Hello, people. I'm King Brian. These 2 around me are elves, and the king of the dwarfs. I'm well aware. Everyone present is hostile to them, but that's why we're talking to you. It's because of the last few years. The lords of the 3 kingdoms held a number of talks. So 2 years ago, to be an adventurer is no longer limited to the lord. Last year we set another precedent. That's Salros College. It is no longer limited to recruiting Terran students. The other 2 races will also be cultivated together. It also means that the barriers of the old times are about to disappear. The new generation of mages will be diverse. I know that these transitions are somewhat difficult, but we should be prejudiced. Seek a higher level of pursuit. It is also for the sake of your children and the future of the mainland. In the cheers of the people, King Brian returned to his seat. At the same time, rising from the throne was the king of the Elven Kingdom. "It is a great honor to meet you." What King Brian said is what I hoped, but there are still many mysteries on this continent. Unknown dungeons, unknown divine beast, or even an unknown new world. At this time, there was a lot of discussion in the audience about the new world. Isn't it? Yes, you heard it right. We found something other than the continent of Daikaten. There really is a new continent. This king is giving a solemn speech on the stage. The crowd in the audience chattered, but it's like a plate of loose sand. Just because the king is sudden. An explosive news was announced. Except for the continent of Daikaten, on the other side of the distant sea, there is also a new kingdom lurking that is neither friend nor foe. I had expected that the people would find it difficult to accept. I didn't expect it to be announced. The scene would be so chaotic. So the dwarf king got up and took control. "Give me the fuck silence." The next second, the audience was silent. The dwarf king's tone immediately became majestic. "So we can't fight among ourselves. Please remember that we are all decadent children. I'm very proud of that." Sure enough, under the sugar-coated cannonballs of the dwarf king, success stabilized the situation. In order to appease the population, give them a reassuring pill, the 3 kings decided to nominate 6, Guardian of Daikaten, so that the masses can have spiritual sustenance. Of course, these people must be the warriors carefully selected by the royal family. They also represent the 3 races of the continent. They share the same glorious name, yes. It's the 6 blue wires. After all, it is a festive gift box on the ground. The kings of each country give training to their own blue silk. Inside the box stand 6 rings. This is a symbol of glory. The first 2 are Mika of the dwarf clan, and Whelan. Then there are the 2 elves, Aya and Arya. Finally, there are the Terran Lenwai and Alin. That's right, this Renwai. It is the Y prize which is hated by Yassi. Many people have advised Yassi, don't take revenge on Kawai. Because of Kawai's older brother Lenwa, Yi's strength is too much. Powerful and now named the 6 great orchids by the king. In the future, it will be even more difficult for Yassi to seek revenge on the Vi family. But tonight is a day to be happy about. Yes, in the evening, it was the birthday party of Yassi's sister Arrow. Tonight Vincent's special book is particularly lively. Many nobles had excuses to come. Birthday parties, of course. It was also the usual means of communication with the aristocracy. To surprise Ero, Dad greeted everyone in advance. Ero is blindfolded by his mother. Nervously walked downstairs. Wait for Mom's hands to open. I saw everyone in the living room say, in unison to Ero, "Happy birthday to you." Ero especially likes to be lively. So Uncle Vincent brought in a magician. The whole band is only for him to be a one-man casino. And at this moment, Dad got drunk with the guests. Thank you all for coming to celebrate the little girl's birthday. So next, please enjoy the stage of my beloved daughter and son. Debut. Ero, who was originally moved, suddenly turned black. My mother has an urge to kill people. Mom, what to do? I can't dance. At this time, an extra palm suddenly appeared in front of Ero. Ahi invited Ero towards him. Can you dance with me? Although Ero's face was full of greetings. But he chose to believe in Yahi. Aki nodded slightly, motioning for Dad to yell music at the band. Aki pulls Yellow onto the stage. Slightly use mana to drive my sister's limbs. This time, Aki didn't want to miss out on her sister's big moments again. In the previous life, Ahek was king. It is also the dance partner that countless nobles and celebrities yearn for. At this time, Yero was not as nervous as he was at the beginning. He gradually immersed himself in the cheerful beat. Gradually, he also got used to the rhythm of the dance. However, in order to make my sister shine more on stage, at this time, Aki suddenly let go of her sister's hand. Let Ero leap into the air and bloom. This scene, it's as silky as if I've rehearsed it countless times in my mind. Ultimately, Ero was caught by the wind elemental and slowly fell. Yassi sighed in his heart. The weapons learned in the previous life finally came in handy. Look at Ero's excited face. Yassi only felt that this brother was not in vain. At this time, Gidwin walked towards Yassi with his glass in hand. Does Aki have time to talk? At this time on the ornate carriage at the door, a servant of the Elven Kingdom wondered the princess. I've heard that you and Yahi are very good friends. Wouldn't it be rude for you to put down your gifts and leave? The silver-haired girl looks out at the stars. Today's protagonist is his sister, and we'll see you at the academy soon. Atsina. Gidwin looked at him through gritted teeth. This kid didn't pretend to be a girl. What's so cool? Yassi knew exactly what Gidwin was here for. Immediately afterwards, Yassi sarcastically mocked Dickiton. The best mechanic. Why do you want to come to me? Gidwin didn't have a good airway. Something designed based on the drawings you provide. I got it to the council. In the end, it was recognized and praised by the kings. Although they gave me a lot of rewards and fame. But you know it very well. I take these things that are outside of their bodies. Just wanted to trade this for the knowledge I wanted. Yassi was silent for a moment before replying to Dao Guildwin. Actually, I gave you the steam engine drawings. Just thinking, the conclusion is, I don't want to change the world anymore. The continent is good. I don't have to subvert him. Gidwin was overjoyed. I know you have a lot of ideas on your head. Then, Yassi suddenly blackened his face and came to Mr. Gidwin. Please figure out one thing. I'm not a tool to satisfy your curiosity. It dawned on Gidwin in an instant. He looked at Yassi too one-sidedly. Yassi was only 11 years old, but you must not talk to him at a normal age. Thereupon, Gideon pleaded that I should indeed respect you. You shouldn't treat people as they should be. I ask you to use your knowledge. Give me some advice on crossing the sea. In return, I will provide you with the items and objects you want. The corners of Yassi's mouth are slightly upturned. He shook Gideon's right hand very kindly. No problem. The boy travels through another world and exposes the principle of the steam engine. But he was painted by a gourd by the genius inventor here. In less than half a year, a steamship was built directly. As a reward, Aki got 2 pieces of S from the inventor. A level of Space Guardian necklace. It could be used as a birthday present for my sister Yero. Once Mom or Ero is in mortal danger, the tools will be able to teleport them to safety. But there are still a few days to go. Yasi was going to Saros College, and for the sake of low profile. So at the same time as Gideon was building the ship, Yasi also asked him to build one, an artifact that can hide both elements. Because of the water and fire elements that Yasi controlled, it has mutated to the ice element and the lightning element, respectively. Extent, so he was going to be in Sauros Academy. Majored in the seal element and earth element. Let them be abnormal as well. Sound features and gravity features. Unfortunately, because Aki was too obsessed with what he wanted, but accidentally bumped into an alcoholic. He just opened his mouth to apologize. The drunkard scolded Yasi in the street. As a professor at Sauros College, since your parents can't teach you well, I'm going to discipline David today. And what do you look like with a man in his hair? So he took off Asi's headband. Then he used his body to block Yasi's way. Then he manually asked Yasi to bow his head and apologize. But Yasi's head was like a steel pillar melting. With infinite strength, he couldn't press it at all. Aslan Hung said, when you were drinking too much. Don't care, don't take your hands away. I'll let you evaporate in place. The professor choked on Yasi's murderous aura. His face was full of resentment, and you looked like a mage. I'm a professor at Sauros. In the future, it is better to hide from the den. Otherwise, you'll die without even going home. I don't know when. Yasi had married back his headband. I also took away the man's necklace, by the way. No problem. Then I'll be with you to the end. And the moment the necklace landed, that's when the professor realized how terrifying Yasi's speed was. Wait for Yasi to get home. I received one. A surprise from Sauros College. The college sent the uniform and the letter of acceptance. Mother herself handed these things to Yasi. Look at the pattern on the box that symbolizes Sauros. Yasi fell into deep thought. From orphan to king in the last life. From a child to an adventurer in this life. Now I'm a student. And he went all the way. Not only do I have many close friends, there are also more partners who deliver to juniors. More of a happy home. There is still a lot of unknown in this world, waiting for Yasi to grope for it. The next day is the first day of school. It's unbelievable. Yasi is not going to major in combativeness. It's the theory of magic. Knight advises Yasi to take the theory of magic as an elective. If you major in theory, that means that there is only half of the actual combat course left, and students majoring in practical combat. The one who despises the major theory the most. Yasi smiled and walked aisle. Because of fights with peers, that's just going to be boring. Said to put Aki in a school uniform. Besides, I just want to be a good student. Before leaving, Aki tells her mother and sister to bring their necklaces. Dad looked jealous. You don't have anything to tell me when you ask? Yasi got into the car and smiled playfully. Don't burn the frame when you're practicing. A simple joke. I don't know how many memories of the family have been evoked. Soon Yasi came to Sauro, the school gate of C. The student attire here is uniform. The school gate is solemn and majestic. Today is the first day of enrollment for new students. The senior guided. Please, everybody. New students line up in front of the white building in the center. Only then can you attend the entrance ceremony. He didn't understand until he got to Yasi in line. There is a registration test before admission. Just place your hand on the crystal ball. Can show the elemental magic that the student is focusing on. My name is Yasi. Volunteer room, theory mage. But the teacher in charge of the test was shocked. You have mastered both the earth and the wind. How can you sign up for a theory mage? Yasi looked confused. This should not affect the registration. The teacher shook his head. Choose to respect the student's choice. The freshman assembly was crowded. There is a crouching tiger here, involved in various families. Knight and Yasi sat down casually. That's when it happened. A strong gust of wind suddenly blew from the podium. In the next second, the star sub-principal appeared out of thin air. He also greeted Yasi with his eyes. Yasi's tiger body was shocked. and this experience was too terrifying. I saw the star Asian principal snap his fingers. The next second, a viscous wind element permeated the entire venue, and the classmates who were chatting. I couldn't open my mouth for a while. Originally, the headmaster used the mutation magic of the wind elemental. Sound elements. I'm sorry, guys. I don't have a good voice at my age. Don't like to talk loudly. Please understand that my full name is Shinji Agusti. It's your headmaster. I don't like to be old-fashioned. But this year I was surprised. This is the time since the establishment of Salros College. It was the first time that so many elves had arrived. And the dwarfs. I would like to say a word to all the new students who are entering the school. A sincerest welcome. Next, I would like to introduce it to you. This time, the opening ceremony was held by members of the student council. They are your seniors. They are likewise generations of every race. The appearance of Lillian of the Terrans. It's enough to make the freshmen sensational. Unexpectedly, representatives of the Elven clan also appeared. All males. The students all had a shy look on their faces. Even Knight said he was in love. It wasn't Yasi who was most excited. It should be Dad, look at it. That's Mom. Yasi was even more bland than expected. He secretly said in his heart that he hadn't seen him for a long time. Tesha. The boy holds his pet for the entrance ceremony. I saw a beautiful woman standing on the rostrum. Pets are talking. Actually shouted at the girl mom. It turned out that the girl's name was Teshia. Yahi was 4 years old. Accidentally saved him from the traffickers. But the girl took him straight home. And even more outrageous, Teshia was the only child of the Elven King. Ultimately, under the careful teaching of Master Billion for 3 years, Ahi and Tihia became the best of friends. Because Teshia has had no true friends since she was a child, and Yahi's sincere companionship. But it made Teshia have a special affection for him. Teshia was not convinced either. Do you really like him? However, after 4.5 years, Yasi finally met him at Salros Academy. Yasi's reaction was more flat than expected. He secretly said in his heart that he hadn't seen him for a long time. Teshia, because of his last life. Ahi was a king without a princess. Although the mind matures after being reborn. But emotionally, he is a straight man of steel. I learned in the whispers of my classmates. Tihia enrolled last year. He is also a close disciple of Principal Sinjia. At this point, Teshia said after introducing herself, "Dear students, hello everyone on behalf of the students. Warm congratulations will be expressed to the new students. Here's what I want to say in this particular year. Hope for a new family of 3 races. Everyone can break the old ideas together. Interethnic barriers. Finally, we will work together to create the future of Decadan." The next second, there was thunderous applause. Shibi was even more excited to talk about his father. "Why don't you say hello to your mother yet?" Yasi picked up the stone wall and didn't talk nonsense. "When will he become your mother?" At this time, Knight, who was beside him, suddenly called out to Yasi. I saw him looking at the rostrum affectionately. And full of crazy Yasi. I seem to be in love. Yasi stared at him with a dark face. This kind of thing is said 4 times from the moment you enter the door. But he has matured a lot. Nike leaned over with a serious face. "You are not back. I'm going to some kind of beauty party. It sounds like you've known Teshia for a long time. Even Princess Caitlin has a crush on you." Ahi shoved Knight away. This is the end of the freshman ceremony. But Knight noticed. Along the way, it was Ahi's highest return rate. His mentality is really unbalanced. And yet at this moment, in the distance, there was an argument between the Terrans and the dwarfs. Yasi secretly said in his heart that today was only the first day. Racism has arisen since the beginning of the school year. I can see it later. I saw the dwarf fiddle with the school emblem. Swearing. Eyeball, challenged Raven. Delavine also lit up the school emblem. He looked like he was winning, and I chose to accept it. The next second, The emblems of both sides exude a special kind of passport. Completely enveloped the two. Yasi touched his school emblem curiously. It's no wonder that Sauros College is known as a top college. The school emblem actually has the function of pattern law. The next second, Draven pulled out his twin knives. Bor pulled out a giant larger than his body. A large number of subphyletics with orange cores. It's easy to get an insight into the strength of the two. Drayden is an enhancer of the crimson core. Pole is just an enhancer of the dark black core. Pole decided. Preemptive. At the same time, as he was close in the distance, both sides began to chant the magic at the same time. But it was Delavine who held hands. The shield knife, made of earth elementals, slashed at Bol. Just Knight sighed. The power of the earth can still be used for as long as possible. Bol's chant to strengthen his strength is also completed. It's a pity. Bol blocked Draven's shield blade. But his own attack failed. The key is Delavine in such a short period of time. It completes the fire winding. Just when everyone thought Bol was going to lose, he suddenly accelerated, predicted Draven's attack. Take advantage of the other party's rush. Draven distanced himself from him. Meanwhile, Draven throws out the clay. Rush towards Bol with precision. Pole said angrily, "You kid is actually playing Ian." Wait for Pole to regain his sight. The ferocious pillars of the earth are fierce. Hit him in the chest, until Pole lost consciousness. Draven is condescending and intimidating, and the soldiers are not tired of deceit. I won anyway. After the winner is decided. The mana barrier disappeared as well. But Drayden was about to break Bol's wrist. At the last moment, Knight stepped up, and it was time to be a hero. Unexpectedly, he was robbed of the limelight by Yasi's words. "Isn't this the student council president?" Draven immediately looked around timidly. Only then did I realize that I had been tricked. Knight wanted to attack Aki. Unexpectedly, Yashi was grabbed by someone. "Interrupt me to teach the dwarfs." "You theoretical shit." Aki didn't want to worry about children. The Whitehead signaled surrender. Delurin warns me to be careful. With that, he turned and left. Unexpectedly, he was spit on the stone wall. Drayden, who had calmed down, suddenly showed a murderous look. Yassi pointed to the stone wall, and it was him who was spitting, just as Delavine was preparing to have a seizure. "But you were stopped by a voice. You dare." Yassi turned his head to look. It was none other than the student council president, Tessia. "You move him to try. He's a cold student council president. Speech and demeanor are more elegant. But when he returned to the dormitory, he was irritable. Not a lady at all. Abominable Yassi. I shouldn't be blamed for this." Originally, just as Delavine was about to step on Bol's wrist, Yassi, in order to divert his attention, deliberately lied to him that the student council president was coming. Wait until Draven finds out that he has been tricked. So he became angry. The words intimidated Yassi. Unexpectedly, Shibi had a seizure. Spat on his neck, just as Draven drew his sword and was about to teach Yassi a lesson. Tessia, who was the student president, happened to be passing by, and Lillian was passing by. The two of them knew Ahi too well. If Draven really dares to do it, in the next 1 second, Aki might kill him directly. Thereupon, Tehia took advantage of the fact that Draven had not yet made a big mistake. Rush over to stop him from moving. Ahi waved her hand, and she hadn't seen her for a long time. Before that, Tehia has fantasized about Ahi countless times. The look of the reunion. It could be cold. It could also be proactive. Still a sudden surprise. But I didn't expect that this was just a meeting. He was snubbed by Yassi, because Lillian thought he was rushing towards Yassi. Tessia asked in surprise that you know each other. Lillian took the initiative. My dad and Yassi's dad worked together for several years. Yassi didn't look like a big deal. Compound yes. We have also lived together for a long time. At this moment, it was as if Tessia had been struck by lightning. The pupils are blank. It was as if the most important thing had left him. So he threw the abstention on Draven's head. You are in the absence of school approval. Weapons were used, even if no one was hurt. But it was a serious violation of school rules. If you dare to hurt Yasi, a hair you face is expulsion. I'll ask you again. Do you dare to attack him? Draven is also not clear. My own mistakes are so big. He hurriedly bowed to Yasi and apologized. Yasi put on a smug look. This made Teshia even angrier. So he was indiscriminate. Drunk towards Ohio. I'm talking about you. How to fight on the first day of school. Aki was momentarily stunned. I've obviously helped a lot, okay. When did your judgment become so monopolistic? Anyway, Tihia has a point. It doesn't matter. The important thing I'm worried about is how to clean up the mess. Yai pointed a pole. See for yourself. If not me. He had already been seriously injured. Knight hurriedly told Aki to converge a little. Yashi is the angry Zhengkai. Knight was about to leave in a huff. Unexpectedly, he was held down by the vice president on the shoulder. Why are you so rude? It's too late for Tesha to stop Clive. Yassi sighed. You have a tutor on my shoulder. The next second, Clive's gaze began to rotate 360 degrees. Yassi fell into the sky. Yassi just shook his shoulders. As a result, nosy Clive. The pelvis was slammed to the ground. In the evening, Tesha returned to the dormitory. Damn, how could this be? Tesha couldn't figure it out. It would be so unpleasant to be reunited with Yassi. He was like an empty shell without a soul. Plopped down on the bed. He grabbed the pillow and covered his mouth and shouted. Angry and ashamed, he rolled around on the bed. Then he said to himself, You can't blame me for this. I'm here for him, too. If he makes a mistake, we'll be barred from entering the library and use of training facilities. Soon Tihia relented. But just now Yahi didn't have a weapon. It can't be said that he is wrong. Yassi's presence is a weapon. Whereas, and why did he live with Lillian? It's all because the master asked me to be the president of something. Then I don't have to care what other people think. Go over and hug him. The more Tesha thought about it, the more annoyed she became. Abominable Yassi. At this point, he suddenly realized something. Yassi, the bastard, gets better and better the longer he grows. Finished. I'm sure a lot of female classmates will notice him. With that, he screamed again. In fact, Tessia's previous worries were unnecessary. Asako is the owner of 4 elements. Even the headmaster will try to woo him. Directly expel the nobles. However, said Chow Chow. Chow Chow. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on Yassi's dormitory door. It turned out to be the principal he had hired. Starya Principal and AI Kachin requested to Yassi. Can I come in? Knight poked his head out curiously. The principal of the school laughs and laughs. Knight instantly bowed 90 degrees in greeting. The tongue is even going to rob, seeing that the principal seems to have something to do with Yassi. Knight sensibly said that he was going to serve tea to everyone. So he gave up the room to them. This time, Yassi asked Sinjia to come over. There are 2 things, please. The first one is, he didn't want to be noticed by Kawai. Aki is the original masked swordsman not. So Ashi uses a magic bracelet. Hides its own water and fire elements. Actually, these things, Principal Sinjia had known for a long time. So he asked rhetorically about his brother's current slants. And he's the heir of the Wa family, right? I'm really worried about what you're going to do for me in the future. The second thing is, you can let me go. Do you audit the mutant classes in the senior class? Sinjia was a little curious. You enroll a few years later. Don't you just want to study with your peers? In fact, Yassi has encountered the bottleneck of mutated magic. I just want to solve it sooner. Principal Sinjia was not aggressive. I promise you can, but you have to promise me one thing. Previously, the student council acted as a shield for the school. But I've changed my mind now. I want him to be a sword. His responsibility is to maintain order in the school. For example, processing. A stubborn kid like Draven. But Yashi is only in the 1st grade now. The college has a policy of participating in the student union. At least in the 2nd grade. Star Asia looks like a matter of course. Huh, this is my academy, I have the final say. And at the beginning of the tile, one asked me for the last spot in the vanguard. I didn't give it, and deliberately refused. Because I know you're coming this year. Say goodbye to the principal. He directly threw Yasi a cool gift box. This is the countermeasures of the vanguard of the student union. Yasi looked embarrassed. It was arranged so clearly. Before leaving, Sinjia turned around and admonished. You made peace with Tessia in the student council earlier. Childhood sweethearts can't always be awkward. Knight heard the news and told the truth instantly. He cracked his childhood sweetheart directly. The headmaster is a liar. You and Tessia are actually childhood sweethearts. The boy casually gave a second-hand divine beast core, coaxed his childhood sweetheart to the sky. The girl was so moved that she almost cried. I even think that this is the bride price of the future. It turns out that this S-class divine beast core, it was during the 2.5-year adventures of Yasi. The biggest loot. Originally, Yasi simply wanted to give it to his father to improve his strength. But unexpectedly, not only after absorbing the mana of the core, the strength not only broke through to the amount of orange overnight. In this one, the shell of the S-class core was not shattered. Just Yasi wondered what else was inside, made his consciousness quietly enter the core. But he was amazed to find it. Inside the core is actually, there is the will of the divine beast that remains of Elka's point. That means, as long as there are people, it can absorb the will of the divine beast of Elka to gain the power to manipulate ancient magic. Those who possess this power are called animal trainers. And Yasi already has the will to eat in his body. So when he went to absorb the will of Elka Point, but the will of Eater Bia suddenly appeared. It seems to be an oath of sovereignty. So much so that he saw Elka Point after that. Take the initiative to dedicate yourself to crushing him. Yasi hurriedly broke free from the core. Otherwise, it will be wasted. Someone else's chance to become an animal trainer. Just in his thoughts, when testing why Dad can't absorb the will, Yasi suddenly remembered what Grandpa Billion had said. The attributes of the mythical beast match the elements that the mage controls. So, when Yasi was eating in the cafeteria and was found wrong by his seniors, Tessia, the moment when he quietly used vines to help him break the siege, he thought about how to coax him for a moment. Because students are forbidden to use magic in school. So Yasi chose to let the seniors go. This can be regarded as a punishment for looking down on theoretical students. So Yasi hurried after Tessia didn't actually go far. Instead, wait for him around the corner of the cafeteria, until Yasi saw that silver method. Tessia's skin was like blood clotting against the backdrop of the moonlight. A pair of spirit children are like jade and pearls. Gradually, Yasi looked a little obsessed. His gaze grew gentle. Yasi took the initiative to sit next to Tessia. Just thank you. Tessia angrily brushed her face aside. I know you can do it yourself without me. Yasi said to himself. No, it's different. Thank you anyway. But Tessia did not answer. The silence of the air made Yasi a little embarrassed. So Yasi turned his head and said I was wrong. But that's not the end of the story. Was bumped down by Tessia excitedly. I'm sorry, Yai. For a while, the scene was extremely embarrassing. My jaw was knocked out. Then Tessia whined. The voice of Aki thought he was angry and cried. Hurry up and see Tihia's eyes welling up with tears. Stinky Aki really loves it. With that, Tessia rested her head on Ahi's shoulder. Don't believe it yourself. Followed Yasi and touched the quotation of Tessia. Lean him on his shoulder. Kashia asked shyly. I thought you'd stop paying attention to me after you hated me. Yahi was equally open-minded. Although sometimes I'm mad at you, but I'm sure I won't hate you. Tessia looks domineering, and you are not allowed to be angry with me. Aki was a little nervous at what she said. This time it's me who is wrong. I know you're worried about me. I shouldn't have murdered you. Tia looked at Yahi delicately, and I was also at fault. You shouldn't be criticized in front of others. And you didn't do anything wrong. With that, Teshia moved closer to Ahi. It seems that I, the student council president, are not doing well enough. At this time, Knight also walked out of the cafeteria with Shibi. Yassi, I'm going to stop laughing. Just now the senior took off his clothes. Just splashing vines. At that time, his expression was like eating. Wait for Knight to see the scenery in front of him. The air around them suddenly became quiet. Knight looked at Yassi with an eating expression, putting his arm around Tessia, then sensibly waved goodbye to Yassi. The stone wall rubbed and licked towards Tessia. Express your love, Mom. I miss you so much. At this time, Yassi suddenly stood up. Do you want to walk together? Yassi and Tessia told about themselves for 2.5 years. Adventures. Tessia also told him about himself. A little bit of school. Tessia always likes to sneak a peek at Yassi. This badass. It's been so long apart that it's changed too much. Tessia's expression was always cloudy. I envy that one called Kazmi. If only I could have gone in Ahi. It's good to be adventurous. Ahi deceived Tessia. Tessia quickly looked at Aki with a smile. Who knows the next second? But Ahi took one out. The core of the turquoise beast. I brought you a gift. Congratulations on becoming a 2-attribute mage. Tessia just opened her mouth to refuse. Ahi put the mythical beast of Elta Point. The core was shoved into his hands. Don't say no. I really can't think of a better gift. Watch Tihia's shy reaction. Aki hurriedly waved goodbye to him. Your dorm has arrived. Go back and get some rest. Tomorrow is important to all of us. See you later. Tessia clutched the core to her chest and cherished it. He said secretly in his heart, This is Yassi. What about the SG core that I bought for my half-life? A sucker. Asi should have regarded this as a bride price in the future. Who knew that Aki had just returned to the dormitory? I saw Nate rolling around under the covers. Suddenly, he poked his head out with resentment on his face. Nia is finally back. Ahi was suddenly furious by him. Isn't it normal to be in Nia? So, Ahi told Knight about it, and Tihia's childhood experiences. Lest one day, he not want to go mad. That's right for me and Tihia's story. Don't pass it on to me. Bright, I'm going to have to report to the Pioneer Department of the Student Council the other day. The boy took his pet to the Pioneer Department to report. I just walked in the door, was spat on by a Kunchi. But the pet in his arms jumped up and slapped Kunchi, the original domineering Chinquan division. The next second, it's like a child who has made a mistake. Wei Wei did not dare to speak again. It turns out that the pet's name is Shibi. At the age of 4 years in Yassi, by accident, he met his badly injured mother. It turned out to be the legendary Super S-level Divine Dragon, Stone Bia. As a result, Shurzibia was on his deathbed. Infuse your own dragon mana into Yassi's body. Made him the only dragon trainer in the world. Finally, this mysterious dragon. The egg was entrusted to him. As a result, the dragon egg hatched, but was intercepted. However, the little black dragon, on the contrary. He also chased Yassi behind his ass every day and shouted Dad. However, 2.5 years of adventure in Yassi. Stonewall is to choose to go to the forest to devour monsters to evolve. So much so that he just relied on eating. It grew into the appearance of a first-class divine dragon. So, whatever beast saw him, there will be a natural coercion. That's why Master Chinquan is so obedient now. Let the stone wall ride on his head. Prince Curtis stood up and said, I didn't expect it to be you. Yahi was pleasantly surprised. I was able to see old acquaintances in the vanguard. At this time, Curtis laughed and said that I wasn't the only one here. Then, Caitlin looked like a lady towards Ashi. Greetings, Yahi. Nice to see you. Aki responded with a smile as well. Caitlin nodded. She hadn't forgotten me. At this time, an elf came down from upstairs. It's been a long time since I've seen Yassi. Yasi was stunned and didn't recognize it at once. It took a long time to look at it closely, and it felt a little familiar. That's when Yasi remembered. He was in the Elven Kingdom, a nobleman who often opposes Tesha. However, at this time, a red-haired girl covered in stinky sweat, and a very strong man walked in. The girl smiled and said, "My name is Claire. He is the younger brother of the Hart family. We're in 16th grade." Aki remembered instantly. The AA district chief who previously gave him an adventurer rating. It's really not a family that doesn't enter the door. This is a majestic man, but with a defiant look. Pioneer Cloth is in a hurry. How could you find a fool to come over? With that, the man held out his hand towards Yasi. Yasi, of course, did not intimidate. He also knew that the other party was trying to be tempted. The result is the moment when the hands are clasped. Start with your hands. A strong, the unrivaled force of gravity pressed on Yasi. But the other party's face did not change. Keep pressuring. Yasi held his body strongly. Sure enough, the captain of the Vanguard Department is very strong. Great. In the next second, Yasi's whole body was wrapped in the power of the earth. Helped him unload most of the gravity suppression. It's about being tough with the captain. Isn't the little guy really bad? It seems that you are not a vase. It turned out that this was the Pioneer Ministry's own tests. Each team member who comes in will provoke the other team. Last time, Fei Fei only lasted 3 seconds, was pressed by gravity, and threw himself to the ground. Fei Fei looked crazy. I was a sorcerer. He's a reinforcer. We can't compare. Everyone immediately comforted. Okay. Fei Fei has made enough jokes, so she can prepare. We'll be in the Vanguard for a while. I want to show all the teachers and students. Yasi stared at them with a bewildered expression. But I'm not ready yet. What are you going to do in a while? Curtis waited with a smile. There's nothing to prepare. The speech was given by the Student Council President, Tessia. We just need to show up. As the Tessia speech began, everyone went up to the venue together. They're the Vanguard selected by the star sub-principals, responsible for maintaining order in the school. Provide a good learning environment for students. Please applaud from everyone below. Our school's sharpest inspection pioneer department. The second day after the debut. Yasi is because of the unique pioneer uniform. Became a first-grade celebrity. The other students had different opinions. There are even rumors that Yasi is Sin, Jia's illegitimate son. And at this very moment, a sorcerer teacher walked into the classroom. Meng smashed the book on the podium. The next second there was silence. No one dares to Twitter anymore. Soon Yasi fell into the teacher's explanation. Students, what do you think? He is also a silver-white core enhancer and spellcaster. Who will be more powerful? If this problem arises in the folk, the answer must be a relatable sorcerer. But this teacher told everyone very responsibly. The core doesn't decide everything. In front of the amount orange core, it is indeed the spellcaster who is at the advantage. But once their core is silvery white, the competition between the two is no longer the core of mana. It's the intensity of the body's training. Kyasi listened to this theory with fascination. Basic knowledge of the core of mana. Only now did he stop being angry. However, after class, Yasi also had to immediately go to the listing station class. The center of the lesson is no longer the blackboard and the lectern. It's a huge jousting arena. That's when it happened. A familiar voice interrupted Aki's stretching. A smile appeared on Caitlin's grim face. Can I sit next to you? Because the other party is a princess. Yahi said respectfully, of course, just as 10 Arms looked at Caitlin suspiciously. Caitlin looked at him with the same interest. In the end, he was shy. He just put his face to the side. Fei Fei saw Aki and immediately followed. At this time, the teacher of the practical class arrived. Yahi took a closer look. This isn't the drunkard uncle I bumped into last time. I thought he was talking nonsense. I didn't expect it to be a professor. However, the colorblind teacher only has female classmates in his eyes. But he saw Yasi beside Caitlin. Isn't this the kid who disgraced me last time? Sure enough, It's the students here. See how I clean you up this time? This professor who lacks an eye. In order to show prestige, not only did he deliberately use magic to tease his students, even use your strongest tricks. Attempted to blow up a schoolgirl to death in the cemetery, just to take revenge on Yasi. Originally, it was Yasi who accidentally offended him before enrolling. So much so that he was cautious and held a grudge until now. Unexpectedly, he made a mistake. Inadvertently saw Yasi in class. You kid, wait for death. See how I clean you up this time. So the professor began to take the lead. There are still students from the pioneer department in our class. Fortunately, I will be honored. Yasi instantly understood that the professor was going to small animals. The next second, the professor is yin and yang. I'm not alone. The strength of the strange pioneer department. After all, they are shoulders. It is the responsibility to protect everyone. Yasi stared at the professor with a foolish look. Only fools will be provoked and scolded by him. Who knew that Yasi was really a fool around him? I saw Fei standing up excitedly. Showing crookedness, I volunteered to show my strength. The professor is a black-bellied child. Sure enough, it's a child. Fei bowed to the professor. I hope the professor will not teach otherwise. The professor immediately pulled out his long knife, although I am a strengthener. But I'll only use ranged magic when playing against you. This clearly shows that he looks down on Fei. Then the professor pinched the badge on his chest. Set up a mana barrier for martial arts. Fei began to chant nonstop. Water, please help me. The next second is centered on Fei's body. The water elemental began to spread towards the surrounding grounds. Aki couldn't help but sigh that this was a high-level spell. It seems that Fei's roommate has done special training. At this time, Fei was full of energy, while the water elemental bonus magic effect is still there. Continue to chant the higher mantra, tangible life. Transform into a beast. In the next second, the water condensed into a snake and rushed towards the professor. The professor smiled contemptuously. Insect carving skills. He said that his right hand was condensed into a turquoise flame. And this, it is a sign that the enhancer has stepped into the silver-white core. Yahi had underestimated him a little before. In the face of the water magic professor, he has to use fire to suck hard steel. He gathered the flames into a giant fireball, then compress instantly. In an instant, the water snake was pierced by flames from the center. Just as the attack was about to arrive in front of Fei, he decisively opened the protective barrier. This also means that Fei admits defeat, but the professor wanted to deliberately play with him. The professor controls the small fireballs. Hit you with the weakest protective barrier. Then burn Fifi's thigh. Finally, he walked over and asked with a disdainful face, "Do you throw in the towel?" Fei felt helpless and embarrassed that I had lost. Yasi's face was full of black lines. This is a show of strength. Obviously, this professor wants to be prestigious. At this point, the professor headed towards Acidin. His eyes were full of pride. It was as if he was telling Yasi, "That's what angering him ends." That's when Caitlin stepped forward and taught. "I'd like to try it with you too." The professor is light and lighthearted, of course he can. Yasi looked puzzled. Caitlin was obviously using ice. But do you have to compete with the professor of living attributes? The opponent is replaced by a princess. The professor's attitude was respectful to many princesses, regardless of the outcome of the trial. Please don't take it personally. Caitlin took out her staff. The battle is on the verge of breaking out. The force used by the professor was also much stronger. Caitlin first released 2 icicles to test it. The professor burst the icicle and complimented that it was good. It is worthy of royalty. In the next second, 5 lines of icicles larger than before. The professor is summoned overhead. Shoot 5 small fireballs to fend. Shattered the ice pick though, but he was careless. The shattered ice picks didn't go away. Instead, it quickly split under Caitlin's chanting. In an instant, the professor was surrounded. Meanwhile, Professor, a couple of turquoise were also released towards Caitlin. Fireballs look for death. Soon, a huge snowstorm covered half of the site. But Yassi panicked. He hurried towards Caitlin. After the professor breaks through the blizzard with the protective barrier, the whole person was dumbfounded. Why didn't he defend himself? Fei excitedly shouted to open the barrier. Caitlin only felt the temperature around her skyrocket. It seemed like he was going to be melted by the flames in the next second. It was a pair of big hands that grabbed him. The next second, a violent fire erupted around Caitlin. This is not a show. It's murder. But the smoke clears. Caitlin vanished into thin air. Could it be that there is not even a little residue left after being burned? Thankfully, Caitlin was saved by Ashi in time. I said, Professor, you're going a little too far. Behold, the professor took it for granted. I understand your feelings, but you're doing it too much. If my spell will affect the princess, naturally, there will be a forced interruption. Yassi's face immediately darkened. It is impossible to interrupt the spell once it has been issued. Such people are not worthy of being professors at all. Students whispered. The professor was right. This kid just wants to be in the limelight. I knew it was hard to tell now, because Caitlin really wasn't hurt. Aki suppressed the killing intent that was about to burst out in her body. Well, since that's the case, I can also apply to train with you. See the purpose achieved. The professor couldn't wait to agree. He warned. Anyway, that's the end of the matter for Her Royal Highness the Princess. Seeing that Aki was fighting for herself, Caitlin blushed slightly. He turned his head and thanked Daoyashi. Thank you, Aki smiled slightly. Then calmly looked at the professor. The professor said. Aki wrapped her body high with the wind elemental. Please don't give me another advice. Of course, I'm going to do my best. This is an ordinary competition between teachers and students. The teacher deliberately killed the student. The purpose is just to show prestige. I advise you to believe it. It turned out that Yassi had offended him. Thereupon, the professor who lacks the heart and eye to force Yassi to make a move. In the name of competition, kill other students. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Aki reached out in time to help. This avoids casualties. Teachable, but put on a natural appearance. No one was hurt. You're going to save people in the first place. As a result, Yassi was thoroughly enraged. Challenge your professors to learn from each other. After that, Yassi burst out with an extremely strong murderous aura. Please refrain from teaching. The professor doesn't panic at all. You're a reinforcer. You can choose the way to train with me first. It doesn't matter to me that Asamo is empty. You just choose the method you are most confident in. The professor smiled and hid his knife. Secretly said in my heart, I've never seen a student so good at pretending, but I'll see how I teach you. With that, the professor picked up the long knife. The next second, the turquoise flame spell was attached to the blade. The professor sarcastically said, Don't be nervous. I'll be merciful. Yai didn't want to talk nonsense with him at all. I'll go. The two began to collide for the first time, and Ahi didn't cast the curse. Just rely on mana to strengthen the body. They had a slight advantage in the first meeting. The professor is a little different, but I quickly adjusted my mentality. The spell fire blade in his hand also grew larger as a result. The show has just begun, although the attack range of the spell fire blade has been increased. But no matter how the professor criticizes it, but he never touched Yassi's body. Yassi seems to be able to perfectly calculate his attack range. Almost all of them are avoided by sticking to the blade of the sword. This kid actually only uses mana to strengthen his body. I haven't used a spell until now. Is it looking down on me? The face-loving professor immediately used the agitation method. People from the Vanguard Ministry. Are they all rats that only scurry around? Don't you dare to pick up a rooster. Yassi sneered at the professor. You can't even touch me in first grade. Do I still have to make a move? The professor was immediately angry and ruined the stinky boy. Let you see my true strength. The next second, The professor's mana is as if he doesn't need money. It exploded in the salt martial arts, and Yasi seemed to perceive it in advance. It is always possible to avoid it in advance. Professor finally caught Yasi when he avoided the loose of the skill. The slack was easily resolved by Yasi. It's as if this flaw was given to him. What the professor doesn't know is, and the student who practiced with him, I used to use mana, only by a sword. Dare to overturn a dungeon alone. Came in swordsman. It's not that Yasi doesn't want to make a move. It's that he has to do it with a very small number of tricks. Resolve the other party. In this way, he will not expose too many witnesses. It will not let people put the masked swordsman. Join the country with him. However, once he strikes, it is fatal. The mana of the body protector taught by Ahi Pijon. Knock him back 10 meters. Due to the excessive release of skills taught, caused all his mana and energy to bottom out. However, at this time, Aki was still full of energy. The mana cost is negligible. Professor Rabbits bite when they are pushed. The next second, the situation reversed. Replaced with Yasi's main attack. Several rounds of collisions. The professor was already exhausted. Yasi, however, gradually gained the upper hand. And Yasi can use it now. Only the wind element and the power of the earth. Although Yasi did not want to be exposed. Elements other than the wind element and the earth element. But he can control the fire elemental of the professor's release. So in the next sparring, Yasi always inadvertently controls the other party. Remnants of the fire element. At this point, there was no way back behind the professor. He was forced to stop at the edge of the barrier by Yasi. Thereupon, Yasi borrowed the principle that wind and fire complement each other. Combine the fire elementals that have just been collected in the battle. It's all injected into the blade he unleashed. Sealing the fire is the fire ring and sealing the danger. Generate a new spell storm spark. There is no way for professors to avoid it. You can only rely on the sword in your hand to resist. And the power of more than a dozen blades is superimposed. First, he blasted his hand and body passport, and then all hit on the surface of his body, touching delicate wounds. It's like an ant crawling. The next second, the shortcut shattered. The professor's body is incomplete. At this moment, a turquoise sword was stuck in his ear. Yasi said with a condescending look, "This trial room, the students were taught. Thank you, Professor, for your advice." After cleaning up the professor, after saying goodbye to Caitlin and Fifi, Yasi immediately rushed to the next place to take an industrial class. What he didn't expect was this. The professor of this class turned out to be Gidwin. It was a great honor to see Yasi win. So the original industrial class. It became a boastful course of Gidwin's academic achievements. And yet at this moment, outside the window, an owl suddenly broke in. Shurbai stared at him viciously, but they didn't dare to eat it directly. It turned out to be the principal's divine beast. Gidwin, bitterly filial piety, "Okay, Yasi. It seems that the principal invited you to tea." Yasi quietly opened the door of the headmaster's room. I thought it was the heartless eye professor who had just been defeated. Then things got bigger. The professor complained to Principal Sinjia. Unexpectedly, the principal asked with a kind face, "I'm looking for you. Actually, I want to ask you, if you're asked to do it, ad hoc professor of the legal practicum program, would you like to?" An 11-year-old boy is only on his first day of school. Easily beat the professor of law. Because professors often misbehave, he was eventually dismissed and expelled from the principal. As a result, Yahi, who had just entered the school, became his replacement. "Yahi, would you like to be an adjunct professor in legal practicum?" Aki was surprised that I was only in the first grade. "Just let me be a professor. Wouldn't it be too stupid?" The headmaster looked like he was stunned. This school was meant to be mine. I got the final say. Don't be surprised. Because you're not the first to go as a student, either. The teacher who taught the class. Yasi hesitated. But how to solve the opposition of the students' parents? Star Yabon. Yasi weighed in and said you should become a professor. It's better than them temporarily suspending classes. Don't worry about anything else. In low years, classes are not efficient for you. It would be more efficient to accept my offer. There was a principal to help weigh it up. Libby. Yashi's thoughts suddenly became much clearer. Anyway, he can't keep a low profile right now. It's better to chase after the victory. Maximize time efficiency. When the time comes, I will audit the senior class. Identity can also be justified. Under a struggle of ideas, Yasi agreed to the principal's suggestion. Then I'll give it a try. Wait for Yasi to leave. The owl who brought Yasi to the office before. But suddenly he spoke. Starya, I advise you not to treat Yasi as a child. He's special. Zinjia, it's rare to hear about the mythical beast of Berkwa anymore. Why are you so lacking in heart? Abil's pupils are constricted. It's because of his contract beast. The pet that looked like a fox. In fact, his real body is a dragon. If I play against him at the same time, it will only end up being my fiasco. Zinjia's face was suddenly shocked. What did you say? Abel sighed as he stared at Ahi's back. I exhort you to be courteous to Ahi. Maybe he will be a strong friend to you. Contrarily, in the future, all continents may be destroyed because of him. In the afternoon, a sea came. Senior auditors at Sauros College. Along the way, the surrounding students were all muttering quietly. Did you hear that? The kid had defeated Professor Kester in the morning. Yasi didn't expect it to be just fermented for a noon. He became a celebrity in the academy. Then, not far away, Curtis and Claire were greeting. Yashi Pavilion. Come here to listen. Don't lose the face of the pioneers. Shirbai also walked to the side of his younger brother Kunchi. Say hello. It just so happened that Tessia also came here to take a class. He immediately noticed Yassi's gaze. Just as Tessia was about to grin and lean over, unexpectedly, Claire stepped in and took Yassi into her arms. Tessia immediately pursed her lips angrily. Yassi was just about to explain. Tessia angrily came out of Yassi's side. Goodbye. Yassi looked at Claire with a black line on her face. But he didn't dare to have a seizure. Yassi sighed. Let's go to class first. That's when it happened. A familiar figure passed by him. Yassi subconsciously clenched his fists. His heart instantly burst with endless killing intent. It was none other than Kawaii of the Wei family. His arrogance, his stubbornness, his betrayal. Yassi could only justifiably slash him with 1,000 knives. Maybe you can unravel the hatred in your heart. At that moment, the ground was obscured by a dark shadow. The next second, a giant baby riding by a female professor falls from the sky. Look at the dress is a reinforcer. He introduced himself. I'm Professor Glory of Team Tactics. Next to me, this is my contract beast Toki. Aki curiously probed the teacher with his mana. But in the next second, he was shocked by the professor's stronger mana. Aki's brain tingles suddenly. He was puzzled. Why does the professor hide his mana, etc.? The corners of the teacher's mouth turned up slightly. I have a plan. Isn't this my new colleague Yashalevi? The students immediately showed extreme glances at the professor. Are you sure you're not kidding? There are so many top students in the senior grades who don't choose the principal. Let a new student become a professor. Then everyone complained about the principal's partiality. It's naked. Professor Gloria clapped her hands, motioned for everyone to be quiet, and the principal was calm. Let's follow. Yahi. In the morning, I beat the junior professor. At this time, a mentally unbalanced student jumped out. What kind of merit is to cut this? We are old. There are a few who can't beat the junior professors. Look at the atmosphere around you that is being stirred up. Professor Gloria said with a smile. Do you want to take advantage of it? Let the new professor show off his strengths. Yassi looked around. Unintentional is not anger and extreme vision. Then, Professor Gloria leaned straight up towards Yassi. Alcibel spoils the atmosphere. You see, everyone wants to see your strength. Besides, You're a first grader in the senior class. You have to show your strength anyway. Otherwise, it's hard for me to do it. Students, are you right? In an instant, Yasi was pushed to the forefront. Professor Glowly suggested, "It's better to have a competition with those who are not convinced. Only when the strength of the college is strong can you have the right to speak." At this time, Curtis raised his hand and proposed, "Why don't we have a 3-on-3 simulated team battle?" I was in a group with Claire and Yasi. Gloria agreed without even thinking about it. After all, he doesn't want to go overboard. At this time, Clive also raised his hand to propose. Tessia and I came as a hostile group, just when Glory felt that 2-3 was at a loss. Kawaii suddenly raised his hand. "I would like to join the student conference." Think about it. Glali felt that the two sides were evenly matched. So let the team members wear gear that simulates team fights. Passing by, Kawaii deliberately bumped Yasi on the shoulder. "Yasi, yes. It's you who robbed me of my place in the vanguard." Yasi's face was full of disdain. "This spot has been mine from the beginning. I don't need to grab it at all." The little boy is attacked by a fireball but does not dodge or dodge, even if the body is burned by the flames. It's the same as people who have nothing to do. And yet it was in Yasi. When you're about to charge a blow towards Kawaii, the unexpected happened. It turned out that it was Yasi who wanted to serve the people. I chose to accept Professor Glowly's suggestion. In senior grades, engage in a 3-on-3 simulated team battle. But the enemy of the Oolong affair was handled by Tessia, the thing that makes Yasi the happiest. Hawaii, the bastard, also raised his hand, indicates that they want to participate in the hostile side. At this time, the two sides stand facing each other. Here's how the rules of the contest are going to be. Decide the winner in 30 minutes. Yasi is captain if eliminated. It is regarded as the vanguard department admitting defeat. And just worn out doors is a piece of equipment that can detect damage. As soon as he sounded the danger alert, it's equivalent to dying in battle. The attacker must immediately stop the attack at hand. So, each in place. I declare the showdown officially begins. Claire chooses to face Clive. Tessia chose to play against Curtis. And Yasi's opponent is naturally Kawaii. Kawaii pulls out a staff. It is inlaid with a particularly exaggerated one. Living attribute gems. Then Kawaii was not only slow to move towards you. The west side is coming. His expression was still so arrogant. Yasi is the singer who took the dawn out of that realm. His expression instantly turned cold in the arrogance of this piece. He's really a dog who can't change his. "What are you grinding with, Yasalevi?" Yasi also walked slowly towards Kawaii. The next moment, the killing intent in the sky suddenly filled the entire Salt martial arts field. Whoever is attracted by this source of murderous intent. Hawa kept feeling his heart tight. This kid actually has such momentum. Immediately afterward, the magic frantically poured into Yasi's legs. One bounce. Yasi sprinted forward more than 100 meters. Kawaii was shocked. He took out his staff. Directly shun him at this stage. The strongest magic that can be unleashed. The next second, fierce flames erupted from the staff to both ends. Yasi, on the other hand, condensed a violent hurricane. There was a bang. The flame cage was scattered by his sword. A few fireballs flew together. It was also pierced by Yasi with a sword. Or resist with the power of the earth. The flames that had dissipated in the blink of an eye. It was gathered into a ball of flame by Kawaii. Look at this familiar scene. Sure enough, the scattered flame charges began to fission rapidly. A moment later, a flame barrier was formed. Envelop Yasi and Kawaii in it at the same time. Under the control of Kawaii. Yasi on all sides. There is a possibility of a fire charge. He dodged continuously with his speed. After all, it's useless. Kawaii smiled playfully. That's it. Okay, keep running. Always hide from something. If he continues, he must have run out of Yasi's physical strength first. He didn't expect to see him for half a year. Kawai's mana has increased so much. And for now, Yasi can only use wind magic and earth magic. But neither of these spells can be extinguished. Seeing Yasi look so embarrassed, Kawai scoffed. Thankfully, I didn't go to the garbage pioneer department. It's not good. I'm gonna die because of a pig teammate like you. Caught in the zombies and fire charges. Yasi kept reminding himself to think calmly. Theoretically, the wind would only intensify the fire. And the so-called wind magic. It refers to the generation of air flow through the push and pull of air. What if you manipulate particles in the air instead? If the fire is drained of the oxygen needed for combustion? And what happens? Then came the experiment. You heard it right. It's about practicing in battle. At this time, a pale green glow is attached to the surface of Yasi's body. The pace is also slowed down a lot. Professor Gloria stared at Yasi quizzically. Isn't it too tired? Yet Yasi did not resist or defend. Let the fireball bombard his body. Even though his body was badly burned by the flames, he didn't stop either. Occasionally, the fireball went out when it hit him. What the hell is going on? Professor Gloria brings the mount closer to the battlefield. The next second, he praised what a genius. He actually found another way to the west. Think of controlling oxygen in the air to achieve the purpose of flame retardant flame. This is different from normal wind magic. What he manipulates are molecules in the air. This requires great insight and concentration. I didn't expect Yasi to do it easily, although it is a layer of vacuum bomb on the surface of the body. But the key thing is, he also had to fight and control at the same time. Professor Glory's affection for Yasi. I couldn't help but go up a few points, although Aki was burned to his spine during the attempt. But Kawai was already in his range. All you need to do is break open the turtle shell on his body to win. Kawai clenched his silver teeth. The next second, he ran out of mana and summoned the flame giant. Go, my guardian. The corners of Aki's mouth turned up slightly. Is it to the limit? Are you ready to fight to the death? And yet it was in Yasi. When you're about to charge a blow towards Kawai, the unexpected happened. Yasi suddenly felt it. An extremely strong mana appeared in the outside world. Anxious voices came from Shibi, Dad. Mom is in danger. Just this moment, Yasi lost the opportunity to strike at Kawai. He saw Professor Glowly. Rescue is underway in the direction of Tessia. At this time, the flame giant has already sprinted towards Yasi. Yasi's face darkened. No way. That's the only way to do it. A golden line suddenly appeared on the side of Yashi's eye bag. It is the divine beast of the first stage of the time. Mana bursts. This time around, Yasi stopped instantly. This trick is called a static cavity by Yasi. He braced his body. Run in this space where time has been lost. Yasi's mana. It's on the verge of exhaustion. One carelessly. Time will go on again. Watching Curtis's attack. It's about to fall on Tessia. And Tessia didn't know. Something suddenly bothered in the abdomen. There is no way to raise the protective barrier in time. So Yasi could only pray for a while. Able to take Tessia in time. Rip out Curtis's attack radius. The moment Yasi touched Tessia, the time void is gone. The next second Curtis attacked, and they bombarded in this direction. It must be painful. In the next moment, a white light illuminated the entire Yenwu field. Yasi is successful with the back. Resisted the onslaught for Tessia. This man can only release his ultimate. But the opponent's core was suddenly entwined with vines. Result of Tessia's lower abdomen. There was a pin and needle-like stinging pain. So much so that the moment before the opponent's ultimate hit, he failed to open the protective barrier in time. It was too late for the teacher to come to the rescue. And yet at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Tessia. He used his back to guard him, who passed out. The next moment, white light shone throughout the salt martial arts. Wait for the teacher to arrive at the center of the explosion. But I was surprised to find it. Yasi, who was originally fighting against Kawhi. I don't know when. Already helped to withstand the impact. Curtis looked worried about the teacher. I didn't mean to. The teacher didn't mean to blame him. Even trials can lead to casualties. And what matters now is, hurry up and take Yasi and Tessia for treatment. Maybe. All this will only be known when Arcee wakes up. It turns out to be the present, when Yasi felt the energy of the great climb. The first stage of the divine beast's mana broke out. The time hole is opened, but he doesn't know the mana. I could only do my best to get to Tessia's side. The moment he touched Tessia, the time hole was just lifted due to lack of mana. So, he could only use his back to help Tessia resist. At this time, Yasi slowly opened his eyes on the hospital bed. But he was the first to see it. But it is a stone wall with a straight face. Shibi was a little angry. He patted Yasi's forehead with a meat pad. Are you a fool? Dad, do you think it's so handsome? What can you do if you have an accident with the stone wall? Shibi blamed Yasi. Only then did I realize how irresponsible my actions were. Daddy Shibi won't leave you. Rest assured, just as the stone walls are immersed in sweetness. There was a sudden knock at the door. As soon as the door opens, Principal Sinjia was overjoyed, little guy. Your resilience is amazing. Ahi was worried about what had happened to Tessia. Seriously, Sinjia's face was a little complicated. He's much better off than you. Aki replied, it's just the core of the divine beast of Elka Point. He hasn't fully digested it yet. There are some differences in Zinjia. How do you know it's the heart of the Arcada? Aki said as he stood up, because this core is what I gave him in the first place. Pity? I can't help him with my body right now. Sinjia said with some reproach. You've done a lot. It's all my fault that I let him hide the core things from the teacher. So thank you for sacrificing your life to save my apprentice. Before leaving, the principal told me that I had already informed your parents. They should come again. On the road. The headmaster closed the door of the ward and asked, Are you really not going in? Kasia looked shy. Not yet. He needs to recuperate. Zinjia immediately hugged Tessia. That's before you muster up your courage. Let's go have a cup of milk tea first. Before leaving, Tihia reluctantly stared at the ward Yahi. I'll come to see you later. Wait for Aki to wake up from her coma for the second time. I saw my parents vaguely. Yasi looked worried. How do you feel? It turned out that it was not a dream. Mom and Dad Arrow. I feel much better. Arrow looked reproachful, and his brother was really annoying. It's really going to be strong. Then he grimaced at Alcibi. Dad immediately punctured him. Don't look at Arrow's hard mouth now. I don't know how many times I cried on the way here. Arrow angrily hammered his father. Stinky Dad didn't promise to ask for it. Help me keep it a secret. Just as the family laughs, Dean Sinjia came. He was accompanied by the Tesha family, the king, the princess, and the former king of Billion. All of them came. Mom and Dad immediately went over and bowed to the Elven King, Your Majesty. Nice to meet you. At this time, one palm held Dad up. I'm so happy. My daughter was rescued twice by Yasi. We as parents have finally met. The princess handed the flowers to her mother. We should be the ones who say thank you. The king introduced his father. This is Teshia's grandfather, is the former king of the Elven Kingdom. Tihia meets her future in-laws for the first time. I'm a little nervous. I'm a friend of Yaya. My name is Teshia. It's a pleasure to meet you guys. Mom and Dad looked at each other. Then he looked at Aki's expression again. The two instantly understood that there was a cat between the two children. Ahi felt a surge of conspiracy rush through him. I saw my mother covering Tihia's little hand, Yahi. Tell me your story often. Tihia was stunned by her future mother-in-law. Mom is in charge of compliments. Dad was responsible for nodding Yahi. With such a good friend as you with him. We couldn't be happier. Then the mother quietly leaned into Teshia's ear. Now it's the beast of the future. Just a few words. It made Tessia's pretty face blush instantly. Grandpa Billion walked over to Yasi the boy. How does it feel? Yasi said with a look of embarrassment. I was a little worried about my parents' thoughts. Grandpa called to say goodbye. Anyway, sooner or later, you will be my grandson-in-law. Of course, Cassia is not thick-skinned, sorry, Yasi. I didn't want them to come. At this time, his sister Arrow had a straight face. You are the one my brother risked his life to save. Cassia looks flattering, you're Arrow. It's even more beautiful than I thought it would be. Arrow turned his head angrily. You don't look bad. Yahi hurried out. Siege Arrow, your favorite bow, and Arrow. It was sent by this sister. Arrow instantly regretted his tone. Thank you, sister. Tia was particularly happy. At least the meeting with Yahi's family went well. But then Arrow asked his brother jealously, is this sister pretty, or am I pretty? In the face of this life-giving body, Yasi didn't know how to answer. If you were Yasi, how would you answer? I thought the girl was just coming to visit the ward. Unexpectedly, I came to sew the first kiss on. It turned out that Yasi was seriously injured in order to protect Tesha. Therefore, parents from both sides came with a lot of love. This is the first time that the parents of both parties have met. It was also the first time the two met their parents. But his sister Arrow doesn't care what Tessia thinks. So, brother, in the end, it's me who is beautiful or this sister who is beautiful. Facing this fate, Tyasai didn't even think about it. I think you're both ugly. Say ba. Yasi quickly diverted the topic and asked Grandpa Billion. Have you checked the core of Tesha? Billion looked curious. The core of Tessia is a relative match. But where did you get the S7 core? Yasi said with a smug face. Of course, I got it after destroying the Elka point. Grandpa immediately put on a skeptical look. At this time, the Star Asian principal stood at the door and disturbed. On the one hand, I wanted to take the Tessia fairy tale core, said to open the door of the ward. On the other hand, there is a limit to the number of people visiting in the ward. But they were eager to visit. I saw my friends in a hurry. Mom and Dad burst into laughter. Sent off both parents. Later, the visits to RC continued. Professor Glory was driven by curiosity. Curtis, they were worried and blamed. Caitlin took out all the royal potions, and fruit bowls piled high with fruits. Visit Gideon. The professor gave him a new drug with a special effect developed by himself. Guaranteed to be killed. Gideon, before leaving, tell me to wait until you are better. Take a trip to your training room. There are surprises waiting for you. The principal asked me to make training equipment for you. Of course, it's not free. You owe me. Just when Yasi thought he could finally look up, Tesha came out of nowhere. Tesha, what are you going to do? Is your fairy tale lesson over? Don't push yourself too hard before you recover your body. By the way, do you still have a tingling sensation in your core? Yasi's litany of concerns. Tessia replied with a smirk. I'm talking about you. The old life is gone. You still have time to worry about me. Yasi thought about it. He didn't know why he was so worried. Yasi was 27 years old before Tessie was reborn. He was an orphan since he was a child. It was by force that he became king. Not yet a few years. His itinerary consisted only of marching and fighting. There is no chance of communication with the opposite sex. He was a beautiful princess from beginning to end, until he lived with Tessia for 3 years. His heart gradually opened up. He began to enjoy his childhood. He was at that time, I also wish I didn't have the age of the previous life. He was always saying, every word often looks like an old uncle. But Tesha didn't understand this estrangement in Yassi's heart. Less, he blindly wrote Yassi into his heart. As he gradually became sensible, he gradually understood what a good impression was, or what is liked. Perhaps an AC will take him from slavery. The merchant has the time to save sure. It's doomed. His feelings for Yassi could not be the same as those of others. He was immobile until he was dying. He felt that his life had come to an end, until Yassi suddenly appeared. He felt so relieved again. I said, Tesha, don't worry about me. I'm fine. It's just that there are some mobility issues. Teshia propped her hands on the bed. I know you'll be fine. but I still have to apologize to you. Yasi was smiling all over his face, and it was only a matter of time before I recovered. There's nothing to apologize for. At this time, Tessia suddenly pressed her face to Yasi. I apologize because I'm actually trying to take advantage of your inability to move. And then famous. At this time, a ray of sunlight happened to be shining on the hospital bed. It was Tessia's first kiss. It was also the first kiss in Yasi's 2 lives. The next second, hurried footsteps could be heard in the corridor of the ward. That's right, it was Tessia who was running. His face was so red that he crouched on his neck. It's a shame. Did I just really kiss Yasi? I guess the look on my face wasn't very strange. What was I thinking? He's squirming. Mapping through windows. He saw himself red-faced. Then he pouted unconsciously. That's what it should be. After a while, Tessia lowered again. I feel that my actions are too unreserved. Am I being too proactive? He doesn't think I know it. Or will I go back and tell him later? Said that he was actually teasing him just now. But who believes it? Tessia patted her face and adjusted her mentality. I can't think so. Ixia, you just did what you had to do. And just dry. Yassi's elm head. I don't know when to spend it. He told himself that he had made the right choice. Kashia quietly looked into Yassi's hospital room. And it's also his loss that he doesn't like me. I'm a good mage. And smart. Being popular is not showing off. I'm okay with my looks. Under the judgment of reason. Tessia came to a conclusion that she didn't like me. He was bloody. But as soon as he remembered his worthless move just now, all sanity is gone. And Yai's head is not a mixed taste. Tessia is a 13-year-old girl. Aki panicked instantly. According to the law of the previous life. Am I not sinning? Although I am physically 12 years old. So say in this world. At the age of 13, he began to get married on a blind date. Besides, I didn't invite it. However, Yasi remembered the scene just now. He couldn't help but slap himself. Teenage hormones aren't covered. He sighed deeply. Towards himself, he asked the sea to do it. How am I going to be? In order to overcome the hurdle of this age. He was a 12-year-old boy, but he has nearly 40 years of life experience. As a result, a 13-year-old girl fell in love with him. Yasi remembered the scene when Tessia kissed him. Immediately slapped himself. He only felt like a criminal. Even this world. At the age of 13, the girl began to talk about marriage. But his heart is still mixed. He asked himself, ACI, for what he had. How are you going to be? In order to overcome the hurdle of this age. Although Aki became a professor, but not a single class has yet to start. However, it was just a day before he started his class. He dragged half of his body back. Follow the headmaster and Gidwin. Come to the training hall for students. Because every student at Salros College will have their own training room. But the size of the site. But it is different depending on the position. And behind this gate, it is the training room specially prepared by the principal for Yasi. Everything inside was laid out by Gidwin. Yasi will open your eyes today. Don't be too surprised. I saw countless fluorescent flashes in the crack of the door. Interior walls. It was the challenge at the beginning. Alta Point was picked up from the dungeon. They are available from a supernatural object that gathers elements in the air. It is especially good for meditation. Laid out a little more. The house was like a plane, and the strangest thing in it is this robot. As soon as Yasi entered, he was attracted by the surrounding scene. The headmaster began to be envious. Is the mana fluctuating here very strong? Star-starred principal asked a good question. I'll just say you're going to be interested in this robot. This is my latest research. Pass through magic gears and magic barriers. He can fight against the spells of the Silver Core. He's a rock-solid Toby. I dare say that his India is definitely the strongest in the whole college. In the next second, Yasi ripped off the elemental seal on his wrist. Hand face red dragon doctor. A violent water elemental pound hit Toby's body. Yassi's fist went straight through Toby's chest. Professor Gideon, do you still have any improvements in India? Why is it so vulnerable? Gideon is like looking at a monster, staring at Yassi's fist. What a strange force this is. Immediately after that, Yassi let go of his hands and feet in the training room. Unleash spells, water, and fire. He doesn't need to hide here. The test with Toby is also Yassi's daily routine. A few tricks of sparring. After Asi discovers that Toby has blessed the Guardian Barrier, although their defense is greatly improved, but the ability to move is not up to it. Flexible attacks and slashes. Toby will only choose hard resistance. The point is that this Guardian Barrier is broken. He can't release it again until he's repaired it with mana. And Toby, who is without the protective barrier. The disadvantages are even more obvious. It's okay to fight with ordinary students, but sparring with an old fritter like Yassi can only act as a sandbag. And what Yassi didn't know was, he made the next casual suggestion. In the future, it will turn the entire world of law upside down. I said, Professor Yassi, what are your thoughts and suggestions for this practice? Yassi spoke, out of the opinion that Toby joints are not flexible enough just now. Then he said casually, I think you can change that. Toby's mana release. Gideon and the headmaster looked at something with a fierce face. Change of direction. At this stage, Toby is just trying to protect himself. A spherical protective film is formed. This is certainly the easiest way to protect. However, it is easy to be smashed by the enemy. But what if you can gather multiple mana shards? Turn the spherical protection into a polyhedral protection. Once a single face is damaged, you only need to consume a small amount of mana to replenish it, and releases the mana cost of the barrier. It's not much different from a spherical barrier, but when it is broken and re-agglomerates, the mana consumed is much smaller. Listen to Aki's proposal. Everyone just felt empowered. Is this really an idea that people can come up with casually? Gidwin asked in surprise what you said. Is not represented. You can already form such a protective film. The headmaster's face was full of excitement. Although this release will be more time-consuming, but it's very good to be flexible. The principal decided immediately. Now he's going to make a proposal to the Mages Guild. Yahi didn't think of a casual suggestion of her own. Eventually, it will rise to the French Union, just as Gideon was preparing to prostitute Yassi. Other knowledge. Knight reminded Professor Yassi. You need to hurry. Today is your first day of class, but just finish fighting Toby Robot. Yassi finally recovered his strength. It was squandered again. In the next second, Yassi suddenly became weak, but he grabbed a girl's shoulder. Sorry, I didn't mean to. The girl looked back and saw that it was Yassi. Immediately grabbed her wrist. It's okay to pull it over your shoulders. I'm here to help. And the students in the classroom. I'm already waiting a little impatiently. They're all talking to each other, because they're also curious. What can a first grader teach? Presumably the headmaster's brain what? And yet at this moment, the classroom door was suddenly pushed open. I saw Ahi being helped into the classroom by Caitlin. Instantly blinded a large number of students' Taiha golden dog eyes. And no wonder. After all, she is the princess of the Sabine kingdom by her side. After Caitlin is gone, Yashi stood straight on the Yinwu field. Hello, everyone. My name is Yassi. Come for this course in the future. I'm your teacher. The next second, the boos in the class continued. Roll the bar, just a first-grade hairy child. He is also worthy of being a professor. Yassi looked confused. He had long expected such a reaction. And Sinjit deliberately did not come. It's definitely trying to give me a problem. At this time, a classmate jumped down, immediately solved Yassi's urgent need. De Zhuang is a second-year student. He came down mainly to challenge Yassi. He spread out his hands and looked down on him. I'm going to challenge you. If you win, I can also be a teacher. You can't dare. You're okay with that. In the midst of the noise of the students, Yashi is waiting for you to sit down when you are small. For a moment, the icy sand overflowed the audience. De Zhuang was too frightened to speak. The students behind him didn't dare to make any more noise. Aki held out his hand and invited. Whoever is not satisfied can come down and go heads up. If you don't want to take my next class, quit the class. On the contrary, if you want to know, why am I limping little guy? You can also become a professor. I advise you to stay. Listen to you. The 12-year-old boy teaches his peers. However, there was a boo from the classroom. Let's get out of here. Just a first-grade hairy child. He is also worthy of being a professor. Meanwhile, a student jumped off the dance floor. Yasi immediately had the object of killing the chicken. De Zhuang stretched out his hand to reveal a proud professor. I'm going to challenge you. You can't dare. After all, you only became a teacher by taking on challenges. Yasi fights you kid with a word and a shield. Sit down for Lao Tzu. The next moment of cold killing intent. Sprint to the field. The students were all too scared to move. And Aki soon returned to normal. If anyone wants to know, why am I a 12-year-old student? A son can also become a professor. Then I advise you to stay and listen carefully. De Zhuang immediately saluted Yasi, then hurriedly slipped back to his seat. Yasi first asked the crowd. As everyone knows, mana wafted through the air. However, someone knows the best way to use this mana. Yasi asked them a question. This is a girl in the crowd with her hand raised. Yasi hurried to give him an answer. The girl is confident. Optimal. The way to do this is to channel the mana in the air to mana core, then cast a spell or cast it. Skill makers use it. After getting Yasi's affirmation, the girl immediately built up her self-confidence. That's right, the enhancer is the mana that will be in the air. Absorb into the core. In release. Spellcasters, on the other hand, are through the mana vein path. Use mana directly from the air. That being the case, it stands to reason that there are only enhancers. Mana needs to be stored in the mana core. Can be used for the spell with an intravenous scope. To drive the mana in the air at the same time, you need to store mana, too. Such an esoteric question. Let the students in the classroom forgot about Yasi's age. Instead, he fell into studious and thoughtful. At this time, the red-haired girl raised her hand again for a simple reason. Because the spellcaster is mobilizing the mana in the air. You have to use your own mana as a shadow to do this. The spellmaster Yasi reaffirmed the correct solution. A spell chanted by a sorcerer. It's for the better. Mobilize mana in the air. That's it. Spells are mana that is consumed. It should be less than the enhancer. Then I want to ask, that mana in new colors. Inaccurate. Judge the true strength of a mage. Look at a group of frogs at the bottom of the well in front of you. Fix teaching. Let them become ingrained. At this time, Aki pushed the problem to a climax again. Now I need 6 bits to have elements. Affinity classmates take the stage. I hope you can bring the question you just asked. Look at this content. Soon Yasi was on the left and right. There are 3 spellcasters and 3 enhancers. Mages cannot use staffs. Everyone does the most basic spells. And the process of casting spells can be fast and slow. There are strong and weak, when both sides pinch the spell into their hands. But Yasi commanded the enhancer to cast a spell, and the spell master takes back the spell he has cast. The students suddenly lost their temper. This teacher isn't here to trick us. Yasi immediately smiled before he died. So the students obediently followed his instructions. I thought that the enhancer would cast a spell and send out a ranged attack. Unexpectedly, the spell seemed to be stuck to the hand. I can't shake it off. And the spell is to take back the spell that has been cast. Obviously, it's not that easy. They all failed. Ended. Only Caitlin seemed to have touched a threshold. The original ice hockey. Gradually, it changes shape when it is retracted. The failed classmates complained to the teacher. You've gone too far. It's obviously done, and now it's going to be taken back. And there are only high-rank enhancers to be able to cast spells from a distance. The next second, Aki cast a spell with her left hand, then release it again. It was a no-brainer. The student immediately complained. You're not as powerful as my fart. It wasn't difficult for Aki to condense the wind element again. It's hard to get this moment in the next moment. A theater is incomparably sealed, free from Ahi's hands. Boom! The walls were cracked instantly. I'm bright orange. It's already possible to lose counts from a distance. So you still think, mana and new colors. Does it have to be the true criterion for judging strength? Because I'm a reinforcer. It doesn't show everyone to retake it. What kind of spell was cast? But it will definitely help everyone. That's next. Do any students want to try this spell on stage? Until the end of class. Students coming out of Yassi's classroom. It is not intended to be discussing Yassi, teaching the magic of spells. But I almost finished it. Apparently Yassi's first class was a great success. Wait for Yassi to return to the training room. But I saw Tessia, waiting here alone. Shurbai immediately pounced on his mother. Only then did Tesha realize that it was Yassi who had returned. He leaned over awkwardly, and Tessia also said hello to Yassi awkwardly. It turned out from the last kiss. Yassi had been hiding from Tessia. Originally, today it was in Shin. Principal Jia has made an appointment to come over. But look at the situation now. It must have been calculated by the old woman. Tesha was facing Yassi. So let's get started. The will of the divine beast that wants to assimilate the Alta Point must. Outside assistance is required. Yassi has 4 elemental mastery. Undoubtedly the best candidate. In a wheezing, Yassi finally helped Tessia complete most of the fusion. At this time, Yassi only felt that his body was suddenly emptied. Convergence is here first. And yet at this moment, Kasia asked Ahi on her own initiative. Is it because I kissed you that day? You've only been avoiding me lately. The girl took advantage of the boy's serious injuries and was unable to move. Take the opportunity to offer your most precious first kiss. In exchange for a word of sorry from the boy. It turns out that the boy has traveled to another world after being reborn. Now his 12-year-old body. But he has 40-year-old experience. So much so that in Yasabang, after Sia fused most of the will of the divine beasts, Tesha took the initiative to raise her own question, Yassi. Is it because I kissed you that day? You've only been avoiding me lately. Yassi bit her lip tightly. In the end, he responded to Datija with a smile. We have been childhood sweethearts since we were children. I understand that you are the ancestor of the king. So your peers are already thinking about getting married. But I'm not a king. A word from Yassi. It instantly stung Tessia's heart. You're just making excuses. You know I'm not thinking about getting married. I dear you just wish we could make some progress. Yassi had mixed feelings in his heart. But he still smiled and said, Oh, don't do that. Let's talk about it compared to when we met 8 years ago. It's been a lot of progress. Tessia stood up excitedly. Angrily said enough. Although I don't expect your reply. But I thought you'd at least listen to me. Sebetessia turned and left. Yassi was also heartbroken at the moment. Before leaving, Tesha turned his head and the atmosphere was in Yassi. You're in magic, though. The combat and humor are excellent in every way. But you will always live with a mask. Say the word forever. It's so round. I don't just want to put my feelings for you. Fooling the past. Just like when you pushed Lillian away. Ahi was startled. Tia slammed the door and walked away. Aki covered her face. There is an unspeakable grievance in my heart. How did he know I had rejected Lillian in the first place? Tessia, I can't tell you. I'm 40 years old. So Ahi was full of entanglement. So he found the 8th generation Toby to practice with him. Toby now. It is already possible to form a polyhedral guardian barrier. However, Ahi was in battle. But he always remembered what Tessia had said. These words are like sticking to the eardrums. I can't break free. As a result, Aki's attacks were furnishing than usual. But it has to be said, this multifaceted ladder guard barrier is really durable. As long as the core still has mana. The ratio is quick and can make up for the broken barrier. For elements switch back and forth. Aki had memorized it. I don't want to hide it either. I don't want to wear a mask either. But I still can't step into the red ditch between years. If you can't take off the mask, it will grow on your face if you wear it for too long. I want to take it off unless I hurt my muscles and bones. And even C was full of anger. When you're ready to throw a punch, Toby indicates that the mana is too low and stops working. Yassi forcibly stopped the attack with reason. After calming down, Yassi remembered, I skipped many classes because of an injury. Now we have to make up for it. So Yassi came to class absent-mindedly. He didn't even realize that the teacher had entered the classroom. Even halfway through the course, Yassi still hasn't recovered yet. He didn't hear it until the teacher called Yassi several times. Yassilai, tell you about your perception of spells. In Yassi's opinion, the formation of mantras refers to the formation of mantras through combinations, or parallel basic spells, or pass, technology to trigger other effects. Listen to Ashi's standard answer. The teacher was quite satisfied. So the teacher continued to ask the students, why the conjurer? There are even enhancers. You can unleash magic without chanting. As a result, some students rushed to answer if they mastered the spell. You don't need to read it out loud. And actually, mastering mantras is an impractical thing to do. The teacher immediately gave an interesting example. For example, I suddenly confessed to a girl who hated me very much. This girl must give me a reaction. And Yassi immediately thought of just now, Tesha's anger. The teacher went on to explain here, a confession is akin to a mantra. The girl's reaction is similar to a spell sound. She may be shaking with anger, or kick me in the shin in anger. In short, just don't recite the mantra. Finally, spells can also be activated. You can do silent spelling. Yassi scratched his head irritably after class. Now his mind was full of quarrels with Tesha. The lessons were all in vain. It will be demolished. That's not because of Dad's mind. It's all on Mom. Yassi immediately showed an angry expression. And yet at this moment, Yassi stopped suddenly. I said you 3 rats are fighting? Although I had a meeting and deserted. But I didn't expect it when I was angry. There will be human sandbags delivered to the door. Kawaii-san, what do you have to do? Just because of this fat man's spine. It was planted with a string of weird lines. As a result, he suddenly became irritable and angry. Danced the handkerchief thrown away by the princess on the nasal cavity. Took a sharp puff. The possessiveness in my heart came to my heart. Then he frantically attacked Yassi like a beast. Originally Yassi, still worried about the quarrel with Tessia. However, Yassi didn't expect it. To when he is angry, 3 human litter packs will appear in front of you. Kawaii-san, what do you have to do? At this time, Shibi seemed to feel something. Cracked his teeth at the 3 people. The senior scoffed. We just wanted to see. Have you safely returned to the dormitory? After all, Sauros College. It's not absolutely safe. Yassi sarcastically ignored it. This kind of thing to go out in front of the public. The school doesn't expect it to happen a second time. The senior was just about to have a seizure. But he was stopped by Kawaii. Don't be ashamed. Get the hell out of here. Kawaii then asked Akiyuki. You think you've been avoiding me all day? I'm going to forget the way you ran away. How the hell did you do that? Yassi was so indifferent that there was a hole in the ground at that time. I slipped this answer. Are you satisfied? Kawaii asked, gritting his teeth. That's what I asked. Why are you able to do it in such a short period of time? Escape from my prison of fire. And across most of the training ground. Sneak over and save Tasaya. Yassi pinched Kawaii's dirty hand. Is this the attitude of asking for advice? Yassi fixed Kawaii's head. Do you deserve to know? Kawaii wasn't in a hurry. It's about deceiving yourself. You're a grass people. It's just a bit of a supernatural object. This kind of thing. I guess you tricked Tessia into giving it. Yassi stared at Kawa with a look of brain-dead eyes. At this time, the fat man next to him began to gradually become hideous. You're so mean. You must be using it the same way. Let's seduce Princess Caitlin. Yassi looked like he didn't care about himself, but angered the fat pig in front of him. Isn't it great to be handsome? I'm a nobleman. Aristocrats gradually. The fat mana unconsciously began to shape. He fetuses the hands of seniors. Fuck off, I gotta teach this kid a lesson. The senior thought it was just a mouthpiece. I didn't expect to do it. The fat man's face is twisted. It seems to be mired in unrequited love. Can't help yourself. Aki waved his hand. I didn't tempt anyone. And who Princess Caitlin is willing to like. It's not something you can decide. As soon as this remark came out, the mana leaked by the fat man was even more violent. He took out a white handbag and took a sip. Kawaii gloated. This fat man has finally gone crazy. He began to think to himself. The princess said to me, I'm the one he wants. At this time, the stone wall is a little fried. They can sense the mana that this guy is exuding. Only a little unusual. The fat man's mouth didn't know what was going on. He turned his head suddenly. The eyeballs are going to bleed. Then he unleashed the power of the earth. In the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Yassi. Don't cuckold me. But it's bound to get a little out of hand. Why does this man smell of a beast? Yassi's hands formed a diamond-shaped barrier of mana. But it was directly smashed by the fat man. To know, the core of this fat man is only deep orange. Why did he attack casually? Can reach the level of a silver-white core. Just when the fat man's right hand was stuck into the wall by himself. Yassi yelled at Kawaii. I'm from the Pioneer Ministry. Do you know what it means to attack me? The senior shrugged and proposed, let's go and persuade a fight. Who knew that Kawaii looked pitiful? We didn't do anything, and we're terrified. See Kawaii's so brazen. Yassi almost burst into a foul mouth. Immediately, Kawaii also showed a look of tranquility. Shameless look. We didn't cast our magic. I didn't take a weapon either. This mess is what it takes whoever likes it. Kawaii said it was none of his business. He turned his head and ran away with the senior. Before leaving, he also told Yassi, don't slander yourself this time. I'm looking forward to the next showdown with you. Yassi didn't have time to be angry. Because of Maliku, the attack of the windswept tram has arrived, just as Yassi used wind magic, when forcibly changing the direction of actual pursuit. I didn't expect the next second. Maliku had already rushed in front of him. Yahi could only quickly condense the guardian fatten to resist. How can it be? It's obviously a secret emperor. Why is it so explosive? If Yassi wanted to capture him alive, the seals of the other two elements must be broken. And yet at this moment, there was a huge black mark behind Yassi. I saw that the stone wall turned into a black dragon. He stared angrily at Maliku, warning of the power of a claw. Straight to the ground, the Maliko is inlaid into the ground. Let it pass out. Yassi is getting stronger. Stone walls are also growing. Dad, I'm sorry for all the flowers you waited for. That's when Claire arrived. Yassi, what the hell is going on? Wait for Claire to lift Malika's back and take a look. His face suddenly became very solemn. I saw only one string. The quaint lines are inscribed on his spine. How is this artifact again? Soon Maliku was sent to the infirmary for treatment. Yahi learned from Claire. Something like this. There have been several recent incidents in schools. Thereupon, Claire knocked on the principal's office with Ahi. As soon as the door opened, there are already guests in the principal's room. That's right, 2 lances. And it's also Lin Wani, who is the hand of Lance. The principal introduced. The 2 at the door are outstanding pioneer member of the academy. Claire was particularly excited to see Lance. This is after the unity of their 3 kingdoms. Admired spiritual pillars. A total of 8 reams. Just 2 of them came to the principal's office. Claire patted her chest at them. I'm also looking forward to being able to be one day. Reams. Clarence ignored Claire's oath. Principal, I hope you will take the best course of action. The headmaster nodded in agreement. The 2 lances left in a hurry. However, just as Leonvas passed in front of Yassi, disdainfully glanced at Yassi for the light chapter. I don't know what I'm trying to do in my heart. And the Pure Lance Elia. He patted Claire on the shoulder. Little sister, you have to come on. Just when Claire was ecstatic. Both Yasi and Shibi sensed it at the same time. The mana emanating from the bodies of the two lances. The horror is suffocating. Afterwards, Yasi, to the dean, tells the story of what happened to Maliku just now. Look at the principal's expression. He clearly knew something, but he didn't want to say it. Yahi didn't continue to ask. So the principal said with a smile on his face, in the future, there will be the distribution of Lao Xian. I bothered about this aspect of the security defense. After sending away Ahi and them, the divine beast Abel flew onto the shoulders of Star Asia. Talking about it got the students involved. I don't know if it's right or not. The deterioration of the situation will certainly come at a cost. But there's no going back. At this moment, Zinjia's face was full of sadness. Why did they start so early? But it's too early. The boy just kissed the girl on the forehead. As a result, the girl returned home shyly. I even thought about what the baby would look like in the future. After last night's attack, Yassi will be the 115 and 10 of things. I told the dean of Interstellar Asia all about it. Look at the principal's expression. He clearly knew something, but he didn't want to say it. Yassi decided not to ask anymore. Afterwards, Yassi rushed to the last team battle without stopping. But Professor Glory told him, because yesterday, Kawaii provokes others to attack you. So I was grounded by the academy for 3 days. And your injuries aren't healed yet. I strongly oppose your participation in training legitimately. Yassi walked into the break room. Shirbai suddenly rushed over and called for his mother. I didn't expect Tessia to rest here too. And the arrival of the stone wall. Tessia's original sadness was healed. He let out a silver bell-like laugh. But when the stone wall came, it meant that Yassi was next to it. His face immediately turned from sunny to cloudy. Yassi consciously sat down beside Tessia. The next second, both of them regretted it. The air smelled of embarrassment. The two of them naturally. I remembered what I looked like when I had a fight yesterday. You just want to put my feelings. It's just a matter of fooling around. You will always live with a mask. You want to push me away like you pushed Lillian away. At this time, Yassi just wanted to speak. It was stopped by Tessia. Yassi, you don't have to explain. At that time, I was overdone and said things that shouldn't have been said. Tessia's apology fills Yassi with guilt. You're quite right. I reflected on it. Feelings are more complex than magic and combat. It's not something that can be solved by training alone. Seeing that Yassi was a little soft, Tessia said apologetically, that's what I thought too. I'm not very good at managing my emotions yet. At that time, I was in a fit of rage. Just tell me what Lillian asked me to keep secret. Yassi gave a look of acknowledgement. I've been running away all the time. I thought about it. I was wrong. Immediately, Yassi looked at Tessia with serious eyes. Say I'm sorry. There's no way we're going to be together. At this moment, the sound of Tessia breaking in her heart was heard. The pain was indescribable. Immobilizza Tessia. All cells in the upper and lower parts of the body. It all seemed to wither with the voice of a sea. Wait for that voice to come back again. Cassia is alive again. At least for now. Maybe when we're a little older. Cassia suddenly turned against him. Are you going to eat me? How do you know I'll be waiting for you? West was in a hurry, which I really hadn't thought about. I know you're popular. Mainly I don't know either. When will I be ready? At this point, Tihia couldn't hold back a smile. At this moment, the broken heart is rewoven. This is perhaps the best answer to this relationship. Yassi, I'll wait for you. It will definitely be that you are so popular at the academy. Can I trust you? You won't talk to me like that. I found out. You're visiting campus with other girls. Puzzle me Yassi will definitely not. Cassia exhaled a cloudy breath. The hanging heart finally let go. On the other hand, Yassi gradually got up. And then there's the Zizia. I didn't want to keep you waiting. Please give me more time. Then Yassi gently ruffled Tessia's bangs. I kissed him on the forehead. This eyebrow kiss is like a reassuring pill. Soothed Tesh's heart. After going back, Yasi is always in a state of pressing. The scenes around me are switching. But Yasi's expression was like a. Sure, Bai smiled at his aunt. Black Dad, you finally kiss your mother. Aki bowed her head shyly. Although Aki has the mind of a man in his 40s. But he never fell in love. Not to mention kisses. And Tihia went back to the dormitory. I looked in the mirror for a long time. Every 10 seconds, he would be repaired by himself. Said Batia, raised her bangs. Look in the mirror with your eyes full of admiration. Although only a light kiss on the forehead. But I should be more reserved. But I want to know what our future baby will look like. Probably so. Daughters are like Ahi. My son is like me. But if you have children, it means that we have been. Cassia was instantly shy to the point of smoking. You can feel the smell of burning through the screen. However, the next day, 2nd, West received the news of Maliku's death. Curtis told him the cause of Maliku's death. It's a mana extraordinary. Because of the strange runes on his spine. Even if Maliku was unconscious, no matter how hard the doctor tries, none of them could stop him from taking out mana risks. Heitling went to the meeting, and the Academy has found something. It will not be disclosed to the public. Even Maliku's parents. All of them were made PR by the college. Minister Temu slammed on the table. Even we, the pioneers, do not have the right to know. Claire said helplessly. Now that Yasi is back, then let's improve our patrol work. Yasi and Minister Taiwu. Infafai and Caitlin in a group. Curtis and Highcart in a group. However, what is surprising is this. Clays was willing to go his own way. The reason is that he has a more withdrawn personality. Then, 2 Terran students hid in the alley. Something is written. Both of them had morbid faces on their faces. They use red paint to tell the story of racism. At this point, Yassi suddenly poked his head in the middle of them. Interesting, isn't it? If not me. The 2 of them fled frantically as if they had seen ghosts. The girl runs slowly. So he condensed the water elemental and attacked Yassi. Get the hell out of here. Yassi casually lifted her leg and knocked the girl down. Let him smash A. At this time, Minister Taiwu heard the movement and rushed over. There are no runes on this red-haired spine. Yassi gestured to the girl behind her. Neither did he have it on his spine. Taiwu explained to you to continue the inspection. I took them to the registrar's office. However, while Yassi was leisurely patrolling, Shirabai suddenly sensed a strange mana. Yassi immediately hugged the stone wall and hid aside. I saw a black-robed man sneakily dodging. What RC vaguely sees. On his spine, it seems to be inscribed, familiar dark red runes. Just because, a strange rune was planted on the man's back. So much so that every time he maneuvers, will show a pair of diseases. Appearance, he will be forced into a life-draining one. A furious state that increases your strength. Eventually, Maliku was unable to stop the leakage of mana. As a result, he died, yet disqualified for a day. This rune actually appeared again. He was attached to a gray-robed man. You can see the panicked appearance of the gray-robed man. It doesn't look like mana is going to leak out right away. And he seemed to be looking for something. In order not to startle the snake, Yassi didn't take it directly, just quietly followed him. Maybe you can follow the vine. Find his accomplices in dens. But what Yassi didn't expect was, at this time, someone suddenly called out to him. The gray-robed man also paid attention. By the time Yassi got his teammates promoted, it was too late. Wait for Yassi to go back and watch the drama, only to find that the gray-robed man had long since disappeared. This made Yassi a little impatient. Clyde, I'm stalking. And this man has something to do with the affairs of Maliku. Yassi didn't want to talk much about this pig teammate either. Clyde clutched his head and blamed himself. But this is the district I am responsible for. If you have any information, you should also let me know first. Anyway, where did your partner Taiwu go? Yasi explained what had happened. Minister Taimu takes two bad students to the academic affairs office. Clyde looked reproachful. That means there's no one in your area right now. That's when it happened. The hand used for communication suddenly glowed yellow. It was Taiwu who started the competition. Right now, Yasi is in a tangle. The clue is in front of you. And Taiwu's side asked for reinforcements. That's when Clyde put his arm around Ashi's shoulder. This is the area I'm responsible for. I'm going after the suspect. You go help your partner. Aki nodded helplessly. Before leaving, Aki instructed the other party to wear a taupe cape. Wear it with dark pants and boots. Wait for Aki to leave. Clyde had a look of disgust. Damn, Aki would be seen by him. Wait for Aki to arrive. Taewoo and the rest of the team also happened to be there. Originally, someone suddenly hit Taiwu on the back of the head, and it's the hand of the enhancer. Otherwise, I am also a fortifier. It also does not faint directly. Taiwu thought for a moment, excluding the few ordinary students just now. This kind of force is only available to adults, or someone who has been hit with a rune like Maliku. Is possible, without letting me see what it looks like. Makes me faint for a while. Under Curtis's inquiry, Taiwu is very sure. There are abrasions on the other person's body. And through the description of Taiwu, Yasi suddenly remembered a detail. Clyde's hand on his shoulder just now. There are blood words and bandages. Even Shibi knew that Clyde had a problem. Taiwu asked towards Yasi. Then why should you go? Clyde's area is explored. Yasi had no choice but to lie. Because now tell the story of the gray-robed man. In case Clyde didn't mean it. There is no evidence that the effect is counterproductive. Because in the eyes of teammates, Clyde usually looks a bit gloomy. But others are also reliable. Even the usual beautiful face of the Thai thing will also defend Clyde. You should believe him. So it's not that Aki doesn't want to say it now. But it can't be said. Therefore, Aki will always be troubled by this matter. As a result, he often spends himself in a daze in Guildwin's class. Apparently, it was Clyde who didn't catch the gray robe last night. But at that time, Clyde, why are you calling me so loudly? And he also had an arm injury. Could it be that I'm too careful? At this time, Yahi was suddenly startled by Gidwin. What kind of new invention are you doing? Hi, I'm fooling. Gidwin walked away disappointed. Yahi wasn't there for a day today. I forgot what I was doing in the first two classes. He collected his thoughts. I hope it's my own heart. Although Yasi cannot participate in the team battle class. But he'll be watching from the sidelines. A few days passed like this. What he didn't expect was this. This is how the death of Maliku turned the page. I guess the pressure was given from above. There will be no patrols from tonight onwards. Shibi was very happy. That daddy. Let's go to the training room in the afternoon to find my mother. That's when it happened. Ms. Glory. But he walked towards Yasi with a melancholy face. He sat down beside Yasi. Then he let out a long sigh. Committee seal. Locked the dungeon where most of the students could go to the trial. Other words, go to the hands-on dungeon this semester. Only lower grades. Then Glory stared playfully at Yasi. I hope you don't get bored. After a while, Yasi came to the training room. Tesha arrived early, even if the two have the experience of the last time. But this time to help assimilate the core of the mythical beast of Arca Point, or let Yasi feel like his body was being hollowed out again. Ixie aghast and thanked me so much better. The thick-skinned Yasi pointed to the fountain in the training room. Why don't we go and play in the water? The two put their feet into the water to cool down. Yasi chatted until he talked about Tessia. Your nearest divine beast will. Are there any signs of trans tense? Tessia shook her head. It hasn't happened since the last team fighter. Tessia stretched. Show off your figure at a glance. 13 years old, is already an adult in this world. Yasi muttered to himself if he was lucky. The fairy tale of the will of the beast can be completed in a few weeks. It's not impossible for your mana core to pour silver white. At this time, a handful of water was poured on Yassi's face. Don't talk about that. Didn't you say you were here to play in the water? In the next second, Tihia was also splashed with water by Yahi. Abominable Ahi. Aki smirked. Didn't I want to cool you down too? I inhaled for a moment. Ahi finally got Teshia wet. The atmosphere started to suddenly go wrong. Tihia quietly stared at Ahi's side. I watched it for a long time. The hands of the two men got closer and closer. At this moment, the voice of the principal suddenly came from behind him. You two have a good time. Kashia immediately withdrew his hand. Yassi turned his head. Principal, don't call. In the next moment, Yassi's pupils were blocked. I saw that Principal Sinjia's clothes were torn, drag covered in blood. What the hell is wrong with you? The man stretched out his hand and shot dozens of wires. The whole room was enveloped in an instant. It's an assassination effort. Not only is he not aware of his spell attributes, I couldn't even hear anything when I put it away. All indications are that there is definitely something wrong with Clyde. Maybe he has to do with the location disaster that Yassi perceives. In a trifle, former seriously injured Star Subdean suddenly appeared in Yassi's training room. This also broke Tessia in an instant. In Yassi's affection, Tessia hurriedly rushed over to the master. What the hell is wrong with you? Yassi looked nervous. I thought you were going to the committee. Dean Sinja smiled bitterly and said lost. But for decompression, on the way back, I went somewhere else. Zinjia immediately changed the subject. I could be in your training room tonight. Give a lesson to Tesha. Yassi, of course, would be happy to. After all, it was funded by the dean. Stonewall. The sensible one brought it to the Yassi Vanguard department to deal with. After saying goodbye to the master and apprentice, Yassi consciously closed the door. He's smart. No further questioning. Because Yassi is well aware. If not for the immeasurable catastrophe, Principal Sinjia would have told him. Even the headmaster would be slandered by it. It seems that we can only wait and see what happens. The dungeon on the other side. There are many corpses of demonic beasts lying inside. And these monsters called rice. The skulls were much larger than normal. Rinvei asked, You're really sure? Absolutely no one has ever been to this dungeon. The person in charge was very sure of Lord Lance. According to the experts, this dungeon has been sealed since it was sealed. It has never been unblocked. At this moment, Rinvei raised the broken ribbon in his hand. The eyes are very solemn. It seems that this is not a trivial matter. At this time, it belonged to the meeting room of Batarants. Aya and Rinwei are waiting here. Soon the third place Reams came out. That's right, it's Ballet, who is also a human race. Balai's face was as cold as ice. A little more dignified. Then I'll get straight to the point. Invite both of you to come. It's because we're inside the dungeon. Some suspicious traces were found. Arya stood up excitedly. As far as I could tell, we have only been discovering the new world for half a year. Linvei looked calm. That being said, but we don't know. How long have they been discovering us? So Ballet, are you sure what those things are? Before Ballet. So he took the strip of cloth that Linwei had sent him for testing. What is certain? The material of the ribbon. The fiber is definitely not from our Urton continent. Besides the pattern of the ribbon, there has never been another in the history of Urton either. And this cloth has mana attached to it. Once torn, he becomes invalid. And I'm here this time. The main thing is to assign tasks to Arya. You can push off your previous tasks. With that, Balai pulled out a roll of maps. Information from adventurers. They're in these places in the monster zone. Giant earthworms have been seen frequent. When we string these situations together and fully discuss with scholars of mythical animal behavior, we found their cave composition to be extraordinary. We guess unknown mainlanders, in all probability, associated with anomalous behavior in the depths of the dungeon. At this point, Elijah volunteered. My perceptual magic is the strongest in Lance. I'm willing to go, Linwis said worriedly. I'll continue to explore the depths of the dungeon. But I'm worried. They will dig passages into low-level dungeons. So you have to be careful when you scout. 8-1 commanded. Case. You just wait for Mika to finish the mission and go together. Arya refused to wait longer. The more complicated the underpass will be. I'm willing to go alone. Immediately begin the search. And Yassi just gave one. The Year 2 students finished their lessons. Unexpectedly, he had just returned to the Union. I saw a figure flying in front of me. Curtis slammed into the ice wall. Heitling, I'm not your enemy. Why don't you have any sense of proportion in what you do to me? At this time, Minister Taimu rushed towards Curtis. Pay attention to the moment when Taiwu makes a move. The power of the earth suddenly came out happily. A force of gravity pressed Curtis hit the wall again. However, just after Curtis broke free of gravity, immediately plunged the sword full of fire elemental into the ground. There was a boom. Curtis unleashed the flames. It's also mixed with paralyzing lightning. Forced Taimu to eat the flame bombardment. Just as the two were about to face each other again, suddenly there were a few more black silk threads in the air. Clyde looked good. Stop. This is Claire's order. Aheaton sensed the difference. Not only does this thread not perceive the incantation attributes, it goes so smoothly that it's even imperceptible. I grabbed Claire and asked, Senior, do you know what kind of magic Clyde uses? I don't feel the properties of the spell at all. Claire shook her head. He never told us? Yassi's self-talk caught Clyde's eye. He squinted. With a smile on his face, he came over. Looks like you're interested in me. Yassi wondered. Can you tell me? How do you control those threads? Clyde suddenly smirked and threatened. If you know it, you'll have to die. Ahi's face was cold. Are you threatening me? At this time, Claire immediately pushed the two away. Yahi was also very aggressive. This person is so good. Why did he suddenly say that he died? But then again, yesterday night said he wanted to borrow my training room. I don't know what he is. How about the 7th generation Toby practiced? It took the boy 2.5 minutes to knock the robot down, just as he was about to unleash his magic to end the sparring session. The robot stared at him with a wicked grin. Immediately after that, the robotic arm began to deform. In the blink of an eye, the sharp fire elemental has been charged. In the end, the boy was not the slightest defense. Speaking of it, it is not easy to launch a sneak attack. At this critical moment, Aki with Nate. Rapid evacuation from the range of the flame throw. I thought the robot was just a sandbag. I didn't expect this kind of trick to be hidden. Even he had a consciousness of his own. Yeah, he knew. This is definitely Gidwin. Quietly come over the modded function. Because he was always thinking of bringing Ahi down. Knight, on the other hand, admired Gidwin very much. If you don't learn magic, you're more handsome. I'm going to be an inventor. Then Aki threw a wooden sword to Knight. Even if you're a ranged sorcerer, learning to fight in close quarters is a good thing for you. Especially in front of girls. And unexpectedly, it was Knight's posture. He doesn't look like a novice. Did you learn swordsmanship as a child? Isn't that amazing? I never saw the other side again. Look at Knight's swing of the sword, and his exceptional pace for balance. It's a solid foundation. If you practice well, you will become a great tool in the future. But he's for Ahi, though. It's still too tender. In an instant, Yahi circled behind Knight, whipped him the buttocks with a wooden sword. As a result, Knight didn't stand still and cut you all over the place. Your last movement is too normal. Nate turned her head and pouted. Who made you provoke me? Yahi held out his hand to Knight with a smile on his face. Suddenly, a figure lurking in the depths of Knight's memory emerged from behind Aki. He and Aki's movements and temperament are very consistent. Betrayal in the next second. Anger increases enlightenment. Envy. Even guilt crawled all over Knight's body in an instant. He seemed to remember something. I don't seem to want to recall it. Aki panicked. I was just smiling. But Knight was sweating like rain. He himself didn't know. Why do you have this emotion in your head? He pushed Aki away and I'm fine. It's gone. It may have been a brain hit the ground just now. So headaches. Yahi, of course, didn't believe it. He just felt a breath. Extremely strong mood swings. Knight couldn't believe it either. Why did he have this affection for Yasi? Sue must have crashed out of his own brain. After saying goodbye to Knight, Yasi had a few uneventful weeks. Toby has also been developed to the 8th generation, although the midterm exams have begun. But Yasi had a hard time doing every homework. All have the same passion. Of course, Yasi never forgets. The original intention of the Les Sal Rose Academy. That's who he really loves. Spend every beautiful moment. That's what he looks forward to every day when he wakes up. However, since the last time Knight lost control of his emotions, Knight was always absent-minded in front of him. It seems to be gradually alienating Yasi, but he never dared to say it. Tomorrow, you're going to have to talk to Professor Glory. Let's go to the Monster Zone. Don't get too tired after a while. Although Knight will also say something caring. But it always felt like he was just perfunctory. After a few weeks of core fairy tales, the fusion of Teshia with the mana of the divine beast, more and more stable. When it's time to go to the Monster Zone, Sister will show you your might. In the next second, Yasi rewarded him with a brain melon. Don't be proud. Because of fairy tales, your mana is less than half of normal. Tesha puffed out her face. You don't put it too. The two strongest elements of themselves are hidden. And I'm a year older than you. Call Sister Shung to listen. Yasi instantly recalls when he was 4 years old. He takes Tesha on a trip to the Monster Zone. Yasi began to imitate what Tesha had said as a child. I suddenly remembered, you're a kid too. If you stay outside, you'll be targeted by wild beasts. So for our safety, it's better for you to go into the tent and stand guard. Tesha instantly felt embarrassed. He threw Arcee down with his body. Yasi smiled, as if the conspiracy had succeeded. You dare to expose my short, stinky Yasi. This is what you brought on yourself. The next second, a series of slapping sounds filled the training room. At this moment, a dark shadow approached Yasi. Grandpa Billion gloated. I thought you were on good terms, but I didn't expect to see this scene. At this point, Tesha didn't realize anything. But wait for him to realize it later. When you find your own sitting posture, the whole person was red-faced and red-eared, and he was so ashamed that he was smoking. He quickly jumped to his feet. I didn't mean to. Grandpa sighed. It's really a big woman. Tessia tugged at her grandfather's beard, blushing to the base of the neck. Grandpa, don't talk about it. Actually, today Billion came over. The main thing is to explain the matter of Tessia to Yasi. On the one hand, his divine beast mana was not completely stable. On the other hand, no one could help keep an eye on him. So Yasi, I hope you leave tomorrow. Can help me stay with him. Yasi was a little tangled. Normally, it doesn't matter. But I'm going home today. This grandfather was even happier. Why don't you just drop him off and take him back to your house? Dammy. Yasi refused without even thinking about it, and didn't even have to think about it. I knew how my mom was reacting. Grandpa is very sorry that he can't go along this time. Outcome. In the evening, Yahi and Tihia arrived home safely together. I can't believe it. In the end, we came back together. The boy went to school for half a year and was not at home. His parents thought he was dead. As a result, the boy became a professor on his first day of school. He also entered the pioneer department, which was admired by the whole school. Specifically addressed the issue of racial discrimination. The presence brings a sense of security to all teachers and students. Aki before going on an adventure in the Monster Zone with her classmates. He wanted to go home and say goodbye to his parents. Originally, he was alone every time he went home. When I went home this year, I was forced to bring a female companion. It turned out to be Billion. Grandpa offered to me to go to the Monster Belt for money. Can you help me keep an eye on Teshia? Now his divine beast mana is not stable enough. But Grandpa's proposal was rejected by Yasi. Usually yes. But today I'm going home. This grandfather was even happier. Why don't you just take him back to meet his parents? Damaisai refused without even thinking about it. Because I've seen my parents' reaction when they see Tessia. Fort Acre is not allowed. What will happen when I go home this time? Result evening. Yassi still arrived home safely with Tessia. Yassi's family excitedly blocked the door of the house to greet them. I knew you two were coming. Yassi was puzzled. How do you know I'm and Tessia? Came back together, looking at the early gifts in the living room. Dad laughed at Tapasia. Don't break the bank to play at home in the future. Mom is enthusiastic to Yaya. You don't invite Tessia in. Dinner was all ready. Sister Aero excitedly grabbed Sister Tessia. Come on in. I'll show you what I'm good at archery. Every time. Sister Helen of the Teves Warband. Will call me. Tessia quickly settled into the warmth of the family. Yassi stood outside the door with a sigh of emotion. If only the time could be said at this moment. Deep in the dungeons on the other side, Lance Elia was exploring on her own. Everywhere he passed will have their own magic vines. This way it is not easy to get lost. And you can take the path well. Map through the vines to your own mind. Lance Bear was right. Giant earthworms. It really doesn't seem like you're acting on your own terms. After taking a closer look at the tunnel route, Arya discovered all channels are synced. Gathered to where he is. At this moment, he suddenly realized something. That's right. That's the direction. He hurried towards the right side of the fork in the road, then stopped at a cliff. Under the cliffs, there is actually a two-handed snake body of a divine beast guarding it. But why? Sharp horns have grown out of this democratic tongue, and the color is different from the ordinary. There were also blue fireworks on his back. He seemed to be guarding the cave behind him. Arya takes out a magical breath channel. Lance Bale. I found a strange cave. There's a mutated snake of the dark axe guarding it. Follow my observations. This may be the birthplace of the mutation of the mythical beast. Apply for support. The husband and wife's Beliai ordered to lurk in place. I'll teleport 50 mages to come and help. In fact, the Serpent of Fame had already discovered Arya and approached in his direction. Arya's face was solemn. I hope to make it through until help arrives. Today, however, Yassi's house is very lively. Uncle Vincent brought his female companion home because of Yassi. So drunk and drunk. What's wrong with Yassi's daughter? Lillian's face was red. Dad would put me off every time he got drunk. If you don't know how to drink, don't drink. Mom laughed and poured. Your dad regrets it. Send you to the Academy of Magic. You come back once a month. He talks about you every day. At this point, Lillian suddenly wondered, do you know where Tessia went? Aki stretched, saying he wanted to go for a walk. Mom was afraid that he would get lost and went with him. Lillian suddenly understood. At this time, Dad handed the sleeping arrow to Aki. Let's help get my sister back to the house. He asked me every day, when will my brother come back? There's a good chance he'll sleep in tomorrow, so you have to tell him in advance. You'll leave early tomorrow. At this time, Tessia and her mother sat outside the house and chatted. Tessia knows. In the future, I will definitely meet Yashi's mother a lot. Be sure to behave well. Make a good impression. Gradually, the two began to talk about Yassi. Tomorrow, Yassi goes to the dungeon. Mom, are you worried? Mom sighed yes. Kurja Akindo. The dungeons I went to this time were all relatively low level. And Yassi is so powerful. Mom's expression was a little sad. Even if Yassi is better than the 6 big blue silks, I'll be worried too. Even the lowest dungeons. There are also unpredictable risks. But Mom quickly reined in her emotions and apologized. I shouldn't have said that before you left. Tessia shook her head. Don't worry too much. No matter what happens, I will protect me as Yassi does. Take good care of her. Mom immediately dismissed Tessia's idea. Your mom and Dad's baby too. If you have 3 long and 2 short, they're going to be sad too. You want to put your own safety first. I'm sure Yahi can take care of herself. Aki sends her sister Arrow back to her room. But Arrow woke up in a daze. I learned that my brother would leave early tomorrow morning. Arrow reluctantly asked, "No, stay a little longer," looking at the clingy sister. "Yahi is happy to wait for me to come back from the dungeon. You can rest at home for a week." Arrow patted his bed. It was a knife brother. "Sit down and tell me stories. By the way, brother, you said last time that you taught the professor a lesson. Then you can go on." The more he talked, the more energetic Yahi became. "Start dancing." Meanwhile, the time of the night passed quietly. Early the next morning, Mom and Dad were about to get up and make breakfast for Aki. As they whispered, "Open Arrow's room," I looked at Arrow's condition. The two immediately smiled happily. The children have grown up. I saw Ahi leaning against the edge of the bed. Fell asleep with my sister and Shibi. After saying goodbye to my parents, Ahi walked towards the academy team. The rest of the team rushed to the meeting place one after another. "Go to the stone wall. You can go hunting in dungeons." Shibi did not hesitate. Before leaving, Shibi summoned me when he explained something. "Wait until Professor Glory has assembled the team." But I began to feel nauseous. Because Kawaii died. It was actually assigned by Professor Glory. Yahi's Adventure Squad. The teacher takes the students into the weakest dungeon to experience. The students treat trials as a trip. Not only are they not nervous, the teacher also put on the appearance of a tour guide. The result is the next moment. A wall made of nearly 100 monsters, blocked in front of them. Originally, it was called the Widow's Burial Chamber. The first 2 floors will only spawn 1 episode of the Howler, and Huangzi will farm monsters when he listens to orders. Take out expensive weapons immediately. Arm yourself to the fullest. But everyone walked for a long time. As a result, not a single mad monster was encountered. At this time, the teacher also began to get anxious. Just when he was worried about how to go to class without farming monsters, Kawaii waited with a look of disdain. There are no monsters who have experience to fart. At this time, some students suggested going deeper. Glory was adamantly opposed to this. Even if there are no monsters on this level, nor can we take it lightly. As Curtis was chatting with the team, Professor Glory, however, looked straight ahead with a solemn face. In the next second, nearly 100 pairs of eyes glowed red. The howling monsters are like piles. The walls suddenly rushed up. The timid students began to flee in a hurry. Yasi shouted as she ran in my direction, facing the obstruction of nearly 100 wild monsters. Glory condenses mana throughout her body. He didn't know how many heads he had cut off in a second. In the next moment, nearly 100 howled. Blame Glory cutting out thousands of pieces. These guys are not fortified. But why are you gathered here? With a question, Glory walked up to the student. It's so weird here, and we're still safety first. I declare the end of the team fight class. Before the teacher could finish, a provocative flame sliced through his ear. Boom! Exploded in the place where the howling monster had just died. Kawaii doesn't think safety comes first. Teacher, this is just a little interesting. You're done with it. I don't know why you brought us here. The classmate who had just escaped looked like he was not afraid of death. Those are weird. The teacher shredded them in 2 casual strokes. What's so scary about this? At the instigation of the crowd, the teacher gave up on the best escape event. I knew that Lance was also investigating the dungeon. Infatuated, he said in his heart that he understood Glory. But there is such a puzzling thing. There must be something greasy behind it. There's only 1 episode here. Glory doesn't think there should be a problem. So he compromised. The next second, all the students rush towards the cave where the monster is farming. Everyone wants to get their first kill. And yet at this moment, Glory caught Kawaii, who was sprinting. Just that kind of provocative behavior, if you dare. I will not bother you if you commit another offense. Kawaii nodded, unconvinced. A squad consisting of Yasi and Tessia and others. There are 5 people in total. Tessia as captain. He commanded Daoyashi to pit strongest, and you were at the front. Clive and Roland. You stand on the right and left sides of Yasi. Kawaii, you stand in the middle. We line up in a diamond formation. Kawaii looked disgruntled. But it was done anyway. Yasi stopped his teammates who were about to have a seizure. He pointed to the horn monster in front of him. The guy we're going to deal with is over there. Just then, his teammate pulled out a gorgeous water arrow. He was about to show off to everyone, who knew that in the next second his face was even more ugly than eating. Fortunately, Yasi made a timely move. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. The crowd formed a formation under the command of Tessia. The squad's operations were particularly smooth. Yet Kawaii is as proud as ever. Then, a howler suddenly rushed in front of Kawaii. Thankfully, the vines released by Tessia were quickly fixed. With the blessing of the wind element, Tessia shot cleanly. No mud and water in the slightest. Gloria nodded secretly. It seems that everyone usually listens to the lectures. However, students who do not have long-term combat experience, already tired of it. The establishment of the chain is almost complete. Glory announced a total retreat. This trial is over. And yet at this moment, a teammate accidentally fell down because of the disaster. As a result, he was dragged into the herd by the howling monster. Ready to eat, Yahi, who had originally fled, had to turn around. Faced with this situation, Ashi must subdue them with one move. Otherwise, the monster would have died long before he finished killing his teammates. Yasi also didn't try a wide-range attack, but he had it in his head. I just haven't had time to try it yet. I saw that he infinitely condensed the wind element into the knife bridge. He warned him to find something and hold on. Don't let my wind blow away. Teammates put their index fingers with all their might. Embedded in the ground, Yasi drew his sword, and in an instant, dozens of wind blades scattered. Blows all the howling monsters away in an instant. Hoyahai's right hand swinging a knife. But he was rescued because of too much strength. Just as he was about to pull up his teammates. When you meet up with your companions, a sudden explosion occurs in a deep pit where monsters are farmed in the distance. After seeing the source, his pupils retracted. Glory looked up in horror. When pigs fly, why did the queen of the howling monster come to the second floor? What exactly happened on the third floor? The boy infuses his classmate's body with mana. The classmates were directly transformed into mounts. It turns out that the boy has the strongest dragon mana today. It is also the only dragon trainer in the mainland. His mana attribute against other beast bits, inherently with the effect of absolute surrender, just because he and his classmates were in the experience of dungeon evacuation. A sudden explosion occurs in a deep pit where monsters are farmed in the distance. After seeing the source, Aki's pupils shrank. Glory, on the other hand, looked up in horror. When pigs fly, why did the queen of the howling monster come to the second layer? What exactly happened on the third layer? The queen of the howling monster is a secret beast. Mastery of sonic magic. The next second, a deafening sound wave almost moved the entire second layer. Two madnesses. Queen Howling took the initiative to charge towards Glory. Aurori rips off the necklace that seals the mana. The next second, his left hand charged. The power of the earth is stronger than his fire. Even in the face of two ridges, he didn't take a step back. I don't have any students who want to touch me. He is blessed with dual elemental mana. Let Shinjin retreat from the madness and manage the Queen's air battle. Glory is necessarily not dominant. I saw him jump up. Focus your attacks on the left side of the treasure. If only you could kill one first. He had the confidence to stop the other. Such students are not at risk of being attacked suddenly. Glory was in a bitter battle at the same time. It is the responsibility of the other students to confirm the exit. Because before Yasi's drawing of the sword cut off a large area. Therefore, there aren't many howling monsters left in the dungeon. You call it a soldier, right? Come with me. Tessia has and Curtis. And Claire Confluence. They play cover. You don't need to look back. Rush straight over. We'll take care of the rest. under the cover of classmates. Ahi and his troops arrive at the entrance of the monster farming cave. Stop him with the power of the earth. And yet at this moment, suddenly, a fish slipped through the net, interrupted the spell cast by the soldier. At the last moment, the Ballad of Dawn runs through the head of the howling monster. Yasi drew his sword and said, "I will protect you, the Dharma." Don't worry, the reason why Yasi chose to lead the troops. The main thing is that this sister has control over the power of the Emperor. It's a notch better than him. I asked the soldiers to communicate with the earth during the recess. A deep pit with a diameter of 100 meters. It was stuffed with stones in less than 1 minute. The students still couldn't get out of the fight quickly. However, Tessia's mental wear and tear is the greatest. As the master, he has to prevent all sneak attacks as much as possible. Every time he makes a move, he saves a life. But a new problem has arisen. The exit was sealed with stones weighing 10,000 gold. They have to figure it out. Aki took the shoulder of the superior who was rescued. Then mobilize all the power of the earth in your body. When he was 10,000 years old, he only blew up more than 100 gold. If the channel is dug like this, when Yasi's mana is exhausted, it is impossible to open it. And yet at this moment, Yasi smelled a burning smell. Look at the source. It turned out to be the result of a dead howling monster. This made all the students feel uncomfortable. Until Yasi saw a flame not far away. I saw Kawaii blocking the monster spawn and bombarding it continuously. And the corpses piled up behind him. Plug the only vent. Yasi reminded everyone. Stop the fire spell. Put out the fire as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will be insufficient oxygen supply in the cave. However, he wants to destroy this corpse wall all at once. Not only does it require extreme explosiveness, also keep an eye on the oxygen content in the cave at all times. At this time, Shibi contacted Yasi. It can be combined with the inside and outside of the stone wall. Okay, Dad, I'm coming over here. One thought of support. Yasi recalls the fusion of Curtis and Kien-Kunshi. The ultimate that is issued. It's definitely enough. Curtis, come here. Your heaven and earth roar incantation. Can you get rid of those? Curtis, though confident. But the Chinquan master was not by his side. So Yasi immediately asked Curtis to turn around. I'll give you mana. Let's try to lead the troops. You go and help the others resist. Leave it to us here. After branching out and leading the troops, Yasi removed the seal from his hand. He relaxes his body. Do your best to calm down and become calm. Yasi's body has a base of quadruples, and his divine dragon mana is blessed. The necessary dragon mana of the hour. Not only can it deter almost all animal trainers, it can also be used as a medium. Transform him into a finished element. Transmit it to other mages. The next second, Curtis only felt hot and cold in his back. The mana core in the body swelled a lot as a result. That's it. Yasi still had half of his core empty. But the results were good. Curtis managed to enter the taming chamber. In the first stage, the heavens and the earth roared and the showers were released. In an instant, the temperature around him soared several times in the blink of an eye. The next moment, pillars of crimson light erupted from his mouth. Finally, there was a bright light at the entrance of the cave. Curtis, you hurry up and evacuate everyone. Professor Glory, on the other hand, is in a bitter battle. He is also a dangerous adventurer, no matter how much he does not count. Even if the other party is a B-rank peak divine beast, he couldn't have dealt with it so hard. Glory will earth and fire. The two properties collide together. Construct out sharp glass shards, barely able to hold on for a while. Enough for all the students to evacuate. But because of Overcast, Tessia's unsteady core stinged again. Just in Yasi to be the Tessie. When you get out of the dungeon, suddenly I felt that something was wrong with this dungeon. Look back. Suddenly, the entire dungeon shook violently. Wait for Yasi to see the source. His pupils blocked again. Glory's peaking opera looked up in disappointment. When pigs fly, but the mythical beast appears. In an instant, he trampled the mad monster queen to death. I saw one W1. The size is bigger than the crazy monster. The queen also has a divine beast that is 5 times the size of the appearance. Why are A-class giants used to coming back? The second level of the dungeon is the deepest part of the city. What exactly happened? A 12-year-old boy pours 4 elements into the scabbard. The scabbard was not damaged. The moment he drew his sword, he also burst out with thousands of sword chi. Even if the enemy is an A-rank divine beast, they will all be slain by him with a sword. As a result, when a C fled the dungeon, was hooked by the divine beast that fought back on the verge of death. The next moment, the body of the divine beast swelled rapidly in front of his eyes, facing the close-range self-explosion of an A-class divine beast. What will happen to Yasi? Just as Yasi was about to help Tesha out of the dungeon, the entire dungeon shook violently. Wait for Yasi to see the source. His pupils retracted again. Glory's peaking opera looked up viciously. Divine beasts appear. In an instant, he trampled the mad monster queen to death. He was reckless. She is 5 times larger than the queen of the wild monsters. Why is the critical giant accustomed to coming back? The second level of the dungeon is the deepest part of the city. What exactly happened? Glory yelled. The students evacuated with all their might. Can be in the next moment. The monster's attack was already coming towards him. With 2 heavy swords, Glory steadied herself, but the left side of his face was still bruised by the giant monster's attack. At this moment, the giant monster suddenly reversed its target. He rushed towards the students. In the next second, the glass spell flew over. This barely stopped the sneak attack of the giant monster. It's kind of coming at me. You piece of shit. Aki could feel it. Something is wrong with this giant monster. At present, most of the students have been evacuated. Let's go, Yahi. Yahi. Immediately deliver the unconscious Teshia to Claire. He took out the Ballad of the Dawn. Walked towards Glory's side for support. Curtis dragged Ahi. Don't be impulsive. However, the next second, Ahi sprang up with a spark in his left hand. Blue flames instantly crawled all over his left arm. You go first. Curtis froze in place for a long time, unable to come back to his senses. He was actually a magician of the 3 elements, and the flames are at the blue level. On the other end, Gloria was in a bitter battle. His life could be in danger at any moment. As a result, Aki had to go to Glory's aid. The silver tooth can't be so strong. There's definitely something wrong with this giant monster. At this time, Aki suddenly shouted and fell down. A skill that combines wind and fire slashing immediately repelled the giant monster. Glory was amazed that Ashi would use wolf fire. And this blow from Yahi, but it completely angered the giant monster. Glory, on the other hand, blames the thief. I've said all about evacuating. Aki grinned. You said it was the evacuation of students. Yours and I are colleagues. The giant runs out of the Anglo-Persian. Shake the number of 2 people at the same time. Glory, your attacks won't hurt him at all. Glory's face was solemn. It would be nice if the students could evacuate safely. The plot is weird. The 2 still had time to chat. Immediately intensified the offensive. Is everyone else gone? Yasi looked behind him. He just glanced at Kawaii. There is no doubt that Yasi's identity was detected by Kawaii. It turns out that the Cayman swordsman is Yasi. Yasi is a masked swordsman, but because of the weakness of his legs, Kawaii still left. That way, Glory doesn't have to pinch her hands and feet. Ahi asks Glory to help him carry the giant monster. Fight for the mission. If you change to a sorcerer, you really can't do it. But Glory is a dual attribute enhancer. The next moment, 4 elements erupted in Yasi's body at the same time. The Song of Dawn in the scabbard is already hungry and thirsty. At the moment when Yasi drew his sword, a full 2,000 pieces of sword energy will walk you from the fitness movement. In the blink of an eye, Yasi carried a sword aura. crash into the giant monster's chest. In the reservoir of the gods. The sword of the four elements easily broke through the defenses of the divine beast. Just before the Ballad of Dawn pierced his body, Yassi's right arm bone suddenly broke. The mana dissipated in an instant. I can't do it with my hands. The giant monster immediately slapped his backhand. Thankfully, Yassi was taken away by glory in time. But the Ballad of Dawn is stabbed inside the giant monster. Haven't pulled it out yet. By the time they were about to escape from the dungeon, the giant monster actually crawled behind them. The nails also pierced Aki's calf. The pain almost made Aki faint. Glory was already exhausted. And yet at this moment, the giant monster room swelled twice the size. The mana in his body seemed to be about to burst out. Yassi run. But it's too late. A dazzling white light suddenly illuminated the entire cave. Yes, the plot is blamed in the last moments of life. Without hesitation, he chose to be self-defeating in front of Yassi. A deep crater was blown out of the ground. Luckily, Yassi was pulled a little distance by Glory. Unfortunately, Yassi is falling towards the pit, just as he was about to blow his body up with wind magic. As a result, a stone suddenly hit his forehead. He received a heavy blow to the head, just fainted, when he was about to fall into the endless abyss and turn into a meatloaf. Yassi suddenly woke up, but he's still falling. Yassi rubbed himself against the wall with the wind elemental. Hold the wall with the earth element to stop it from falling. But there's not much mana left, and now he has to think about it. It's how not to fall to death. He condensed his mana into his eyeballs. Thankfully, he saw a cave in the wall below. Fall instantly. He uses one of the few elements of the wind. Forcibly press yourself against the wall. At the moment of passing by the entrance of the cave, the output of Asuga's sealing magic. Sideways flight into the cave. Eventually, he made one for himself using the wind element. Something like a life-saving air cushion. You can get a better cushion when you fall. But there is too little mana. In the end, Yassi slammed into the ground. He passed out. Apparently his body was at its limit. The epidermis is even more worn. And yet at this moment, a few holy feathers suddenly fell from the air. Abrasion of Yassi's skin. There was a faint golden glow. A 12-year-old boy opens the waterfall with his hands. But I saw corpses all around. However, not far away. But there was a faint cry for help. Wait until he sees the face of the helper. Yassi's face changed suddenly. I saw that Lance Arya not only lost her lower limbs, only the body remains. I don't know why I'm still blind. It turned out that it was because of the divine beast's self-violence. The road to the dungeon exploded by mistake. Tunnels in the depths. Yassi was seriously injured and fell at the same time. But I saw a cave. So he used a few wind elements. Sideways flew in. As a result, he didn't have enough mana. Eventually, he slammed into the ground. And yet at this moment, a few holy feathers suddenly fell from the air. Abrasion of Yassi's skin. There was a faint golden glow. Originally, he used his last consciousness to unleash the dragon's mana. Forcibly fished himself back from the ghost gate. What he didn't expect was this. The healing effect of the dragon's mana will be so good. However, the corpse of the giant monster and his accessories. I don't know when I actually fell into the cave. Truly God and I. Now that the accessories are available, then think about how to get out. Yassi added the corpse of the giant monster to the storage ring. Although it was only a 10-minute drop, but at least 10,000 meters high. Climb up a bit of a sky wilderness blanket. That's when it happened. Yassi found out. There is another cave connected to the cave. And there was the sound of rushing water. It turned out to be a small waterfall. Yassi attaches the water element to his hands. It's easy to get the water out of the way. The next moment his eyes came to his aid. Pupils constricted sharply. I saw the waterfall man. There were the corpses of 20 mage soldiers. At this time, there is movement not far away. Please help me. Yasi hurried over. There are survivors. Until Arcee came to the cave of the crypt. But he couldn't bear to look at it, because there are more dead soldiers in it. Can you say another word? I can't find you. At the moment when Yasi tilted his head, his mouth was slightly open, chills all over the body. The sword in his hand slid down. I saw it among the vines. Lance Arya has no lower limbs and only a body. The injuries were even more devastating. Although Ahi and him only have a one-sided relationship. Although Aki and he are not familiar with each other. But Ahi could see it. This Arya is a soft-hearted person. He is also an optimistic person. A wave of doubt came over Aki. How so? He's a mage with a silver-white core. What the hell is he doing? Ahi threw herself on the ground. Arya, your eyes. Your body. Aki hurriedly injected mana into him. Renew his life. That's the only thing he can do. Who have we met before? My name is Yasi. You said I look like your brother. I remember. You are Yasi of Salros College. How did you end up here? Yasi has crossed paths. You can't speak for the next second now. Arya took Yasi's hand. You don't have to continue. Arya forced a smile. You also know that I will die. You don't need to worry. I'm much better now because of you. Aki's face was full of worry. Then I can do something for you. Arya shook her head slightly. Aki choked up. How is this possible? What the hell is going on here? Arya held out her hand. An evil spell suddenly bleeds. She was taking revenge on me. She was the one who kept me alive like this. Just because I alarmed him. Yasi picked up the shard and asked what it was. Arya said with a smile. Because you've just injected mana into me. It should allow you to see my memories. The next second, Arya leaned against Yasi's forehead. Suddenly, a wave of memories flooded into Yasi's mind. It's a two-handed axe snake. It was the mages who had just died who were fighting him. Why does the snake have antennae? He was subdued by a coalition of 50 mages. Then why is there such a tragic situation here? At this time, the core of the divine beast in the soldier's hand suddenly exploded. A black demon appeared in front of them. Wait a minute. Why is he so familiar? He and the demon who had hunted down Shibuya in the first place. Same. He only used 30 spells in one move. The soldier died directly. Is this Arya's point of view? I saw the demon draw 2 fingers. Given 2 options. One is to die in battle. One is to kill your teammates and survive alone. Arya attacks the demon. In an instant, he was destroyed by the other party with a strange magic name. There was not the slightest chance of resistance. In the next moment, the demon returned to Arya. He bared his steel teeth and didn't run. I haven't had enough of it. At this moment, the vines slammed into the demon's face. It turned out that the fragment was his skin. The demon became angry and manic. I will let you experience what it means to live rather than die. He sent Arya kicked. The location is right here on this wall. He tore off his lower limbs. He has a throne on his face. I've heard that people who can't see hear better. I don't know if it's true. The next second, Arya's eyes went black. Immediately after that, the screams of the other fighters were deafening. Aki immediately detached from her memory. He threw up for a long time. After all, this immersive memory. It's too hard to forget. Arya looked apologetic. I'm not supposed to show you this. Still a child. Yasi wiped the corners of his mouth. Never mind. Somebody has to tell the outside world what's going on here. Arya, I'm sorry. I couldn't save you. You've really suffered. And Arya finally stopped smirking. He choked up and the demon destroyed his legs. He didn't cry that the devil had taken him down. He didn't cry either. A word of comfort from Yasi. But he cried aggrievedly, like a child. I don't want to die. Yasi hugged him tightly. Arya leaned on Yasi's shoulder and cried. I was really scared. Don't be afraid of the taste of Yashin. Don't be afraid. I was here for a moment, and the crying disappeared. Arya's hands seemed to run out of strength. Quietly hanging to the ground, not wanting to move anymore. The girl had no lower limbs and only a body. He was alone in a dark cave. Stayed for 10 days and 10 nights. His legs were ripped off by demons. He didn't cry. He was blinded by the devil. He didn't cry either. And a word of comfort from the boy. But he cried aggrievedly like a child. Actually, I don't want to die. And the only warmth that Yahi can give is a hug. I can only accompany him through the last moments. Arya leaned on Ashi's shoulder and cried. I was really scared. A feeling of powerlessness spread throughout Aki's body. He couldn't help it. I'm here. Don't be afraid. It seems to be because of peace of mind. Arya's cries died down. It was the only limb he had lost his strength. Quiet hanging. Fell to the ground and didn't want to move again. Yahi told herself repeatedly. Arya's death can't be made meaningless. He learned from Arya's memories. The existence of black demons. He and the original attack on 10 branches. The demons of Bia are supposed to be a race. Yasi was also not sure what plot they would have. Yasi thought as he cleaned up the mess. He picked up Aaliyah's body, gently wiped the blood off his face. At this moment, Yasi secretly swore an oath to protect loved ones. He has to get stronger. Otherwise, it will be too late by the time the soldiers come to the city. He gripped Arya's badge tightly. You can rest assured. I'm going to make those people pay their due. This caused Yasi to activate the water elemental control. Let them condense into ice outside of Arya's body. Don't worry, Arya. I won't keep you waiting too long. Soon, a family member will come to pick you up. By the way, Yasi looked towards the cemetery behind him. And you guys, thank you Shibi for waiting for me for so long. Shibi didn't say much, just rubbed his face against him. Yasi forced a smile. Stonewall, let's get out of here. Staying in this will not help. Because continue to stay here. It will only lead Yasi into a cycle of self-blame. Whether it is life or death or parting. One time is enough. After leaving the dungeon widow's tomb, Yasi never had a smile on his face again. He didn't know why. In his previous life, he was decisive in killing. It was also called the battlefield Shura by the soldiers. Why is it so emotional after being reborn? Or maybe he's no longer an orphan. He had a family. He understood what affection was. Or maybe he's no longer alone. With a lover, with a partner. He gained love and bonds. In this world, he doesn't need to kill to get to power. It is possible to compete. There were almost no deaths. He learned that life is precious. Yasi walked to the camp of the dungeon guards. Brat, this is not a place where you can play. Register your name. Yasi pointed to the school emblem on his chest. I'm from Sauros College. Just came out of the widow's burial chamber. The guard asked. It's the dungeon that went wrong. Yasi nodded expressionlessly. Another guard immediately rushed into the camp to report. Contact Sauros College quickly. An adventurous processing will. The guards pacified the island of Yasi. Don't move yet. I'm going to find you a therapist. Yasi grabbed the guard's wrist tightly. No, now I just want to go home. Tomorrow I will report back to Sauros College in person. That's when the guard remembered. He was looking at a child. It's normal to be homesick. Then it's up to you. Yasi came to the door. But he didn't dare to go in. Now my parents are definitely not feeling good. Surely I'm very worried. Yasi sat directly on the steps outside the house. Because he wasn't ready to be questioned by his parents. He pulls out Arya's badge. I wish he could be like me. Have a second life. In fact, his father had long been standing behind Yasi. He saw it all. The sky is beautiful. Yasi just wanted to explain. His father sat down beside him calmly. The son doesn't need to say much. I think you should know. Mom's healing power can only heal minor injuries. But in his heart, there are also unspeakable wounds like you. So you don't need to be to yourself. Everyone has their own battles to fight. So do you. So is your mother. I will be there for you, waiting for you to achieve the final victory. So it's okay to lose once in a while. Listen to these words. Yasi choked up. He didn't say a word. But dads seem to understand. They all fall down and get up again, then learn from the experience and become stronger. In the end, you will get the fruits of your victory. Aki burst into tears as her father comforted her. Even if you have a 40-year-old mind, it doesn't prevent him from revealing his true feelings. Next, Yahi came to Sauros Academy alone. Yahi, why don't you just come to the principal's office? Star headmaster looked around. I didn't come to play with you today. Yahi said softly. Let him stay at home and rest today. The headmaster was right to move slowly towards Yasi. Take a walk through the dungeon. You should also take a good rest. Do you have any plans for today? Yasi turned his head and smiled. I'll have to go shopping with my mom and sister later. In fact, the headmaster had long been aware of the god of Yasi. Something is wrong. What the hell happened to Yasi? Professor Glory told me everything. Did you encounter something else? Yasi plucked up courage. He took out the ID card in his hand. Then it was handed to Xinjia. After seeing the identity tag, Xinjia's face was as dead as ashes. Because this ID card is too heavy. The headmaster asked Lance with a look of horror. What's wrong with Elijah? Yasi bowed his head. Yes, he died. I was on the lowest level of the widow's burial chamber. The remains of Arya and his teammates were found. Yahi was presumptuous, though. I still want to ask if you witnessed the murderer. Aki's eyes became firm. I didn't see it. Xinjia's brow furrowed. The news was an absolute bolt from the blue. That means they've arrived. The headmaster clutched his badge and turned to don't worry. It's not something you should worry about. I'll escalate to the committee. It doesn't matter who did what. It was up to the committee and Reams to deal with that. Looking at the figure of the headmaster leaving in a hurry, Yasi secretly said in his heart, I hope so. The boy passes by a dilapidated magic shop, but he met an old man who asked him for change. As a result, the boy did not see clearly, but he took out a silver coin. Wait for him to come to his senses. The silver coins are gone. The old man also disappeared without a trace. To know, that's a month's worth of food for an average family. But when he pushed open the door of the magic shop, only to find out, the old man who had just begged for money was actually the boss here. So the old man promised, you can let him pick one thing from here for free. Originally, Yasi is shopping with her mother and sister. In just an hour, I visited no less than 30 stores. I finally bought this dress. Buying clothes is much more tiring than cultivating. I thought I was going to end my shopping soon. The result is toughy great. My aunt opened a new clothing store. Yasi had no choice but to buy training equipment on the grounds of buying it. From Aunt Duffy's mouth, there's a magic shop nearby. He was temporarily detached and wanted to be alone. Walking and walking, he was inadvertently there. The dilapidated alley saw the destination. He couldn't believe it. This dilapidated magic shop will sell healing potions. It looks like it's the birthplace of poison. At this time, an old man appeared behind Yasi without warning. Frightened, Yasi unleashed his mana protector. There was no one here. The old man looked like a hell with a smile on his face. I'm just an old man who wants some change. Yasi let his guard down. He pulled out a coin in his hand. The result was taken away by the old man in an instant. The old man is smiling. You are so generous. Thank you, Yasi, and then I realized I actually gave it a silver coin. Wait for him to come to his senses. Not only are the silver coins gone, even the old man disappeared without a trace. Right here in Yasi, when I was sad about the food cost for a month. Instead, he saw the doorknob of the store. It's actually full of rustic atmosphere. Weak. This little broken shop has to test its strength when it enters the door. The next second, Yasi used mana to easily convince the doorknob. Wait for him to push the door open. But dust inside. Flappy moreover. The old man who just begged for money was actually the manager here. In the face of Yasi's accusations, the old man looked proud. You and I want to. How can it be said to be a scam? It's not as good as this. The things you pick from me for free are pretty much the same. Aki looked at the miasma of smoke. How can there be something good here? Damn bad, old man. You can shoot a layer of dust here if you touch it. How long has it been since you've been cleaning, old man? The old man didn't care at all. Wasn't it good? Look here. Jusichin.com seems to have been sealed for hundreds of years. That's when it happened. A black cat suddenly popped out of the shelf. The cat's eyes actually reflected the sea of stars. After a while, Yasi found one that looked like it. Quite a valuable ring. However, this is actually a water gun. There's really nothing good here. The box was full of mold and stench. I don't know how many years the books have been on the table. Yasi sighed deeply. Sure enough, there is not a good thing. At this time, the stone wall rushed in, jumped on Yasi's head. He complained to his father. How can you leave me to my sister? After pacifying the stone wall, Yasi complained to the old man, Grandpa. I can't find something I like. Can I get my money back? Then, Shirbai looked at the old man in surprise. The old man stared at the stone wall with a warp in his eyes. No matter what Yasi called him, he couldn't hear him. Wait for the old man to come back to his senses. Said that you kid doesn't know how to live. I'll pick one for you. Let's talk about it. He went around the cupboard and found out where it came from. I found the kid again, and I went on quickly. It turned out that the old man threw Yasi a glass ball. However, there are 4 elements in the glass ball. Just when Yasi wondered what kind of craft room this was, the old man directly pushed Yasi out of the electricity. He was afraid that RC would regret it. You'll definitely be able to use this stuff in the future. Said to close the door immediately to send him off. At this time, Yasi's eyes were attracted by a black cat. The little black cat circled in place. Express your joy. Not only Yasi was confused. Shirbai also looked puzzled. After a while, Yasi and Mom, sister, they will complain to them with Yasi. Just now, the magic shop was old and rustic. And Aunt Duffy looked puzzled. A lot of students go there to buy groceries. How can it be in tatters? Yes, it is. After seeing the scene in front of you, Yasi and Shibi's eyes widened at the same time. It's just that the dilapidated streets have disappeared, and a shop of at least 500 square meters. The palatial help is on the side of the street. Did we just see the hell? On the other side, Sauros College is underground. Kawaii followed a gray-robed man. Come to some cave deep underground. When I opened the door, there were no less than 100 gray-robed people inside. At the very back sits a man in a hair mask. He was in the hands of this group of gray-robed men. Do as you command. I brought Kawaii with me. The leader under the mask didn't know what the expression was. Finally meet the famous Kawaii. Welcome. It's a dilapidated magic shop. Was escaped by the boy from the priceless Dragon Ball. The result is a blink of an eye. The dilapidated streets disappear from view. A shop of at least 500 square meters. But the palatial help is on the side of the street. Could it be that Aki and Shibi just saw the hell? However, just as Yasi was about to visit Tesha, in the underground caves of Sauros College. But a shocking conspiracy is brewing. The black-robed man that Yasi was chasing at the academy before. There are more than 100 of them in this underground cave. The chief did as you commanded. Kawaii brought, and the leader under the mask didn't know what expression. Finally meet the famous Kawaii. I'm glad you'll be with us on the sacred. But Kawaii was rebellious. What a surprise I was. The result is a rabble. The gray-robed men next to him pointed at Kawaii and cursed. We accept with this hybrid. Just be grateful to Dade. But before Kawaii could make a move, the leader snapped his fingers first. The next second, without warning, flames erupted from the cursor, instantly burned him to ashes. Instead, it made Kawaii a little frightened. Not only did he not hear the leader cast the spell, I can't even perceive the leader's mana gambling. You must know that Kawaii is almost silver white core. However, at the gracious invitation of the chief, Kawaii rejected his kindness and questioned that you were so powerful. I also need to join, and you little brothers are all aristocrats. Flowers in the greenhouse. It doesn't even get into my eyes. I don't have to lower my status. Act with these rookies. Unexpectedly, the leader's next words instantly made Kawaii lose his mind. Is it? Asalavi hasn't proven it to you. Doesn't a low core level mean that the team is weak? You've been branded a genius since you were a child. Drank all kinds of holy water. Born to win at the starting line, but you still lost to Yasalevi. And what's even more sad is, Yasalevi, he has never deliberately improved his strength. You know that better than I do. By this time, Kawaii had lost his cool. He immediately remembered every scene that was suppressed by Yasi at the beginning. He angrily confronted the leader and asked, "Who the hell are you under the mask?" The leader stood up and said simply, "I'm here for the sake of this continent. Rapid development of the great people. And our cooperation is good for you and me. I'm going to strike right away. When the time comes, the 3 racial alliances will be shaken by me. Now Salros College and Commission. My people are all arranged. That's it. You only need to help me deal with a few residual issues. Among the remnants of this problem is Yasalevi. Kawaii considers himself Badiasai. But how am I going to put him to death? You don't want me to be like Maliku." The leader looked confident. "That dead fat man is too weak. If it were you, you would definitely be able to control the runes. And I promise, you can gain power beyond your cognition. And it's too easy to know Yasi and the place of death. Yasi cherishes his friends very much. Cherish your family more." Especially before the leader could finish. The corners of Kawaii's mouth went up. "That's right, especially Tessia. So you just need to get the elf lord to get blood. It will be able to stimulate the body of Yasi without skin." Kawaii's facial expression went crazy in the blink of an eye. There was no reason why he couldn't say yes, because of this kind of scenario, but he felt so happy when he thought about it. And the other end, Yasi wanted to visit Tesha again. "Go back and pack your bags." So he knocked on the door of the dormitory, was rushed out by Knight, and hugged him. At first, Knight was scared out of his memory by Yasi's swordsman. There was only hostility to Yasi in his head. The time to come. His attitude towards Yasi has changed 360 degrees. But when he heard about it, he may have fallen in the widow's tomb. He felt like his heart was dead. Knight's eyes were still red and swollen. But Ahi learned from Knight. Tihia is now in the training room with her grandfather. So Ahi instructed Knight. Hopefully he can tomorrow. Go to the conference room for him and tell everyone that he is safe. If it's you, everybody will believe it. Knight blamed himself a little. Yahi clearly believed in herself. Does that memory in my heart really matter? However, just as Yasi was about to rush to the training room to report his safety, Shibi suddenly senses that Tesha is in danger. Wait for Yasi to hurry up. When the door was opened, the training room was in shambles. I saw Grandpa, Billion guarding a lump of vines. He also kept injecting plant energy into it. Yasi could faintly sense it. The man wrapped in the vine is Grandpa Tesha. What the hell is going on with Tesha? The boy picks up a ball of colored glass. Was forcibly devoured by his girlfriend. As a result, he helped his girlfriend break through level 6 mana. The core of his mana turned yellow from its original brightness. Directly promoted to the attack, Silver Pendulum. However, good things come in pairs. Yahi picked up another one from the alley. But the glass ball had a note tied to it. Yasi stared at the note with a solemn face. Because it says, "If you want to know the truth of the matter, arrive at the portal to the west at noon tomorrow. Everything will be revealed." Yasi got into the carriage that headed for the portal. Gradually, he fell into contemplation. First of all, Haikyul, because several of them were inscribed with runes. Became emotionally insane, and his mana increased greatly. Then Lance Elliot died a tragic death. And the black demon he remembered that had mutilated him. Then there's the magic shop that disappears into thin air. The store manager, who looks at the front as his life, was willing to give him 2 colorful glass balls. And then this glass ball. It has always resonated with the Tezian divine beast. Now the magic shop has vanished into thin air. Leave another note. Let Yasi go to the portal to the west. Look at the meaning on the note. The old man didn't know what means were used. Apparently eavesdropping on Yasi. Conversation with Grandpa Billion. He seems to be confident in his intelligence. Could it be that he understands the mainland, far surpassing Grandpa Billion, the former king? And the portal to the west of Sauros. It leads to the Elven Kingdom. The guard grabbed the knife and asked, "Please show your identification." So Yasi took the ring from storage. He took out the pocket watch that Billion's grandfather had given him. Royal runes engraved on pocket watches. In an instant, the guards were dumbfounded. The guard bowed to Yasi and let him go. Yasi is also not clear. Something awaited him on the other side of the portal, and he resolutely got into it. It's different from the last time I teleported. The spatial elements in the portal are somewhat confusing. The next moment, for elements are transformed into shackles that bind Yasi and the stone wall. It seems to be dragging them to another dimension. Go, and then the light around them disappears. Yasi came to a space as dark as ink. I can't see my fingers here. A sense of depression came over me. The difference is, as a divine dragon, Sherb I actually felt fear. Yasi tried to gather a flame to illuminate the surroundings. As a result, the field of view did not increase. There was also a violent feeling of oppression all around. This mana intensity, even dozens of times higher than Grandpa Billion. Yasi unleashed the magic of the four elements. Resist the pressure around you. However, the weird thing is, a pair of ketones suddenly appeared in the pitch-black space. The whites of the eyes reflect the starry sky. It shines brightly. Look at the tree for only 1 second. Saved Ashasur trembled. The result is the next moment. A white vortex appeared in the space. Finally, there was no one around. We can be alone in the light. And Aki can only let him involve himself. He and Shibi had no room to resist at all, until the surrounding space is completely darkened, turned white, and the only constant. Even the stone wall is still trembling. Wait for Yasi to see the person in front of him. He's very different. Aren't you the cat in the magic shop? Who the hell are you? The cat's eyes softened. He slowly closed his eyes at the same time. The body is emitting a myriad of essences. The next second, the black cat is painted as a rich and well-dressed human. Originally, the note was left by Vincent, an old man in the magic shop. It's to help Black Cat United, after the Black Cat of Asike transformed into a human form. But he introduced himself. A lot of people like you. It is common to call us gods. And the other end, Principal Zingia, absent-mindedly and able walked in the forest. Originally, it was the headmaster who received the message from Yasi. The first time to put Lansaria's death. It was reported to the king's council. The elven queen asked Zingia, "You're sure of that, student? Did you really report everything?" The dwarf queen slammed the table. "Get out the student who reported the news. We'll interrogate it right away." But the queen of the human race advises everyone to be restless. The student who reported the message was not the point. The point is whether evidence was found at the scene. The Elven King gestured towards Star Asia. "We'll find the mage with the best tracking ability. Star, would you like to search for evidence together?" Unexpectedly, the Star Asian dean used medicine and food as an excuse. Directly refused. Because his heart is now in turmoil. The divine beast Abel asked worriedly, "What the hell is wrong with you? As soon as you come out of the meeting room, you are distracted." Sinjia said with a wistful expression. The committee was not informed that the informant was Yahi. True or wrong? Abel reassures him that it was a mystery in the first place. Let the committee doubt him. Nothing good will certainly happen. Sinjia sighed. Thankfully, the subdepartment didn't see anything at the scene. And yet at this moment, the headmaster stopped suddenly. By the time he could react, it was too late. A series of magical explosions caught people off guard, and 2 guys with runes engraved on their backs appeared. Moment. was stunned by the tornado of the Xingjia ruins. The other two immediately condensed an ice shield to resist. As a result, Rueli's wind magic passed through the ice shield with ease. Hard-nosed at them, Abel. The rest is up to you. In the blink of an eye, Abil transforms into a bipedal wyvern. The feeling of oppression released from the body. It is better than Tangia. The sneak attacker smiled at the headmaster. I've heard of you for a long time. I didn't expect you to be on this continent. It's quite comfortable. Principal Xingjia asked expressionlessly. Instead of being tortured in every way, why don't you tell me your plans directly? Unexpectedly, the sneak attacker laughed even more maniacally. Tell you about this traitor. Hee, don't be funny. We are gradually regaining our former strength. You think this continent? Is there still more than 10 years of preparation time? We are in Daikaten. Spies have been planted in every corner of the continent. I wish you a long life. Ours hasn't waited for the sneak attackers to finish. Xingjia killed him with one blow. Abel, thank you for helping me clean up the mess. Let's go to the beach later. Hopefully my suspicions are wrong. Principal Painter pulled out a bottle of healing potion. He poured it all over the wound in his back. However, the camera suddenly zooms out. I saw the headmaster's backbone. There is also an inscription. Runes identical to those of the sneak raider. A principal who has always been admired by thousands of people. But it's a spy from an unknown continent. Only because of the bone injury in his spine. It also has a string of berserk runes. It is known from his conversation with the attacker. Headmaster Xingjia is not only a traitor to the unknown continent. In an unknown continent, it seems to have a pivotal position. However, after a sea enters the portal with his pet, immediately began a conversation with God. Yassi swallowed. Keep hinting at yourself to put away your timidity, he asked, holding the stone wall, before leaving here. I have a few questions that I need you answered. I heard the doorman say that this door leads to the Valley of the Elven King. That's why you asked me to come to the clinic. Did something happen to Tessia? Vincent replied. I'm just here to let you into the space. The next second, the surrounding space fluctuates violently. The figures of Leon and Tessia. It's like a hologram, directly in the space. Even if it's being spied on. Grandpa Leon didn't notice it in the slightest. Vincent admonished. Axis is because of that holy water droplet. To prevent the outbreak of the core. And the other one I left you before. You have to keep it for yourself. Let's talk about it. Vincent unleashed his divine powers again, and I came to see you this time. Mainly I want to talk to you. The current state of the planet and the continent of Daikaten. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding projection becomes 3 continents. Right now, you and Shibi live on the continent of Daikaten, and your situation is quite dangerous. Originally, the continent of Daikaten and the continent of Heraclea, all under the rule of our god. We also call ourselves Azuras. Yassi suddenly realized that this is what you call an Azura. It's the god who taught us magic in the first place. Vincent nodded. We are the Azuras. Lives on the continent of Epiotis. There has been a precedent for the coming of your continent. That is, the miracle that Billion mentioned to you. The advent of the Azuras. Bestow supernatural objects on all races. The first magicians of humanity appeared. This is the war between humans and mana beasts. It's over. And the truth of the existence of Azuras. It is in the world of peace, or when the balance of the world is threatened, descending on the mainland to interfere. And now, the continent of Epiotis, where the Azura is located. It is divided into 3 factional plaques. The next second, 7 different signs appear around Yassi. There are several branches under the 3 factions. The values they pursue are different. All in all of our factions have made a vow. Doesn't hurt small races at will. And the most dangerous at the moment. It's because of Britla. Became the new leader of the faction. They are in their own interests. Abandon the truth of world peace in the past. Ahi asked rhetorically, to put it another way. Think of Britra as a collective. Are they the ones who have become the Azuras? Vincent Lima win for sure. In detail, Britra is a collective group of scientists. Their ruler is named Acrona. They persistently studied the law. Afterward, in vivo experiments were also carried out with weak groups, just to explore ways to increase mana. Experimental mice. It's the ones you've been exposed to. A man with runes engraved on his spine. Yasi gritted his teeth. Biological pain all over the face. The next second, he asked calmly, "What does this have to do with me?" Vincent unleashed his divine powers again, and you're right. It has nothing to do with you. But wait until you know how we're connected. You're going to change your mind. As soon as the words fell, the thick wind elemental suddenly headed towards Yasi and the stone wall. The feat was a last resort. Shibi can only offer the prototype of the 4 clan divine dragons. Vincent explained, "We have been looking for Ms. Shizibia for years, until I saw the stone wall above you. The dragon of Asini Sotija. It is a direct descendant of my teacher. That is, the granddaughter of the strongest of these 3 continents." Aki's pupils constricted sharply. He looked at the stone wall. The face is full of dare. Execute Grandpa Billion's guess before. Most likely yes. So Longji is a god. Born to be the strongest being in the world? Vincent immediately denied it. This is true in terms of pedigree and potential. But most gods have 3 mindsets. Little divine beast mentality. Deep-rooted form, as well as human form. Yasi asked differently. You're saying that a stone wall can also transform into a human form? Vincent judged. It should be that Ms. Shibi's core is not fully developed. Therefore, they do not have the ability to form human beings. But now we find out. The Britla faction. Evidence of having reached the continent of Daikaten. War is looming. But our API, the upper class of the continent of Ortis. But he refused to admit that war was coming. So Yasi, right now, your relationship with the 10 Bia ladies can be used to the fullest. A C came for. Would you like to be my partner? So that we don't separate you from the stone wall. Yasi clenched his fists. This guy has finally revealed his true purpose. Even if the subsystem understands the current Daikaten, the situation of the continent, he still didn't panic. This war concerns my continent. It concerns my family and friends. So I'm definitely going to work with you. But aren't you embarrassed to ask me? Yasi is here to be my pawn for you. Vincent was immediately happy. It seems that you have wisdom beyond your years. I'll arrange for you and Shibi to go. Trained on the continent of Epiotis. Because there is only Epiotis. To be able to connect you with the stone wall. The full potential of the lady is realized. That's the only way. Daikaten continent. Yes. Stand against the erosion of the continent of Heraclea. And yet at this moment, bad news came from Sauros Academy. A memorial built by 3 races in the college. Suddenly a fire was ignited by someone with ulterior motives. It is a museum that symbolizes the peace of the 3 countries. But it was burned to the ground overnight. It is also a clarion call for war, or the fuse of the disintegration of the 3 kingdoms, in order to work together to resist the invasion of the unknown continent. The continent of Daikaten recently announced the reunification of the 3 kingdoms. And actually, there is still not enough harmony between the 3 races. Therefore, the Troika of the 3 kingdoms has promoted the 6 realms to the outside world. I want to use this to stabilize the hearts of the people. And the Sauros Academy, which originally only recruited Terrans. First attempt to recruit elves and dwarfs. And enlightenment. It's that the students in the school often engage in racial team leaders. So the school set up a special department, Vanguard. But since the team received the ruins of Yasi's death, they only felt the dark clouds at the bottom. When escaping from the Widow's Tomb dungeon, Yasi stayed as a professor, cover the evacuation of students. In the end, its divine beast came to violence. After Yasi fell into the endless abyss, he was never heard from again. But I don't know why. Recently, racial discrimination in schools has intensified. The Vanguard department was busy Curtis returned from the dungeon with self-reproach. The whole person was sluggish, not saying a word. However, the Pioneer Department is in the implementation of campus management. But I ran into a big problem. There is no substantial evidence of racial discrimination, even if you can see the face of the perpetrator. School professors will also be reluctant to assist in the investigation. The slamming table of the long breath. What is the meaning of the existence of the Vanguard Department? Claire sighed. The headmaster didn't know what to deal with urgently. I haven't come back yet. And yet at this moment, Aki's friend Knight suddenly appeared, sorry to disturb him. Thankfully, everyone was here at this meeting. That's how Ahita is. The whole meeting was a clanging vibration. It seems that a violent explosion was heard nearby. The Vanguard members immediately rushed out the door. Outside, there was already a fire. Apparently, there are also students who are doing things to exclude the reunification of the three countries. But this time the criminals attacked the target. It is actually the third symbol of peace in the school. Museum of the League of Nations. Everyone in the Pioneer Department immediately threw themselves into the emergency rescue. Nate, who came to help Yassi, report safety. He also joined the rescue middle school. Professor Glory and the Divine Beast Toki were grateful. Tochi was in charge of transporting the wounded. The Mage of the Water Element is in charge of extinguishing the fire. After a night of tossing, the fire at the Museum of the Triple Alliance was extinguished. The Pioneer Department has saved countless trainees. However, Charles and the crowd showed disdain. And this scene happened to be seen by Princess Caitlin. He was furious. As a result, the temperature plummeted by a few points. Charles immediately sweated and wanted to flee quickly. As a result, he was caught. Too little to make the unearthed elements controlled. Suddenly exerted 100-fold gravity on Charles. Charles, I'll ask you a few questions. Looked at the strange eyes of the students around him. Charles panicked. What did you say? I don't know. And Charles's plea for help attracted a professor not far away. Stop, y'all of you. Charles sued. Teacher, these people in the Vanguard are so lawless. I don't know why I won't let me go. Managed to escape the explosion. Am I just an innocent student? Han Wu immediately increased gravity by 10 times and asked, every time the races are opposed. Can see you in the crime. The sound of molecules coming together. How can it be innocent? The teacher snorted coldly. So does the Vanguard rely on the eyes to provide evidence? The Vanguard Department is really lawless. Professor Gloria stops Taiwu. Taiwu, I understand your feelings. But you can't arrest people out of thin air. Don't mess around in front of students, lest any gossip spread. Kate's aura trembled. Thankfully, Curtis stopped it in time. He persuaded Taiwu not to be impulsive. At the moment, it is important to rescue the trapped students. The next second, the gravity on Charles was withdrawn. Taiwu suddenly grabbed Charles by the collar. Throw him at the pile. Next time, don't let me see you seated. Before taking it away, Caitlin glared at Charles with a pleasant look. Then he looked startled. Saw. Charles smiled triumphantly. Afterwards, Knight brought the news of Yassi's safe return. Told the people of the Pioneer Department. It's the best news they've heard this month. Claire smiled for the first time in a long time. Taiwu patted Curtis on the shoulder. Don't blame himself. I'll just say that this kid is hard enough. Caitlin's extremely cold face. It's rare to see a smile. Knight saw it all. As a result, he fell into a deep entanglement. He was worried about everything. It's all about magic training. He collapsed to the ground. Spread out his breath. The control over magic is still too weak. He should have listened to Yassi. Let him teach me more. And today Yassi is at school words. Live will surely extinguish him soon. It's not just the strength that's outstanding. And a group of close friends. Knight again fell into the tank. If I hadn't grown up with dwarfs. Maybe you can have these friends, too. This is the reappearance of vague memories in Knight's mind. Suddenly I don't know where the negative emotions came from. Filled him with anger towards Aki, jealousy and enlightenment. He immediately recalled his warm past with Aki, the bits and pieces of the two. Gradually, Knight's mood stabilized. He patted his head and tried to sober himself. Then he swore to himself, in the future, it must not be produced in Yasi. Raw this emotion, because Yasi always accompanies him without expecting anything in return. Besides, Yasi is about to have a big war. If you want to fight alongside him, you have to make the elemental control stronger. Meanwhile, there is a long queue at the gate to the Elven Kingdom. The merchants who delivered the goods complained. How long will it take? However, Yasi is led by the Elven maid. Walked directly to the front of the line. Watch as someone cuts in line. The merchant immediately rushed to Yasi. Yasi turned his head suspiciously. Are you what's the matter? The merchant gestured to the line behind him. You're not blind, are you? Roll to the back and line up. The maid was just about to explain. Was pushed away by the merchant, who is not a guest of the Elven Kingdom. With that, the merchant poked Yasi in the chest. Why do you get special treatment? Yasi didn't have a good airway. Of course it's because I have to go ahead. The reason to go in. The merchant's gold teeth are about to be crushed. It's really uneducated. Said to take him by hand to Sealy. Then burst out with the proud fire elemental. I'm very good at controlling fire. It's just going to scorch you. It won't be baked. Aslan snorted. How could a spark want to compete with the sun and the moon? In the next moment, the blue flame was pumped out of Yasi's body. Don't you have any points in your heart? The merchant was speechless. I had to watch Arcee leave. The maid brought Yasi to the palace, but was stopped by the guards. Yasi took out the tracing watch. It is inscribed with runes representing the royal family. But the guard asked suspiciously, You're sure this rune is real? Aki really wanted to have a seizure on the spot. The people of the Elven Kingdom are all right. I'm afraid that the runes are fake, so why are you here? And yet at this moment, the entire yellow man suddenly shook violently. It seems that it will collapse directly in the next second. Countless strange vines grew inside the girl. Not only can it be cut endlessly, even if it breaks, it will grow again. Because he was trying the first stage of the divine beast's mana, in order to stop Tessia from going berserk. As a result, Yasi scored twice on the side of his face. Scratched by vines again. Originally, the shock in front of the palace just now was ushered in by Tessia. Billion coughed up a mouthful of old phlegm. Embarrassed came out of the smoke. Yasi. It's nice to meet you because of Yasi's appearance. The core of Elka Point suddenly became manic. The shield that had just been unfolded was almost shattered by the vines again. Wait for the smoke to clear. I saw vines around Tessia. Cold sweat continued to break out on his face. It seems that the physical strength is about to reach the limit. Grandpa explained. Actually, it's Tessia's body. Has been completely assimilated into the core of Elka Point. Ahai's face was full of surprise. When did the SG core become so good? Could it be that it is a saint with the ode to Vincent? Water droplets. Grandpa Li Liang immediately evacuated the guards. Hurry away. No help needed. Stay in the way of this command. The guard asked suspiciously, What about the boy? Li Liang shook his head. Cultivated rudely. Stand down. He's staying here. The reason why Li Liang sent the soldiers away. The main thing is not to want to. The state of Tessia is known to others. It is naturally not appropriate for Shibi to sacrifice his true body now. So Asi and Billion faced each other. Immediately rushed towards Tessia's position. The result was a brace. Yasi's scar was once again uncovered by the vines. And the Elven Kingdom is densely jungled. Not suitable for using the fire elemental. However, the next second, there were a few more familiar feathers in the air. Yasi's face was suddenly covered with golden lines. Like before, Yasi introduces lightning into his body, stimulates cell activity in the body. Immediately after that, his pupils turned purple. In an instant, the space freezes. With the exception of Yasi, the time came to a relative stop. Yasi moved forward and split the excess vines. It's just that Keisha's physical strength has reached its limit. See Yasi appear. Only then did Tesha rekindle her desire to survive. He knew Danhui Yasi's plan. As a result, Teshia mana is overdrawn. I couldn't hold on for even a second. Yahi is going to do it. It is the will of the divine beast that shocks the top of the Elta. I saw him cling to Teshia, and will be 10 sticks in the body. Armya's mana exploded to its strongest. The next second everything around calmed down. Billion. Grandpa froze most of the vines with the ice element. Teshia was out of the woods. Aki looked at Teshia, who blamed herself, with a worried face. He reassured that it was okay. It's not your fault. If you want to blame me, give you the core. Tesha raised her small fist and pounded it into Yasi's chest. It wasn't you who gave me the opportunity to grow. Can I use this to become stronger and fight side by side with you? The key is to see myself looking at Tessie. Ya's spotless smile. Yasi's heart was healed. Yasi raised his fist and touched Tessia for a moment. I'll wait for you. However, this scene is under the watchful eye of the god Vincent. It's too early for Yasi to know the truth. But someday, Yasi will learn everything about Lady Shibi, especially his pedigree. Yasi at this time. He was also immersed in Tesha's gaze. Can't help yourself. It turned out to be a word from Grandpa Billion. Pull the two back to reality. Although I don't want to spoil its people. But now the palace is in shambles. The guards are tired enough. You guys are not. You have to take care of their feelings, too. That's when they found out. The closer you get to the other person. Immediately hurriedly pulled away from the distance. His face showed a long-lost fortune. Yasi asked nervously and set off. Grandpa, where are we going? Grandpa pointed to the forest behind him. Going to a neat and clean place, of course. After getting into the carriage. Because of overdrafts. Tessia fell asleep hugging the stone wall. It was just Tessia who wanted to start. The first stage of the mana of the divine beast. I thought the core was completely assimilated. He can control this force. But now it seems that he is still far off. Aki said secretly in his heart. Tihia suddenly sped up because of the fairy tale. Skip the training and try the first phase. Mistakes are inevitable. Because Ahi could feel it. Although the mana of the divine beast was assimilated by him. But Elkadats will always rebel. Outcome. 13-year-old Yashi explained with a serious face. Tihia must be careful. Grandpa, you must pay more attention. Billion, who is in his 70s, is told by a little kid. Immediately angry. Stinky boy, I know it without you saying it. As a grandfather, is it wrong for me to want my granddaughter to grow up quickly? Let's draw. Leon sat down in his seat and breathed a sigh of relief. The best way to do it at the moment. It was before Tesha fully controlled the mana of the divine beast. Seal part of the mana. Then get a protective supernatural object. Kamadahi smiled. What a good idea. I'll do my best to keep Grandpa's precious granddaughter as well. Billion suddenly looked proud. That's of course. Immediately, his painting style changed, but he couldn't be a kid. I have a question for you. Although I used to often kidding you with Tesha, but this time I want to ask you seriously. Do you have any thoughts of marrying Tesha in the future? 30-year-old King Soul dressing. The world becomes a baby. Now he has the mind of a 44-year-old. Met a 14-year-old other half. As a result, she was forced to marry by the girl's grandfather. Yasalevi, what do you think of my granddaughter? Do you have any ideas for marrying Tessia in the future? Yassi bowed his head silently, reminiscing about the past with Tessia, childhood sweetheart from the age of 4. 6 years old and 11 dangers together. 9 years old and 10 days and nights. At the age of 12, they reunited with a kiss. At the age of 13, he made a promise for the future. At this moment, Aki also wishes that she doesn't have the memories of her previous life. He thought about it again and finally had to answer his grandfather, who knew that Grandpa Billion was afraid that Yahi would not like it. So he persuaded that although Tessia was pampered, but he is good-natured, and your childhood sweethearts. This fate is not shallow. What I really want to ask is, Ahi, do you like my granddaughter Tesha? But actually, I'm not very clear about liking and loving. It will take time to find out. But before that is, before proposing to Tessia, I want to focus on my own growth first. Grandpa nodded in satisfaction. Very well thought out. This is the stone wall in Tessia's bosom. Annie smiled. I knew my dad liked Mom. Aki was also afraid of what he had just said. Will be heard by Tihia. Grandpa called and said don't worry. Tessia had always slept very deeply. However, Tessia is quiet on the surface. In fact, he was in a panic. A panicked batch. His heart was beating fast, and he was sweating profusely. Afterwards, Yasi looked at the sunset outside the window and sighed. He thought back to his family. Fortunately, it was given to Enro and her mother. When the phoenix hammers. Although the fly in the ointment is a one-time prop. And now Yarrow hasn't fully awakened. According to Vincent, the Continental War was about to start. At this time, Yasi was taken aback. I've got to give Arrow a July beast. Skills protect him. The boys who wanted to harass him. Don't even think about getting closer. Looking at Yasi, who was gradually darkening, Li Lion reminded the boy. It's time for us to get off. At this time, Tessia also woke up from her sleep. However, Tessia was particularly surprised. He immediately rushed into his parents' arms. Mom and Dad, why are you here? Aki also wondered if this was not a wilderness. The Elven King greeted Yasi happily. He thanked me every time something happened to my daughter. You will always show up in time. I don't know how to repay you. The princess asked towards Billion. So, Dad, why is construction going on in our house? After telling the story, the king was compelled to be filial piety. Sure enough, Tessia grew up. They all learned to dismantle their homes. Tihia explained whimsily. It's not all demolished. At least the foundation is still there. The parents were shocked and palpated. That's a whole palace. Grandpa immediately took the responsibility on himself. I activated the first stage of the divine beast mana. I'm going to train with Tessia. As a result, the mana was too strong and ruined. Grandpa gave Yasi a look. Tessia also lowered her eyes. Yasi nodded helplessly. Yes, that's right. That is true. Watching the king and princess's faces change dramatically, Billion immediately diverted the subject. It's been a long time since I've seen Linnea. Tessia misses him too. Mention may be made of Linna Billion. His face was not very good. He seems to be busy lately. He always told me that he was curious about Yasi's future. And Yasi was equally grateful to him. Last time, I relied on Elder Linnea's help. Yasi was able to talk to his parents remotely. From the princess, I learned that Lena had moved later, because he suddenly said that he wanted to live a life of retirement. As a result, Grandpa Billy went to look for him, because it was not said in advance. Then fall into the fortified town set up by Linnea. Nearly died. And the reason why Linnea is so fortified, there must be something from the outside world that he remembers. Yasi instantly thought of the war on the 3 continents. So who is Elder Linnea on guard? On the way through the forest, the act of catching prey on a stone wall gave the future father-in-law a chance to talk to Yasi. Yasi thought about it. I never seem to have thanked you properly. Stonewall, you've been helping my daughter Cassia. In order to get through it smoothly, Yasi became a little shy. No, he helped me more. He was the one who kept me going. It also made me sensible earlier. The king said happily. It's really not like what a teenager would say. I've always looked down on you as an adult. But Ahi, it's not exactly complimenting you. I'm well aware. In this world, no parent wants their child to grow up too fast. We don't want to see our children grow up. The appearance of facing all kinds of hardships alone. Then the king came calmly towards Ahi. That's why we were able to form committees. Also Tony's parents. The previous wars enlightened me about humanity. Because of them, I lost my mother. I thought I would never forgive humanity for the rest of my life. But when my daughter was abducted by a slave, and then when you rescued me again, I started to change my mind. Because you're a human child, not only willing for the sake of a strange girl, desperately. He also possesses the courage and audacity to oppose the Elven King. Because you, Yassi, have made me suddenly realize. Actually, I'm talking about Yassi. If you want to be a part of our family, I wouldn't object to that. But the princess broke down on this matter. Don't pretend to be deep. Haven't you always been looking forward to meeting Yassi? If you really want to talk to him alone, then you're going to set up a wind barrier. Since you don't, isn't it just for us to hear? Fei Wang's words made the atmosphere subtle. And yet at this moment, Grandpa Billion told the crowd to stop, because there was a different sound in the woods. Everyone became vigilant. Shibi also sensed something. He bared his teeth at the bushes. At this point, the movement became louder. Yassi takes out the accessories. At this moment, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in the bushes. A thing with long flowing hair suddenly burst out. Yassi immediately swung his sword at the bushes. Fortunately, he was forcibly pulled by Billion. Elder Linnea was not hacked to death, though. But I was almost scared to death by Yassi. Yassi, I don't think you're here yet. That's when I came out to greet him. At that moment, Tesha rushed over and hugged Elder Linnea. He touched Tesha's head, praised that our little princess must be the most well-behaved. Elder Linnea then grabbed Arcee's cheek, joked that the kid is getting more and more handsome. If the old lady is 100 years younger, I'm sure I'm going to hold you back. Who was not a beauty when he was young. I'm out the door. A crowd of men fell under my pomegranate skirt. Billion, you say yes. Billion grimaced. You're average. Then the crowd walked through the bushes. Come to a waterfall. Elder Linnea magically pressed against the nearby stone. A hole suddenly opened at the bottom of the waterfall. A simple room was built deep into the hole. Welcome to my home. We'll have a lot to talk about in a while. As a result, everyone went into the house and drank a cup of tea. With the exception of Yassi, all of them were sleepy. I just sat down and fell asleep. See this? Yassi didn't panic. Instead, he asked Elder Lena flatly, Grandma, what do you want to tell me? Linnea smiled kindly at Yassi. I know your past and your future. Before talking, I need to explain to you the power of the prophet. The old lady brought a pot of hot tea, but they were afraid of men, women, and children. The boy knew that someone would be drugged in the tea. Not only was he not afraid, I actually took it up and took a sip. It was only after drinking it that he found out. Only his own Charlie was not adulterated. Thereupon, Yassi asked calmly towards Elder Linnea, Grandmother, is there something you'd like to tell me alone? Elder Lena smiled kindly, see, I know your experience and the future. Before talking, I need to explain to you the power of the prophet. Looking at Yassi's face full of horror, Lena quipped, You seem curious. Then Linnea's expression became dignified. This world exists. It is different from the mutant who sublimates the 4 basic elements. They want to use magic. You have to find your own source of strength. In other words, they are not the same as ordinary mages, inherently unable to use mana particles in the air. Take your mother as an example. The healing power he possesses. Not a dimension with elemental recovery spells. I've seen too many in my life. A one-of-a-kind mutant. What they have in common with each other. It is to have its own source of mana. This is also the basis for their ability to use magic. And yet prophets like me. The period of awakening is random. But once we wake up, a picture of the future flashes in my head. And these pictures don't present a complete and clear future. These pictures, it cannot be obtained by using mana. Actually, before Billion brought you to me for the first time, I had a glimpse of the fragment of your arrival. Ahi was puzzled. Then you helped me talk to my parents in the air. What kind of ability is this? Linnea laughed. This is a spell of my own making. In fact, the real power of a prophet is to interpret the future. Yai sounded a little confused. Didn't you say you couldn't use mana to get the picture? Yes, I'm using my own lifespan. Because every time we peek into the future, the lifespan will be shortened. The rest of my magic, It's all based on spell additions. Yasi, are you curious why I didn't see the Billy One family? Actually, his wife, Laria, is the same as me. He is also a prophet, and his prophecy hits higher than mine. He was nobler and more beautiful than me when he was young. He is one of the brightest among his peers. He loved Billion deeply. Don't look at Billion's heartless appearance. In fact, he is gone. Billion suffers more than anyone else. They had the most solemn wedding when they were young. They stand together. It's a match made in heaven. It's a pity that bad luck picks on the miserable. Humans and elves at that time. There was a terrible war between the clans. In order to conclude a contract, representatives of the two countries held a meeting. But the relationship between humans and elves is still tense. As a result, Sabine's predecessor had bad intentions. Secretly eyeing Billion, prepare to obliterate him. Yahi heard the story and felt the difference as well. The contract has already been signed, and it is still targeted. So, when Laria was in a hurry to find out about the future of Billion, it's all an unfortunate death. Of course, Laria has done her best to change the future, but his profit in exchange for prophecy. But it's Billy all the time. Another way to die. Billion couldn't bear it. So Laria stopped using prophecy. This feeling is best known to Linnea. Because he prophesied every time, he will be able to feel the lifespan according to the day. The state monthly 3 units decreased. And in the end, King Sabine was his son. That is, after the rebellion of the current king. This not only ended the war in the true sense of the word. The future of Billy One has finally changed. Corellia's lifespan was nearing its end. Eventually, he died. I also held a grudge against Billion for a long time. I also resent my sister who abandoned me. A cold sweat broke out from the corners of Ahi's forehead. Nalia is still your sister. Ahi looked toward Billion. It turned out that it was not easy for him to be a master. Usually looks happy and heartless. But there is a past of falling flowers and dying. At this time, Shibi woke up from a coma. Others are still unconscious. Sure bye. I clearly felt the sadness in Yassi's heart. And Linnea whispered to me telling you, not to make you sympathetic. Then Arcee remembered what Billion had said when he came. He seems to be busy lately. Always told me that I was curious about the future of Yassi. Sure bye stared at Linnea intently. Then Linnea dismantled the railway. Because I also used the abilities that my sister used to use. Yassi, I see your future. This grandmother lost 10 years of life to prophesy, just to see the boy's future fragments. As a result, the grandmother sighed. Because of several prophecies in succession, it all made him speechless. Because of the future of Assi, often put Grandma pounded depression. So Grandma Lena chose to live in seclusion. As a matter of fact, when Yassi debuted in the Elven Kingdom when he was 4 years old, Grandma used to be stupid in her head. The picture of Yassi coming to him, and more than once. It can be like this for a specific person. Appears multiple times. The situation has not been done once before. So I called for the curious grandmother to find out what the future holds for this little boy. He accumulated 10 years of life. It turned out to be just a lot of vague fragments. And Grandma didn't dare to be sure. Will the future be changed? Thereupon, Grandma left an ambiguous word. A new era will usher in the continent of Yasidikatan. The world is changing, and you're at the center of that change. Yassi was horrified, combined with the words of Vincent, who came from the kingdom of God before. Yashi looked at the stone wall in his arms. It was when he fell off a cliff at the age of 5. Inherited the 10 musts. The moment of the dragon's mana. Fate is already predestined. So Grandma, you say I'm standing in the center. What does this mean? Grandma pondered for a long time. Answered, if I tell you too much now, it may affect your future. But if I don't tell you anything, it makes no sense for me to peek into your future. Yassi suddenly became agitated. Did you find out what I could do? Does Grandpa Billy know about this? Grandma Linnea smacked her head white. What can he know? I've lived long enough. If I could change the future with my life, Pointing to Yasi, he asked excitedly about Grandma. You at least tell me. Am I making the right choice in the future? Grandma's eyes suddenly became smart. There are many difficulties that you will experience later on. It doesn't matter what you choose. This fact will not change. This is the path you are going to take. There will be a lot of enemies and obstacles. So I want to remind you, no matter what the situation is, you have to be steadfast, single-mindedly sunny. Set the direction. Be firm in what you want to achieve in this life. The first two important points to keep in mind are first, individuals sometimes do it for the right reasons, and doing the wrong thing. So you can't judge based on appearances alone. Break the other party second, sometimes terrible enemies, and not the one who wields power on the throne. It's those who are fighting on their backs. I can't tell you the rest. At this time, Yassi's heart was like a hair planted. This sentence is somewhat contradictory, no matter how you look at it. Yassi asked if I made the wrong choice. Grandma Linnea patted Yassi on the shoulder. Sometimes make the right choice. It doesn't always have the best outcome. Aki should rest early. You're going to have to get out of here with Tesha tomorrow. However, on the other end, in the woods behind Salros College, several gray-robed men gathered here. Kawaii complained as he held a bottle of green potion. That's it. Drunk the stupid pig in the Mauler's cave. The gray-robed man sarcastically said yes. Don't be like him later. Kawaii looked itchy. So why didn't you drink it? Could it be that your leaders think you are unworthy? It really disgraced the face of the nobles. Kawaii was short-sighted. These guys are a lot weaker at the core than I am. If you drink it, you may die of violence. As a result, the nobles became angry. You think I want to spy on you? And there was friction between the intelligence officers and the Vanguard Department. We had to move ahead of schedule. However, the next second, the angry blade of fire slashed at him. Kawaii stared at the nobleman and cursed. You don't have to do this with me. Your leaders are already on the move. Say open the tube with Kawaii. Drink the green liquid in one gulp. The next second, his pupil shrank. The indescribable pain made his face bruise. Blood appears to be erupting from the pores. The nobles saw the bear-like appearance of Kawaii. It's very relieved. Are you just like that? So a hybrid is a hybrid. Anyway, he went up and made up a pound for Kawaii. The result is the next second. The nobleman's ankle was suddenly set ablaze by the flames. The aroma of the meat being charred comes to your face. It was originally an orange flame, smashing and rubbing a stream of evil chi to pump hair. The fish wave actually blasted the nobleman to the trunk of the tree. Lost consciousness directly. The other nobles hurriedly summoned the mana protector. However, Kawaii was too much to extricate himself from the power he had. He remembered his brother's reprimand. Your parents spent thousands of taels of gold for you. Haven't you ever thought about working hard? Prove yourself with strength. Right now, Kawa has always felt like she was better than her brother. He looked up to the sky and roared. The pleasure of power kept him from being able to extricate himself. The trembling nobleman immediately gave up his companion. Turn around and flee. However, Kawaii does not need to be chanted. Can do magic release. Burn the renegade of their companions to ashes on the spot. See this. The aristocratic girl also chose to run away. Watching his teammates be incinerated, the girl eventually chose to rebel. Even if he unleashed what he thought was the strongest water elemental, it is still impossible to escape the fate of being wiped out. Kawaii looked rebellious. I'm not the same as the dead fat pig. The medicinal properties have been completely absorbed by me. However, the girl wanted to repent of her previous remarks. But there was no more chance. The last nobleman to have a broken ankle, just because he scolded Kawaii according to the mongrel. He ended with weeping and supplication. In the cold wind of the night, evaporating from the world with remorse. And Yassi's head. It was already morning when everyone woke up from the coma. When they woke up, they washed away their exhaustion. So under the gaze of everyone, Grandma Linnea, he took out an old tin box. Teshia, in order to suppress your divine beast mana. Your grandfather and Ya. I was looking for a supernatural object. Hope this bracelet can help you. The boyfriend was pampered by the aunt in his arms, but the brain of his girlfriend on the side smoked. As a result, the aunt immediately rewarded her girlfriend as well. A meat egg shock, originally in Tesha, opened the gift given by Grandma Linnea, a supernatural bracelet that suppresses the mana of mythical beasts. Then Grandma Lena pointed behind her. The introduction here is the way. The portal of Salros Academy. Yashi's face was suddenly full of astonishment. You have a private collection of ancient ruins. This is forbidden by the state. Grandma suddenly smiled evilly. The king and princess turned a blind eye. After Tessia hugged her parents goodbye, Yassi led Tessia towards the portal. Everyone waved goodbye to him and said goodbye with a kind face. But Yashi always had some bad premonitions. In an instant, they arrived at Salros Academy. Outcome. The lasers in the sky deeply attracted the eyes of the two. Tihia let out a namesake laugh. Sure enough, Salros's lasers never get tired of watching. Not for a while. Ahi came to the door with Tihia and the stone wall. It turned out that it wasn't my mother who came to open the door. It's Kazmi. Yassi hasn't seen you in a long time. This is Tevace's warband. Others also rushed over. They inevitably felt the emotion when they watched Yassi grow up. Yassi actually brought his girlfriend home. And yet at this moment, Aunt Angela enthusiastically pounced towards Yassi. The older Yassi gets, the cuter he gets. Tessia next to her saw this scene. Instant hot-headedness. Shame to smoke. Angela then hugged her Royal Highness Princess Tessia. You're so cute when we met you for the first time. Mom and Dad and my sister came out to greet them. Dinner is ready. Let's come in and talk about it. Yellow took Tessia's hand. I won't let go of anything. The people walked together towards the house. As a result, Tessia stopped where she was. He explained Yassi. There are many more things going on in the school student union. I'm going to see you again. The headmaster looked at Yassi with a worried face. So Tessia shyly explained, Don't worry. I just wanted to go to the principal and ask about this superego. However, how to use the object. Besides, Lillian is still working hard in the student council. It's not the right place to play right now. How could Yahi not be worried? Tessia is now suppressed in mana. He was really not at ease when he was left alone. As a result, Tihia punched Aki sober. I went to school. It's not hell. Nothing happened overnight. Ahi knew that he could not be persuaded. I had to agree. But what Yashi didn't know was, tonight, the danger of Salros Academy has crept in. At this time, the mother took off her coat, personally put it on the future daughter-in-law. When the weather is cold, girls should keep warm. Tessia turned and waved goodbye to the crowd, departed under Yassi's affectionate gaze. I found out when I came to the dinner. Uncle Vincent also came over for a drink today. As a result, Yassi found. The Tevace warband has several small dishes. Uncle Trancy took a sip and lay on the ground. Had a lot of fun with Arrow. And the usually honest stirred. Still honest after getting drunk. I'm more afraid of guessing. Actually, it's Kazmi. Today has been a row against Yahi. Said the same sentence 22 times. After you're gone. I'm worried. However, it was Helen who was most sober in Tevezli. Sister Yard. There was an opportunity. Yassi immediately followed Helen Yard. Escaped from this house of great sin. Helen sat down beside Yassi and cared for Doyaya. Your mom has been worried about you lately. Hopefully, you will find your goal soon. Be clear about the meaning of your fight. And this sentence was also said by Grandma Linnea. Yassi said with a smile, Sister Helen, you're not going to get drunk too. Normally you wouldn't say such a thing. Helen smiled, probably. I was a little nervous when I heard that the new world had appeared. He stretched. It may be that I drank too much carelessly, but I'll have to go back and take care of the drunkards. Yassi, you'll sneak into your room and sleep later. After Helenyard is gone, Yassi was suddenly a little confused. Why the hell did you fight? For Arcee did not know. Why did I come to this world again? But he clearly knew that he didn't want to be controlled by others. All he knew was, In this life, he wants to protect the people around him. At this moment, Yasi was clear about his goal. Whether Grandma Linya's prophecy is accurate or not. But it doesn't matter if it's a demon or a god ahead. My life is up to me. On the other side, Sauros College is not far away. The leader of the gray-robed men muttered to himself. All the preparations are over. In the next second, all the gray-robed people in front of the leader, all of them changed into secret black robes, and the runes on the leader's vertebrae. But it's clearly visible. However, in the portal behind the leader, suddenly gushing out large and small, countless mana beasts. Just listen to him towards Sauros. There was a knock at the door of the academy. The carnival is about to begin. It's a magical barrier for training. No matter how crazy the battles inside are, none of them can break through the barrier. However, this seemingly safe magical barrier. But he became the culprit who buried his teammates. It turned out that the spy used training as a pretext, trapped the vanguard inside. And the people in the vanguard want to get out. You have to turn on the panic button inside. As a result, Claire lifted the bricks and looked at it. The button was broken by the spy early. By the time everyone realized that they had caught a turtle in their dreams, it was too late. This is an entrance to the barrier opened by the spy. Dozens of black-robed men clenched their magic towards the crowd. If the reaction is 1 second later, it is likely that they will all be wiped out. That's right. Want to complete the raid on Sauros Academy? It must be prioritized. Kill the most powerful vanguard. At this time, the minister shouted to resist with all his might. The vanguard suddenly formed a formation and released its magic. The black-robed man who attacked was like a moth to a flame. Dead yet? They don't know. Traitors will appear in your own ranks. After dealing with some of the black-robed people, Claire can't wait. Clays, who wants to rush out to help Lordine. And then at this very moment, Graham asked for the kawaii. Suddenly appeared behind the black-robed man. He laughed at you. How pathetic you are. None of the traitors in the ranks knew about it. Clays is the one who trapped you here. Everyone didn't dare to suffocate. How could it be him? As a result, Kawaii didn't say a word. Rush straight to the center of the line. You shitty don't deserve to talk to me. In the next moment, Kawaii burst out with momentum. Scattered the entire team in an instant. Apparently Kawaii's strength right now, even stronger than the professors at school. In the next moment, he suffered from a mutated contract beast. Instantly smashed Claire onto the magic barrier. But Claire noticed cracks under the barrier. It turned out to be the mana bracelet that Duolai had taken before. Yin and Yang limit the formation of enchantments. Claire whispered to Duolai about the new plan. Duolai Silvertooth Alert Bites said that now Kawaii's strength has skyrocketed. Whether we can win or not is uncertain. Not far away, Kawaii was unleashing a fireball at Fifi at 0 distance. Taewoo desperately rushed over to stop it. Instead, he was choked by Kawaii. He was so frightened that he had no power to resist. At the last moment, the communication bracelet in Kawaii's pocket suddenly lit up. Kawaii, you prepare. The goal is in place right away. He stuck out his tongue and covered his face. The show is finally about to begin. He sent the other men in black in to exterminate the vanguard. Alone is in the direction of outside the school. Hurry up. Clays wondered. Why don't you destroy them and go away? There was no Kawaii to testify. It's only a matter of time before you want to break through the magical barrier. Claire immediately turned her head and shouted at Taewoo. Caitlin, activate your defensive magic. Taewoo consumes most of his mana. Unleash the unearthed elemental wall of the wall. Fifi and Caitlin use water and a refrigerator. Fuxiang City. A layer of sharp ice was attached to the earth elemental wall. Duolai, on the other hand, uses the earth element to react. Forcibly blasted open the crack in the magic barrier. At this time, the defensive magic happened to be broken by the black-robed people. Claire yelled at Duo for something. Dolan chose to rush towards the black-robed man alone. Run. I'm here to block it. They then blasted away the Taewoo who had come to their aid. and used his body to block the attack of the black-robed man. Thankfully, he has an elemental forensic doctor and sudden blister support. Fei Fei walked to me with a staff, holding a staff and smiling. "I'll stay and help you." Facing more than a dozen black-robed people, neither of them was intimidated, and he who escaped, Curtis and Caitlin, follow Claire to find the professor's support. As a result, Claire's pupils shrank in the next second. The Saros Academy was already on fire. This is an absolute catastrophe of epic proportions. I saw a number of mana beasts like a tide. Murder in schools. Hundreds of students are in crisis. However, outside the school nearby, the heroine, Tessia, sat in the carriage to the academy. She thought bitterly, "I really don't want Yasi to worry about me so much. But the core of the law has not yet been restored. Strength 10 does not exist 5. I don't know if the headmaster can make this bracelet rust." But at this moment, the carriage came to a sudden and abrupt stop. Elven Groom asked, pointing in the direction of the red light. "Her Royal Highness the Princess, is this really Saros College?" Tessia was startled. "Why? The academy will be wrapped in a crimson magic passport." Something suddenly came to mind. Tehia made the Elven Groom quickly turn around. The result is the next moment. The groom and the carriage suddenly disappeared into the fireworks. Tessia is injured by a fish wave. At this time, a familiar figure appeared in him. In front of him, Tessia was suddenly startled. Suddenly, an ominous premonition came to my heart. I saw Kawaii looking at Tehia madly. Said he, "Her Royal Highness the Princess, let me escort you today." The villain slapped the heroine violently. It turned out that he was not faint. Then he was thrown to the ground, and he was ravaged with verbal humiliation. In the end, he grabbed his hair, dragged into the disaster-stricken Saros Academy. It turned out that Tessia was wearing one, a supernatural bracelet that only royalty can have. But this has become a glove to limit the flow of his mana, because Tessia fused the S-class given by Yasi, Divine Beast Core. Again, it's wrong. Absorbed the holy water beads that originally belonged to Yasi. This made his mana core jump 6 levels in a row. Trained the primary silver-white core. But because of the rampaging of the veterinarian, he had to bring the suppression. A supernatural bracelet of mana. Now Tessia's strength is 10 and 5. He thought he was going to the academy this time. I can ask Principal Sinjia about the use of the bracelet. As a result, the demons made the gods tear it down. He saw Saros College is suffering from the catastrophe of destruction. He hurriedly asked the groom to turn around. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the groom and the carriage suddenly disappeared into the fireworks. I saw Kawaii looking at Tessia frantically. Said he, "Her Royal Highness the Princess, let me take care of you today." And the groom was burned all over by the flames. Tehia was nearly bombarded by the explosion of the fish wave. Even so, he also thought about using magic to help the groom. The flames are dispelled. Behold, an even more dazzling fire exploded near the carriage. Kawaii looked furious, staring at Tehia. "You have crossed the river from the Bodhisattva. Is it difficult to protect yourself?" Who knows the next second? Kashia provoked Kawaii with his blade. "Shut up. Although I don't know what you're going to do, but I'm going to stop you." Kawaii had a murderous look. "It's up to you now." With that, he strolled towards Tessia. "Don't be a poet who talks about dreams." Zuanjatija was grabbed by the collar by Kawaii. "Isn't it nice for you to stay obediently? Your boyfriend is a piece of crap after all." Tessia scoffed. "That's because of this. It seems that you are not in a hurry to kill us, and drank this inhuman and unscrupulous potion. Isn't your goal Yasi?" Pierced Kawaii. Slammed Tessia to the ground. Tessia dragged the poor worm who seriously injured filial piety and inferiority. "If you don't have enough strength, you have to make up for it." Smack. Kawaii slapped Tessia hard. "Don't think I dare kill you. You're just kicking my nose and eyes with me." Meanwhile, Tessia took the bracelet off. The corners of his mouth curled slightly. a means of grasping kawaii. The mana in his body surged like a tide. Then give it a try. The next second, kawaii was wrapped in vines. At the moment of flicking, there was a stabbing pain in his limbs like 1,000 cuts. However, Tesha suddenly did not know the mana. The corners of his mouth were covered with blood. And even more outrageous is kawaii. He erupted with mana that was almost at the peak of bright yellow. In an instant, Tesha was sent flying, and the wounds on his body were smoking. Quickly anastomosis. He picks up the dropped bracelet. Intimate for Tessia. If you hit me one more time, I might be dead. I didn't want to be burned to death, so I honestly brought it. Kawaii then grabbed Tessia's long hair. Little by little, they dragged him into the academy. I saw him take out the token and open a passport gap, and Tessia's body was completely immobile. Even consciousness is blurring. He was in a daze. I saw the fleeing classmates. The picture of being trampled under the feet of a mana beast. The other end. Aki's best friend, Knight, uses spike magic. Save the elves who were besieged by the wild monsters. Outcome. The rescued elf was bitten by a hound. But Knight, who is currently in deep crisis, can't care about saving people. Two mad monsters grabbed him and beat him wildly. Knight gritted her teeth and pumped her mana. Countless earth-based spikes pierced through the chest of the madman. Take this opportunity. He rushed to safety. Knight probed as he walked. It turned out to be next to a stone pillar. I saw the black-robed man who was swearing sovereignty. Human students, as long as you surrender, there will be no casualties. And the remaining elves and dwarfs, just wait. Destroy your mana core. I'll leave you a whole corpse. Obviously, these black-robed people, radicals in humanity. There was a hint of desperation in Knight's eyes. Where the hell did the principal go at this critical juncture? Why doesn't he do anything? It was a life-saving cry that caught Knight's attention. The spy professor grabs the female elf. A flirtatious look. Knight immediately exhaled the magic. It's a pity that he was resisted by the professor with a water ton. No way. The difference in strength is a bit big, and the result is the next second. The sudden Shinkuin master slapped the water away. It turned out that Curtis arrived in time. Watch as Knight charges a blow. The professor immediately anointed the soles of his feet. After using the water source to sculpt and dismiss the elf girl, Knight beckoned to Curtis. What happened to the people in the Vanguard department? Curtis looked worried, mostly fine. But Dorai and Fifi are trying to cover us. Stay in the trap of the spy and fight bloodily. Knight asked Curtis excitedly. Do you see Ahi and Tessia? Curtis frowned, and the cableway was fine. Tihia and Ahi did not come. The rest of the school's student council is now safe. Hear the peace of Yasi. Knight breathed a sigh of relief. It's the hardest thing to do right now. It is to hold out until the kingdom's support comes. And yet at this moment, suddenly, there was a message from the center of the academy. Piercing sounds. Someone is talking with sonic magic. Teachers and students from Sauros College. I'm going to get my pets to stop attacking now, because the last ceremony is about to take place. It was a man in a red cloak, holding a bag with blood in it, and I don't know what's inside. He opened his arms and let out a rooster laugh. Everyone. Today, I dare say, it's going to be a one-of-a-kind ceremony. The man picks up the badly injured and unconscious elven princess, deliberately leaned in front of him. I show a face full of bacteria to enjoy, just to anger the honest people outside the shield. However, the next second, a lonely devotion. However, it was used as a gift by the enemy leader as a gift for the beginning of the ceremony, then discarded on the ground at will. It turned out to be just now. Dorai and Fifi fled to cover everyone's needs. Come out boldly. As a result, Fei was captured as a human being, and Dorai's death was the beginning of all battles. Knight and Dorai, who had died tragically, looked at each other. At this moment, there was only despair left in his heart. In the next second, he will turn over the river and the sea for you. A stream of heat gushing out, desperately expelled from the mouth. It's impossible not to act. Tae-woo in the crowd after seeing this. The heart is like a knife. He tapped the shield with all his might. But no matter how hard he tried, the magic passport is like an impregnable wall. There is no wear and tear. That feeling of being twisted like a knife. All over Tae-woo's body. He yelled at the leader in his passport for a coward. You have the ability to go head-to-head with me. The leader looked playful and cowardly. Are you talking about me? Then he took off his mask. Realized a sneering expression. I'm the great Drafe. In Draft's eyes, Tae-woo is like a clown jumping off a beam. So he opened his passport empathetically. Dragged Tae-woo in alone. Tae-woo burst out with the strongest magic in an instant. It is bound to kill it with one blow. But Drafe was not afraid at all. Let go of your hand and let Tae-woo attack. And Tae-woo's attack has just broken out. The reason for the strong groundism began the military order. Under the expectant gaze of everyone. Before he was promoted, Tae-woo's right leg was directly twisted off. Even if he was in pain, he didn't shed half a tear. Delev stomped on Tae-woo's face. Look at this beam-jumping clown with the posture of a superior person. I'm so disappointed. Tae-woo spat on the upper of Drafe's shoe with a mouthful of the old altar. Dryf grinned on the surface. Behind the scenes, a large amount of fire elements have been condensed. The next moment, Tae-woo was immersed in the pain of burning. Drafe's face was covered in small pieces. He said righteously, "Don't worry, everyone. Tae-woo isn't dead yet." The people who were looking forward to it, one by one, they promised each other. I saw Delef raise his hand and declare the verdict now. The event officially began. The next second, elven and dwarf hostages are chained, towing to the field, also accompanied by Fei of the Pioneer Department. Knight thought that Renjio would end here. As a result, his pupils flared up in the next moment. I saw Kawaii dragging the seriously injured and faint Tesha. Not only did he walk towards the square slowly, and the rest of the Vanguard Ministry. I saw this scene as well. On the ground, Dorai had no body. Only a lonely head remains. It was burned into coke because of its strong protrusion, and the unconscious Tae-woo was dying. The classmates who were attacked by the contract beast were miserable. This scene completely ignited Curtis's anger. Even if he was pinned down by Claire, he was still in pain. Claire understands. If Curtis also goes out like Tae-woo, that will only end worse than Tae-woo. Curtis Fune roared like a giant grave. Do you want to see it? Are you willing to die when all your friends die? His life. Sister Kettering injures Curtis and slaps her brother. You calm down. What we have to do now is to get you out. Lost in his mind. Recklessness is counterproductive. In the end, we were wiped out. Curtis covered his cheeks. Crawled back from the abyss of hatred. He forcibly pressed hatred to the bottom of his heart. And yet at this moment, the originally quiet anger erupted again in the next second. Just because Fei was bound by mana chains and knelt on the ground. The pain was written all over his face. What's even more intense is that Kawaii tugged at Tesha's head. A look of ecstasy. Knight was suddenly disillusioned. Didn't you say that Tessia didn't come to school? Why does it appear in this? This immediately became the focus of the audience. With this, Drafe brazenly introduced me to me. One last word. My name is Draff. I am here to be your savior. I come from a distant continent. There is no sympathy for the weak over there. But I heard about Sauros College. Gathered the elites of the Dikaten continent. It's better to see than to hear. And you're all unsightly garbage. And my king, soon he will become the ruler of this continent. I'm here to choose your good seedlings. Lay the foundation for a new kingdom to be founded. As long as you are willing to surrender, you will gain unimaginable power. Come on, new members. Come up and show your face. Kawaii spat in disdain. Originally, a genius elven princess and a majestic vanguard department. It's all a bunch of incompetent waste. Knight, who was originally an honest man, was furious in an instant. Kawaii, you deserve to say that, too. As a human being, He has a pulse to seek glory. Listen to Knight's impotent rage outside the shield. The corners of Kawaii's mouth turned up slightly. Then he picked up the unconscious elf princess, deliberately leaned in front of Tesha, a look of enjoyment on his face. For a moment, Knight was surrounded by murderous intent. It popped into his head. A consciousness that does not belong to oneself. Colorful black mana filled his body, and his original earth elemental magic. The condensed substance, but harder than a diamond. They attack indiscriminately around them. In front of him, Xiaoguo was like a cicada's wings. He looked at the black magic in his hands. I was tormented to the extreme. His consciousness was encroached upon by new ideas. And luckily, there is nothing wrong with the main target of this body. The new consciousness began to enjoy the killing. As a result, the black-robed people wanted to stop it, but was suddenly stopped by the chief. Knight didn't know what was going on, and he has only one goal. As long as you can destroy Kawai, even if it is remorseful. Unexpectedly, in the moment before the prisoner arrived at Kawaii's heart, it actually stopped growing. Just hold on a little longer. But Knight bled at all times. Confusion. The body is even more immobile. And yet at this moment, the left gently supported Knight, who was badly injured internally. There was a touch of sadness on his face. Knight asked, with the last of his senses, "Where the hell are you?" "Yasalevi." The girl had no body and only a head. He was thrown to the ground without looking at him, lonely and uncared. As a result, his partner stood out for him. But it was burned by the flames and turned into a lump of conversation. Eventually, he passed out and died. However, just as Kawai approached the elven princess, ready for a moment of ravage, the counterattack began. Black and Knight, just enjoy the thrill of killing. Unexpectedly, he was in the moment of giving Kawai the fatal blow. Suddenly, the 7 orifice bled out. Whole body detachment. It was only close to killing Kawai. However, he was confused. At the last moment of falling, in the hands of the enemy, with a sad face, he hugged his body. Knight, unconscious, only hopes that Aki will be able to do so soon. The answer passes. Knight's fuss. The equestrian magic passport was thus shattered. So Professor Glennie asked the students to all step back. Let the professors of the academy fight back together. Claire, on the other hand, felt that the professors were killing themselves. Claire at the moment forgot about the beliefs of the Hart family. For as long as he can remember, humility is instilled in the family at all times. Loyalty and perseverance. The Courage family uses these 4 words as mantras. I just want to cultivate people, in order to have a character as sharp as a piece. And these 4 words. This is the proud belief of the Hart family. At this moment, he left it behind. Now is the perfect time to fight back. Claire's body unconsciously showed timidity. Curtis Master. Claire asks what we should do next. Claire replied with a look of horror on her face. Why are you asking me? Curtis was one step closer. Because Taiwu is not there. You are the head of the Vanguard department. Claire was speechless. Because in his consciousness, to go to support is to die. And yet at this moment, Claire turned to look at her opponent. I saw Delev hugging Knight. Walk towards the outside of the academy. The burned Taimu was already dying. Exactly what he looked at. He hid and looked at each other with an unknown purpose. And Professor Glowley, who was walking towards his passport, suddenly turned his head and noticed Claire's gaze, and handed him an unwavering look. At this point, Claire fell into a deep sense of self-remorse. 4 mantras of the Hart family. Keep thinking about it in his head. Humility and loyalty. Perseverance and courage. At this moment, his originally nervous face. The beliefs of the Hart family instead. So he shouted the wounded and the cowards. All stand back. We want to let them know. The fury of our Salros Academy is unquenchable. The other Drafe commanded Kawai. Plans have changed. I'll go back first. You clean up the trash fish here. Then follow through the portal. Kawai's eyes were bloodshot. Reprimanded. Why did you take night away? The next moment, a viscous black micropressure. Straight to his knees, Kawai couldn't move. The mysterious servant reminded Drafe. The portal is ready. And before leaving, Dryf told Kawai instead. Although you are just a tool, man. But don't let me down. Meanwhile, the professors unleash their magic in a vain attempt to prevent Drafe from leaving. As a result, Kawai struck with all his might. Then all the magic that came to you, all were extinguished in his flames. Instantly condensed the flames into a fiery dragon, and the strength of the mana that Kawai burst out. It's almost on par with the professors. The sudden departure of the leader. It seems to interrupt the rhythm of the enemy's attack. Glory took the opportunity to close the distance between her and Kawai. Experience. The abundant Kawai first raised his magic shield, waiting for Glory's moment to arrive. Then summoned the mana beast that was prepared in advance. Although the bite was unexpected, narrowly avoided by Glory, but he was intercepted by several men in black who rushed in. The result is the next second. The man in black was attacked by an orderly magic. It was Claire who led the crowd to free the hostages. Glory asked, telling you to leave. Why don't you listen? Claire figured it out. The Pioneer Department was established to protect students. The college is in the face of extinction. Fight for all. Even the sacrifice is a well-deserved death. Glory didn't dissuade him anymore. Let everyone cheer up and be ready for battle. As a result, when fighting, Claire saw Clays preparing to flee. In the midst of the event, he burned with rage. He yelled at Clays desperately. He did everything he could to be the first traitor. At the moment when he released the fireball towards Clays, I saw Clays's palm pulsing rapidly, with the metal thorns around it. The alarm collapsed. Silk thread. It seemed to be consciously wrapped around Claire's calf. In the blink of an eye, he was pinned into the air. Claire yells at Clays for being a traitor. If it weren't for the fact that you were hiding, you wouldn't have been killed. If it weren't for you, Taiwu won't go crazy. But the next second, Claire found herself unable to make a sound. At the same time, the shackles of the wire are also untied. Curtis and Kay. Turling didn't know what she was shouting about. He could only watch. Watch as Clays enters the portal. The next second, he was bleeding from his nostrils. A sharp pain in his chest flashed. Yes, the chest does not know what is penetrating. He didn't think that someone would take his life right now. Watch the players leave. Curtis let out a silent grief. However, at this time, a figure attracted everyone's attention. Professor Glory breathed a sigh of relief. Kawai of the professor is being adjudicated. Something seems to be felt. He stared angrily ahead. Claire who sees hope. A tear crossed his eyes unconsciously. Yes, the man. He was finally touching. At this moment, Aki is like a battlefield Shura, carrying infinite killing intent. And behind him, follow a 10-meter-tall, thorn-footed dragon. The black elves on the dragon's body are noble and mysterious. The protagonist points his foot at the villain's crotch. Frightened, he only called out to his father for forgiveness. Then he froze Kawai's arm into a lump of ice. I just heard a snapping sound, an otherwise intact arm. The next second it suddenly turned into ice slag. It was only because of Kawai that the heroine was slandered. Then slapped him hard. Then he broke the tendons of his hands and feet. Then he tugged at Tesh's hair. Dragged for a few hundred meters. But it's just for forks. Then he pressed back into Tessia's face. Smug ravaged. Finally, under the betrayal of Kawai, the best friends of the Vanguard Department were beheaded one after another. Doran has no body and only a lonely head. Taiwu was burned with charcoal, and there was no hope for treatment. Claire was panting as spikes pierced her chest. But it rekindled the hope of everyone present. Claire, who saw hope, even if she died of ice. There was still a tear quietly in his eyes. Yes, the man. He finally arrived. Yasi at this moment is like a battlefield Shura, carrying infinite killing intent. And behind him, Follow a four-legged dragon more than 10 meters high. The dragon's horns are like those of the past. There was a faint chill glow. But compared to the dragon's imposing momentum, it's even more frightening. It was the unstoppable boy at the feet of the dragon, and Kawaii drank the elixir given by Drafe. It has long possessed power far beyond the limits of human beings. Ask Yasi. Come and look good for your pet lizard. Do you really think you can beat me with it? Even so provocative, Yasi didn't cut Kawaii like a man at all. Rather, with a stone wall, straight past Kawaii's ear. Kawaii at the moment is like a weed on the side of the road. There is no presence at all. It turned out that Yasi only had the badly injured Tesha in his eyes. But Yasi ignored Kawaii's actions. It's worse than killing him. The black-robed people not far away looked panicked. Impossible. This pet is actually a dragon. Yasi and the stone wall crouched before Tessia. Diagnosis of a normal cardiac pulse. It's just that there are some bruises on the body. Yasi breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Kawaii provoked the elf princess of Hong Kong. Wait until the flowers are gone. If I don't come back, I'll want to burn him into fine wine. Shibi gritted his teeth and stared at Kawaii. A deafening roar followed. Kawaii saw that the taunt had an effect. I secretly rejoiced in my heart. But even so, Yasi's heart was still like water. During the treat, Kawaii was furious. And how dare you ignore the nobility when you see it? But the next moment, Kawaii regretted it. I don't know where Wea came from, so he froze him in his place. Frightened and unable to move. And this force, it's like facing my brother and a top professor. Scary. Yahi said word by word. Kawaii, I thought you were just a drive that wasn't worth my hands. If the insect is repellent and touches my bottom line, there are only 2 words to die. The next second, Kawaii's pupils fell. The sense of fear was instantly filled. Yasi's murderous aura was like countless tentacles. I want him to be stuck in a quagmire and can't extricate himself. He endured his fear. Unleash the strongest magic you're proud of. Get out of the way. For a moment, the fire was tainted with the breath of hell. The ball is released by Kawaii. Face his strongest offensive. Yasi's heart was unmischievous. Not only does it unleash dragon magic slowly. Kill me and help me protect Tesha. Moment. The white and flawless mana brought Yasi's right hand into the man. Original ice-type magic. Unstoppable under the superposition of the dragon's mana. I saw Yasi wave his hand casually. Even the flames of hell. The treat button also has to be extinguished in the air. Kawa-Eaton sensed difference. It's not just living attributes that you're hiding. There's even ice magic. Humph, none of that matters. Because you're going to hell right now. I saw Kawaii squeeze the fire magic rapidly. Finally threw it violently. The flames condensed from the trinomial ridge of the region. In the blink of an eye, Yasi gathered a furious black thunder in his right hand. The left hand exudes the ultimate meaning. He is an apostle. The hand was hard to withstand the 3-pronged ridge of tens of thousands of degrees. Meanwhile, Yasi, at his fingertips, compresses black thunder into an electric ball. The moment he popped the trinomial ridge, the thunder in his right hand poured out together. The speed of lightning is 300,000 kilometers per second. Easily devoured Kawaii's right hand. However, Yasi had no intention of letting him go, even if the pain made Kawaii incapacitated. But he still greeted in surprise. Did you just use lacy magic? It can't be unreasonable. You're going to be a mutant mage of the 4 elements. Yasi raised Kawaii's right hand in response. Did you get it right? In the next second, Yasi released Absolute Zero with his left hand. Freeze Kawaii's right arm. And the cold air goes straight to the heart with the blood vessels. At this moment, Kawaii only felt pain. I just heard a snapping sound. The arm that had been intact suddenly turned into ice slag. The vitality of Kawaii. It's like little Joe who can't be killed. He angrily called you boy. I'm a nobleman of the House of Vei. That's up to you. Before Kawaii could finish, Yasi stepped on his calf. Then activate the breath magic blessed by the dragon's mana. For example, sinking only listens to a click. His right leg was trampled into the mud by Yassi. Yassi's voice was as cold as frost. Speaking of Drafe you just mentioned, he is to blame for this disaster. At this time, the corners of Kawaii's mouth turned up slightly. He laughed maniacally. Your incompetent best friend has been taken away by Drafe. So a C came for the end you still lost. The result is the next second. The only intact inducement of Kawai disappears with the sound of bones shattering. Yassi then aimed his foot at Kawaii's crotch. He downplayed bedbugs like you. It should be strangled in the cradle. Kawai has never been more terrified. I was wrong about Yassi. I was really wrong. Please let me go. Kawai under this move cried dad and called his mother. Yassi said coldly, you'd better go to hell and beg for forgiveness. Cohesion sinks. Eventually, one of Carvoino's limbs shattered. The end of the blame. He used his life. Pay for your own vicious actions. It's a pity that the dead can't be replaced. However, whether it is a classmate or a professor, in the face of today's Yassi, there was only fear left in his eyes. Shock and awe. And these reactions of theirs. Once again, Yassi was reminded of the loneliness he had forgotten for so long. In his previous life, he was a king. Isn't that the case? However, it was in Yassi that he unlocked the dragon's mana. Liang choked and walked towards the stone wall. 1,000 rays of light suddenly burst out behind him. Yassi turned his head and waited for the smoke to clear. The 3 blue silks actually came at this time. Linvale's face was full of black lines, and he stared at his brother who had died tragically. I saw that Kawai had no feet, 3 legs, and only his body. The face is blue and gold, and the eyes are unknown. The result is the next second. Violent thunder was tried from the hands of his brother Renvai. To know, the most rubbish in Lance is also high-grade silver. White core. Hit by an attack of this level, it will definitely hurt a lot. Even after receiving a reminder from Yassi, the stone wall was still bombarded by the remnants, and Yassi was hit head-on, embedded in the wall. Watching Yassi fall to the ground with serious injuries, Shibi's head was hot, excitedly rushed towards the 3 blue silks. It's just a face. It was Lance. Allah used his magic to set it in place. The blue silk of the dwarf clan is affected by the native extension of the army. Let them go and help the injured students. There is a guard for the extended soldiers. The students evacuated very quickly. The remaining Yin soldiers were sent to pursue the black-robed man. On the other hand, Yassi, who had been tribulated, was still embedded in the ground. Because the second stage of the dragon mana has just passed. Excessive consumption. Unexpectedly, Renwai wrapped his elbow in electric light again. Aggressively walked towards Yassi. The next second, he was stopped by Rand. Renwai roared, "Didn't you see what happened to my brother? Do you want me to let him go?" Rand was shocked by the explosion of magic. "I feel sorry for your brother's death, but you'd better stop there," Lenwai said dismissively. "You mean Ahi saved everyone's lives from my brother's hands." Renvei brushed Rand aside in disbelief. "My brother just died in front of me. I'm going to punish the murderer now." Xuangerant swooped into the sky, attempting to summon the Extension Army to subdue Lin Wai. As a result, Luanai went on a rampage, burst all the mana in the core. Even Rand had to retreat. Yassi, who was pierced by the bright light, couldn't open his eyes. In the next instant, the surrounding mana flow accelerated. Intense fire and electricity. The light spreads in the hands of Renvale. Just listen to the sound of the voice. The impulsive Renwai had an extra side of the warrior in front of him, followed by Reams Allin condensed several warships, hold him against his neck, and put him on the ground. Parliament. It will be decided what to do with the boy and the dragon. No one can question it. Lenwai forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart. After a while, the healing mages in the army felt. Treat injured patients quickly, until the first rays of sunlight appear in the morning. Sauros College. to get through this dangerous and long night. The process of being claimed by my parents was undoubtedly tragic, and the healing teacher is intimate for Yasi. The wound was simply bandaged. Lance All Eye said to Yasi, "Is the treatment over?" Then he took out a mana clasp. "Come on, put this on." Yasi was silent, but he still put on a bracelet that restricted the flow of mana. To be on the safe side, All Eye slammed his watch into Yasi's chest. Central Asia West only feels. The mana core seems to be shackled. It's like completely losing touch with yourself. Then All Eye thawed the stone wall. But Yasi wanted the stone wall to change back to the appearance of a fox. Shibi gritted his teeth reluctantly. But after thinking about it, what Yasi said did make sense. No matter how desperate you try. On the top 3 whites, the blue silk of the color core. One person and one cage will not win. In the blink of an eye, the stone wall transformed into the original fox appearance. Worried, he ran towards Yasi. "Daddy, will we be punished?" A flash of melancholy flashed in Aki's eyes. "Although I don't know what the punishment will be. But don't worry. We'll be fine."